Hiya. Hi guys. Welcome, welcome. Welcome, welcome. Okay, I am live on YouTube. Sorry, I don't know why I'm coughing. I've got like shortness of breath tonight. I'm not sure why. I might need electrolytes. Actually, that might be the ticket. Hello, hello. Hiya. Hi, hi, hi. Hi, Teasy. That's fine. Who is that? That sounds familiar. Hi, hi, hi. Hello. I thought we would do face masks again tonight. It's Sunday, which means it's face mask night. Oh, yeah. Okay, TZ. Yeah. I think I've seen one or two of his videos. You're here? Hi, shoes. Thank goodness. Stop the presses. Stoley Shoes is here. Whew. Oh, that's great. What kind of own show? Is it like his own show on YouTube, or is it like his own show on cable network? You know, I should have put my PJs on before starting this live. Should I put... I saw that, Spooky. I kind of laughed. You know, it's funny that headlines are like, Joe Biden pardons Hunter after saying he wouldn't, or assuring or claiming he would. It's like, who gives a fuck? Do you see who just won? Do you see who's coming into office? The sheer number of lies that man tells, you're gonna like act as though. The funniest thing about Hunter Biden is that literally no one gives a shit except for MAGA. Like Dems, you know, liberals, progressives, leftists, everyone. No one could give a shit about Hunter Biden. Everyone's like, prosecute him, don't prosecute him, like whatever. If he committed crimes, fine, go for it. Oh, wow. Yeah. I think there's ways of doing it, TZ. Oh, nice, Sheila. Nice that you don't care. To be clear, when I say only MAGA care, that doesn't mean every single MAGA cares. He was a terrible president. Simple as that. He's a bad person. I'm not racist. I'm not transphobic. I'm not homophobic. I'm not misogynistic. I'm not anything of these. That's why I don't like him. Spooky. Nope. Georgelo. Oh my God, in 1 hour and 13 minutes on a Monday. Oh, I guess because that's like the first day that you take off. Okay, George Lowe. I take it back. You showed me. Nice, TZ. I'm jealous. Yesterday or a couple of days ago, Philippe was saying something about like how he thought everyone was like on vacation all month. Because we were talking about parking in the city and, you know, it was just Thanksgiving here. So parking was really easy in the city. And I made a comment about like, well, Sunday everyone's going to come back. Parking's going to get real bad again, right? He was like, no, it's not. I was like, yeah, it is. And he was like, no, I think it's like good for the rest of the year. And I was like, people are coming back after Thanksgiving break. And he was like, no, I think they're gone for the month of December. And I was like, no, dude, this isn't Europe. This is America. People get like 2 weeks off if they're lucky. Jim, that's a great point. Tons of other pictures with him with kids. Disgusting. You whatever you said, Big Money, most of your comment or multiple comments got filtered. You talking about your computer? Oh, the actual like debunked fucking bullshit, Big Money. Jesus. And like I said, I don't care. If he's a fucking criminal, absolutely prosecute him. Don't make me defend Hunter Biden. I don't give a fuck. I literally don't give a fuck. All I know is that your peeps have like repeatedly claimed to have some crazy shit and then like never actually release any actually verifiably crazy shit, anything like that. That's it. The rest, I don't care. If he committed crimes, lock him up. I don't care. I don't care. Oh, you do, TZ? Please, let me hear it. I do have to, like, do some housekeeping on Twitch and YouTube. YouTube, I need... something's going on with YouTube. I need to, like, verify something with them to get paid, but... what do I think about the future of crypto in the U.S. financial system? I think with Republicans at the wheel, the demise of the U.S. financial system and global financial systems is sooner than we think. It's a lot closer. But crypto is still currently backed by the dollar and, you know, actual fiat, so... we'll see. Also, a currency that deflates, that is deflationary, is not the right way to have an economy. Economies literally, by definition, rely on a little bit of inflation to continue, like, to encourage usage of currency and spending and whatnot. If you have a deflationary currency, that means it gets more and more valuable, or it is possible that it will be more valuable tomorrow than today. People are not encouraged to spend it. I say this as someone with Bitcoin. I have it. I don't think it's a currency. It's a speculative fucking asset. What do you think about scared ketchup? I don't know. What is that? Hi, Amory. Well, more so just the U.S. banking system in general, Amory. And then if the dollar fucking, the U.S. economy explodes, or implodes, rather, and the dollar becomes worthless, then a hell of a lot of other financial systems that are tied to the dollar will also go fucking haywire. But I don't mean that in the sense of like fiat is a thing of the past, blah, blah, blah. That's not what I mean. What mega stands for? Oh, to focus live streaming on Twitch, because on Twitch, higher view numbers eventually to lower money. Where on YouTube, it doesn't matter whether your stream is watched by 1 or 100 people. For long for. Gotcha. How would I focus more on Twitch? Because right now, Twitch and YouTube have the same, like, access to me. Except YouTube, I post my TikToks. What's mega? Oh, you mean MAGA, not mega. How do you spell America, Allie? Beal? How do you spell America? Oh, okay. The GOP has only increased the debt. And if we go on, our current like tax law and stuff was written by the GOP and passed in 2017 under Trump. And it expires in 2025. So basically like this coming January, I believe it expires. And if they were to just implement the exact same policy moving forward, it would add another $4 trillion to the debt over the next, I think, 10 years. But they want to make more cuts. So who knows how much more they will add to the debt. Our economy is in danger in the GOP's hands. It is in serious danger. If your MIM died and left you an inheritance, is it safe to invest with an advisor? I mean, nothing is 100% safe. Advisors can guide you in the right direction, but also like don't pay someone unnecessary money to literally just sit on your money and tell you to invest in index funds. Look up like bogleheads. Just look up long-term, retirement investing, whatever. Put some in an index fund, put some in, money market. Put it in a couple like secure places, but don't put all of your, money in one place. And just expect the stock. And also, I mean, careful because the stock market might go down heavily. What's up, Jordan? I think it's terrible, Amory. There's a reason we have the Department of Education. The Department of Education ensures that, people with disabilities have an access to an education. It ensures all kids have access to education. The reason it was instated is because states and municipalities were doing a poor job of it before. It can. T-bills are a treasury bill that is directly, the rate of return is directly tied to inflation. So when inflation is high, there's a max of, I think, $10,000 per year you can put into T-bills. But it's also cool because you can like check a box when you're like filling out your taxes to have them put your like return into T-bills or something like that. That's one. So they had like a 9 point something return a couple years back. That's a good idea, Spooky. I might start saying that. That's a good argument. Shall we do a face mask while we talk about stuff? Oh, that's fair, Teasy. But if it's not like, Does it hurt me to stream on YouTube? Because I feel like, I mean, I've gotten more, I get more people on YouTube randomly than on Twitch. And I've also heard a lot of people say, like, Twitch is, like, recently changed and really just does not favor new creators or low creator. Like, you already have to be established to basically get any followers on Twitch, you know? So if it doesn't, like, add any more work, really, to me, I feel like I might as well just also keep streaming to YouTube. Also, I will say YouTube has a pretty good, like, dashboard for going live. Like, I never actually utilize this, but, YouTube is a really annoying, like, has a really, lots of annoying things to it, like, software-wise. But the live streaming, like, dashboard is pretty easy, and, like, whenever I want to set stream markers, if something exciting happens, in case I want to edit it later, which I literally never do, but I'm trying to become a person who does, YouTube has the easiest way of doing it and the most effective way. So, like, it actually works. So I do use it for that, but... Also, YouTube just leaves my live streams up, which is great, so I don't have to, like, worry about... You know, like, Twitch, I have to go in and, like... select, and they don't, like, automatically keep live streams or anything like that. So I don't know, YouTube provides some decent. Thank you, Ruben. Yes, I agree, William. Oh, is it iBond? Yeah, why am I'm saying T-bill because T-bill is just any treasury bill. iBond is a specific type of T-bill, if I'm right. Debating? Yeah. Doing face masks. This is toner. This is glycolic acid. We can talk about stuff, but I'm also mostly just gonna face mask it up. It's Sunday night. This is gonna become a tradition. Hopefully. All right. Gotcha, William. Thank you. Oh, did I just trail off? It's going to become a tradition, I think. I'm trying to do face masks every Sunday. A routine? I don't know. William, it's funny. I was trying to figure out, I don't know if you were on here before, but I was trying to figure out how to do AI, like political AI stuff. It's hard. It's actually not easy to find like a thing that will just generate AI images of real people. You prefer the mud ones to... So these aren't paper. These are the like TikTok shop ones. They're like slimier. These are awesome. I like these way better than the sheet masks, which are like the paper ones. I don't know if it's actually paper. I think it's, yeah, probably it's a type of paper, but thank you, Prozac. Gotcha. Okay. I mean, for now, since most people find me on YouTube or TikTok, I'm not gonna, but that's like good to keep in mind when people start finding me on Twitch, if in fact they are switching over to YouTube, if it becomes an issue. But right now I have more followers on YouTube and Twitch, and I feel like just being available on the multiple platforms in general is helping me more than just focusing on the one. Because I used to just do TikTok and Twitch, and that was like the addition of Twitch did like nothing. You know what I mean? All right, let's see. Wait, I should have pulled these out before. Okay. Ay, stop. I'm not wearing my glasses, so I can't see as well. Oh my god. Oh my god. Ah. Oh, not familiar with Twitch. Yeah, please do. Yeah, guys, find me here. Guess what? This week we're going to hear, in theory, this week, by Friday, we're going to hear a decision on the whole TikTok ban thing. And it will be appealed by whichever side loses. So we'll see. I feel like sometimes these fit me better than other times. Why are you not fitting me as well today? Huh? Yay. I should have just let it go on my eyebrows, I think. Maybe that's why. Yeah. I know, Halo. Ay. Yep. Thank you, Ruben. Thank you for subscribing on YouTube. I'm actually live streaming on YouTube now, too, if you prefer the horizontal format. You don't get much more, except you do see the chats from all the things, and you do see a little bit more of my apartment. So that's the benefit. Popular. You're gonna be popular. I'm not doing a very good job of placing this. I think probably should have just done this in front of a mirror. I did a better job last time. When and what time? I'm there now. I multi-stream. Although I usually, if I'm only live on one spot, it's on TikTok, but I'm trying to be good about multi-streaming everywhere. I don't really set a schedule because I'm afraid of disappointing people if I can't show up. Mustachio. La. Thank you, Halo. No. Thank you, Jadis. I'm not doing the lip flap this time. Okay, now let's do the eye sockets. La. You reserve the right. It is teasy. You reserve the right to be disappointed in Michael Myers cosplay. I like these. I like these a lot, and I keep wanting to do them once a week, and I keep forgetting. But last Sunday I did one on here, and I was like, if I doing it on my live stream might keep me honest about it, or at least a little bit more honest. You know what I mean? If I'm like, okay, I'm gonna sit, I'm gonna go live, and I'm gonna do a face mask while I'm live. Oh, this lower one is creepy. So this one is just a basic deep collagen power boosting mask or whatever. So this is I got the multi-pack, as you guys know, and they each are like a slightly different one. Like, so the one I did last week, I think, had like niacin and like vitamin C. One of them is like hyaluronic acid, which I'm like, don't they all have hyaluronic acid? So each of them has a slightly different thing in them, but this one is like just deep collagen. They're all like deep collagen mask, blah 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 blah. And then they each have like a little special thing or whatever. This one's the base model, let's say. But I like these two. This is the first one I ever tried, so I like it. This is the one that like made me buy the multi-pack because I really liked it. And so did Philippe. He really liked it. He went and he bought a bunch himself, actually. So we almost did face masks yesterday, and I was like, no, I want to do it on live on Sunday with my live buddies. Now I'm getting all the extra juice out. Spraying it on my old ass neck. Looks like a fucking, I don't know what it looks like. All right. Now where am I going? Oh, here. Can I finally see now? Oh, you're dirty. It would be Halo, wouldn't it? I have, please don't spam. I have gone out on occasion. I recently went out with like my hair in a towel. To be fair, it was like one of those microfiber hair towels. It was pink. So it was like relatively cute for a towel to go out in. But even though I've done that now like twice, I'm still like, is this like super weird to do this? But you know what? It was fine. It was fine. That was another thing. I usually try to do my whole hair routine on Sundays. So last time I was on here and I had my hair up. Or no, it was like I had just taken it down. It had the gel cast and stuff. But I didn't have time. I didn't have time today. Because also, people keep asking me for a whole fucking hair routine TikTok. So I'm like, okay, I gotta film it. I don't know how to film it. I don't know if I'm gonna film it tomorrow. I don't know if it's fucking worth trying to do that. It's so annoying. I don't know how to film stuff like that. My pies turned out great, muscles. Thank you. Like, actually fucking awesome. They're pretty good pies. How is everyone tonight on this lovely Sunday? Am I just scaring people off with this face mask? Oh, yeah? Nice, Halo. It's been... I don't know if I ever rewatched... I feel like I returned to Lost. I started it, and at first... And I was really excited about Lost very early on, you know? Like, I was watching it as each episode came out. Until it became apparent to everyone, like, oh, they have no idea what's going on, right? And it was like, it became clear, and I think, it was a couple seasons in, where it became clear that they basically, like, when they started Lost, they had no plan, they had no, like, actual answers in mind for, like, what was going on. And that drives me nuts, because, like, I like a good puzzle in terms of like on-screen story, film, TV show, whatever. But like you best have like the answers in your head, right? There's nothing that drives me crazier than people like creating this mystery that they themselves don't understand. Like, there have to be, whether it's magic, sci-fi, you know, whatever, fantasy, there has to be rules to the universe. And you have to, even if the audience never figures out what those rules are, you have to have them in mind, because you have to know what's happening, because there has to be some level of structure. You know what I mean? Lost had concepts of a planet, exactly. Do I use retinol? I try to, Josh, but I always forget to. I go through phases where I'm better about using it, but right now, not so much. Sometimes. I'm trying to use up. I currently have this retinol thing that I don't like as much. So I'm trying to use that up so I can switch to a new one. Complete nonsense. Yes, that's me. Ain't working. What's not working? This face mask? You can't see what's going on underneath it. I know, Halo. I feel really bad for the tip of my nose. What should I do? How do I get the tip of my nose deep collagen? Technically, the tip of your nose is made out of collagen, so no. Yes. No. Yes. It's cartilage, which I think is mostly collagen. Manifest it. Okay. Really, user? I'm actually 73. So thank you. Thank you, Keel. I got it on Etsy a few years back. La la. Mafreezy. Yeah. Or Feezy. What? Collagen is the most abundant protein in the body. Yes. I think we get it from like bone marrow and stuff too. Every Sunday now, knock on wood. Every Sunday. This is going to be our Sunday thing. Okay? We're going to try to get me looking like a baby. That's what we're going to do. Perhaps the collagen will diffuse into the nose tip. Yes, perhaps. We can only hope. Knock on wood. Today I didn't put it... Today, like, it didn't go on as nicely. I didn't really get it. I don't know what's going on. Anyway. La 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 la. I'm trying to decide the nose tip expansion pack. Damn, should have sprung for the Primo Elite VIP bundle. Nose tip included. That's fine. No one's looking at the bottom of my nose anyway. You know what I mean? Like, I'm short, so it's not like anyone's looking up and seeing here. It's just me. If I were a taller person, I would need to spring for the nose tip thing. You don't think of me this way? I know, right? It's like a peek behind the curtain. The people coming in here and being like shocked is the funniest part to me. Have you guys really never seen someone in a fucking face mask before? Last Sunday, people were not as weirded out by it, I feel like. Exactly, Halo. Exactly. I know, I saw that, Non. I think it's funny. No one really cares except for MAGA. But good for him, you know what I mean? Part of me's like, cool, finally, you fucking did whatever the fuck you wanted for once. You know what I mean? Instead of being all like, ugh, we had to take the high road. No, fuck it. Take the fucking low road, dude. Take the low road. Who gives a shit? You broke this fucking country. Everyone's pissed at you. Your legacy is in shambles. You will forever be remembered as the guy who didn't step aside when he should have. By all fucking means, pardon your son. He's one of the few people in this country that will still hang out with you after all is said and done. What? Hunter? That's a weird assumption or thing to say. Suggestion. Yeah, well, exactly, Non. Exactly. Any other news you guys want to talk about? Oh, did you see that that Trump nominated a guy who literally wants to dismantle the FBI for head of the FBI? Like, how's that gonna fucking work? Can you imagine, like, finally being put in charge of something? I mean, I know, granted, this is what they're trying to do with everything, but can you imagine finally being put in charge of something and you're just there to, like, destroy it? Like, don't you want to hold on to what you're in charge of? Syrian rebels just took Aleppo? Did they really? It ain't working, sorry. Why? Because your guy's a criminal and you want crime to be even more rampant? That's a little creepy. The FBI is a very conservative institution, by the way. It's fucking ironic that they, you know, the conservatives are their own downfall at this point. Let chaos, Choas rule. Let Choas rule. He was on our radar. You mean our, like O-U-R? You say that like George W. Bush didn't let 2 fucking planes fly into the Twin Towers. Why not get rid of the fucking CIA first? The FBI protects kids, so I guess we're ignoring that bit. Yeah, that too. Yeah. That too. The funniest thing is that the FBI conducts like vast surveillance primarily on leftist groups, on leftist like organizing and stuff, and you know, protest groups. So like, fine, get rid of the FBI. It literally targets like leftists more than it does the right. So my favorite sunscreen is it's one of those Korean ones. It's like about to get not like banned from the US because of bullshit. It's the Beauty of Joseon ones. It's so good. It does, Halo. It does. But I'm just saying, like, yeah, the Korean, yeah. It's this one. I got it on TikTok Shop originally, and I've, like, repurchased it because I really like it. My whole mirror just fell off my fucking dresser and behind it. Shit. Well, it's this one. You can see I used it all up. I have like a full one too. I'm trying to use every last drop of this one. Beauty of Joseon. Yeah, I agree, Luis. You should, Non. I'm sorry, does this like upset your sensibilities? I would watch too. When it's time for a haircut, should I come on here and live stream that? I guess I live streamed my last one. You did? See? Hell yeah. I'm sure people loved it. People like just hang out. We're just here to hang out. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Oh, I forgot. I was gonna post something. On the other hand, you know. Sorry, I'm just checking my comments. I think it's reversible. There's no indication on like which side to put on your face. I'm pretty sure it's the same either way. It feels the same. It's some sort of like gelatin thing, you know what I mean? So like cuz you can like just use your like nails to snip it. That's what I do. As it dries, it gets a little bit more solid and feels kind of like plastic, but it's not because you can like still just a hydrogel mask. So, yeah, whatever. But it feels like it could be like it's like some sort of gelatin type thing that got soaked in whatever the serum is, and it just sits on your skin and like slowly but surely like. But also, I'm sure there's also some level of like evaporation happening. But it feels really nice. I like it a lot more than the sheet masks. But you also, like, you can leave it on for like 20, 30 minutes, but you can also leave it on. Ooh. You can also leave it on for like several hours. I got this from the TikTok shop as well. And the people who like advertise it to you will like, originally they used to like sleep in it. I would not do that. I cannot imagine sleeping in something like this. That would be absolute hell. But you can leave it on. The ideal situation, if you want to do like a really long-term one, is you leave it on until it goes clear. They do, Vinny, I agree. I was going to share this on Blue Ski or Blue Sky, whatever. Dun, dun, dun. Bum, 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 bum. Rum, bum, 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 bum. Oh, sorry, Non. Thank you. Thank you, Non. Thank you for the paper crane and the rose and the hat and mustache. I'm trying something slightly new with my chat today so that I don't miss like the messages from the other social things as much, but that means it's like harder for me to see the TikTok gifts, to tell you the truth. What type of mask is it? This is one of those like Sungboon. Oh, you're on YouTube. Baba Yaga. It's like this Sungboon mask thingies. It's like a hydrogel thing that's infused with whatever serum nonsense. You can leave it on for like 4 hours. Well, for me, it's usually like if you leave it on till it's clear, you can leave it on for 20 minutes or 30 minutes. But also the ideal is like you leave it on for a couple of hours until it goes clear. For me, it lasts like a little over 2 hours when I do it that way, I think. Exactly, Ghost. I buy them on the TikTok shop. Sorry, guys. I'm the reason you get advertised to because that advertising definitely works on me. I am so susceptible to it. I just bought a bunch of Christmas presents on the TikTok shop. Like little one, like stocking stuffers. Stocking stuffers. La, 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 la. You bought a floor-length mirror on TikTok? Yeah. I was eyeing those too because mirrors are fucking expensive. Mirrors are stupid expensive. Plonked in on the Airbnb. Nice. Nice, Baba Yaga. That's good. That served humans for millennia, so I'm sure it's fine. TikTok shop is literally just like Amazon, which is mostly just drop shipping nonsense. So, and I'm mad at Jeff Bezos anyway, so I figure like might as well support the app that's helping me pay my bills, right? The more the advertising works on this app, the more people like me get paid for creating content that you guys engage with. So we love it. Oh, did you? You fell victim to Temu last year. I still have not fallen victim to Temu. I have had these moments where I've gotten really close to like ordering stuff on Temu, and then I always just back out because the truth is like, I don't know. There's just, it's a lot of it's just like really cheap garbage. I'm not trying to like contribute to like overconsumption and just like contribute to like plastic garbage and stuff, you know? I say that as someone who just bought a bunch of stuff on TikTok shop, but I try to be like relatively, because I also, the thing is, what I really like about the TikTok shop too is like I get advertised like small businesses a lot of the time. So like I would say like half the stuff I get on TikTok shop is like by actual like independent small business owners whose like TikToks I watch, you know? So I got Philippe a bit of a, oh really? Sorry. I'm not trying to advertise this to you guys. I'm just trying to do this once. I'm trying to do these once a week, and I decided like maybe if I try to do these on TikTok live, it'll like I can keep myself a little bit more honest about it. You know what I mean? Because I get really bored when I do it. Like I want to, you know, sometimes I don't do it because I'm like, no, I gotta go live, and that's why like last week I was like, you know what? Let me just do it on live. Who gives a shit? Air bubble. Really 67? What are you shopping for? The prices are crazy. Yeah. Prices are crazy. Do I think Donald Trump will ban Temu once he takes office? I don't think so. Why is that like a suggestion? Banning Temu? Temu? Do I consider Daniel Day-Lewis to be one of the best actors ever? Sure, yeah, he's one of the greats. I know, right? Trump may have a hard time typing that one out. He talks about imposing tariffs on Chinese products. That's true. I mean, honestly, what will probably happen is that Temu will get a lot more expensive, but so will everything else. You know what I mean? That's more the issue. I don't think he's going to ban Temu. What's more likely, I mean, I think he's going to impose some tariffs, but I think what's also going to happen, and what's going to happen with more frequency, is that it's going to be explained to him that the tariffs he's trying to impose on certain countries are actually going to cripple the American economy even more than Republicans and their current tax code already has. And then he's going to he's going to have the same interaction that he just had with the Mexican president this past week, where he's like, I'm going to tariff you up the wazoo. And they're going to be like, all right, fine, we'll tariff you right back. And then someone in his circle is going to be like, sir, this is going to be bad, not just for the country as a whole, but like for your billionaire, donors and investors and us, the people that you're trying to enrich with your term once again. And, you can't really do this, sir. And so he's going to huff and puff. Maybe he'll hop on a call and then he'll pretend that he convinced them to back down on something and that's why he's backing down on the tariffs, and he'll act like he's some great negotiator. Just like he did with, again, the Mexican president, where he was like, we talked about it and I got her to agree to a bunch of our terms, blah, 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 like closing the border, blah, blah, blah. And then she came out and she was like, just to be clear, we didn't say we're going to close the border or anything like that. So just, watch out for it. That's true. Yeah, Baba Yaga. Temu will ship it to some other nation and ship it that way. They be sneaky. Yeah. Quite frankly. Yeah. Temu. Oh, it is a fantastic. Speaking of There Will Be Blood, Philippe and I started watching Landman. Have you guys started watching this? It's on Paramount Plus. Literally, the first shot of the show, I didn't know anything about the show except for what Philippe had told me, because he was like, "Oh, there's a show. It's about oil men. It's called Landman. I want to watch it." And I was like, "Yeah, that sounds great." And we were like, "It's kind of like There Will Be Blood, but in TV show version." First shot, I was like, "Is this a Taylor Sheridan show?" In the back of my mind, I was like, "This is Taylor Sheridan vibes." And a couple minutes in, I was like, "This is definitely fucking Taylor Sheridan." And I made an effort. I specifically watched the credits, all the way through to see if it was. And yes, in fact, it was. That guy. That I will say, Philippe and I have a lot of fun with Taylor Sheridan shows. He wrote a couple of great movies, but I feel like with TV shows, I feel like the issue, the reason he really fucking nailed the movies, one was Wind River. What was the other one? The bank robbing one? Oh, nice. Baba Yaga. Succession meets Yellowstone, sort of. Yeah, Landman. It's Bodega or something. Shut up. It's what's that other movie that he did that's God, what's it called? It's about the brothers who run around robbing banks. It's very good. Something about water. Bank robbery movies. Come on. Hell or High Water. That's the one. Hell or High Water. Hell or High Water. Fucking masterpiece, right? Fucking masterpiece. Yeah, Baba Yaga. Exactly. Thank you. Absolute wonderful. I've seen it multiple times because I was using it. So actually, it's funny. With the first shot, I used Hell or High Water as like a reference, as a like vibe reference, basically, for this screenplay I was commissioned to write before the pandemic. You know, back when I had a screenwriting career. And the first shot of this TV show, of Landman, I was like, this reminds me. So my screenplay was named No Such Heroes. And it was like, it was required. There was like basically I was rescuing these producers. They had this very terrible screenplay that they had accidentally acquired on hand. They were like moving towards going into production on it. And then finally someone other than the like first producer who read it, and they were like, oh my God, this is trash. Right. That first producer who like acquired it got kicked out eventually. Cause they were like, you can't fucking be this bad at what you're doing. Anyway, so they were like, we are in trouble. This is a problem. So they like basically brought me on to do this, an emergency, like full, just like page one rewrite from the beginning. But I had to have certain elements in place, right? So I had to have specific location. I had to have these like specific characters with this general idea behind them. But like it was literally writing it from scratch. I had to have an airplane crash at the beginning, a very specific type of airplane, because they had a fucking crashed airplane to use. And I kid you, it's it's like a thriller, like a substance trafficking thriller nonsense bullshit. And yeah, Baba Yaga, yeah. Sorry, Baba Yaga is on YouTube, guys. Yeah. I have the multi-stream thing on. So, oh, is it really? I gotta, maybe I should, I'll say Baba, yeah, because like, I don't want to get in trouble with TikTok for saying things about war and stuff. Oh, is it? Where are you at, Baba? Are you in India? My nose is itchy. Oh. Okay. So, long story short, yeah, the opening shot and sequence of this TV show reminded me of my screenplay, just like thematically, and just like because it was like almost immediately cheesy enough where I was like, this is giving No Such Hero vibes. And then, No Such Heroes vibes. And then I was like, this is a fucking Taylor Sheridan show. He also wrote and created Lioness, which is fucking terrible, but fun. It's not terrible. It's just, it's so cheesy in a way. And I think that they've started giving Taylor Sheridan like way too much leeway. And I think sometimes he ends up in this situation where he has too much time, like on-screen time to fill, and he doesn't know what to do with it. So that's why I think Hell or High Water was phenomenal, because he had so much crammed into such a small thing that he had to be really, really judicious about it, right? So it has a bunch of corny lines, but they're great because you hear them once and it's like, on to the next moment. When he's writing like these TV shows for Paramount Plus, I feel like they give him too long a leash and he's got too much screen time to fill. So he uses not only the like good cheesy lines, he also uses the mediocre ones and then the bad ones as well, just to fill up that fucking time. Every scene is one of these. And then he also, like, a lot of these cheesy concepts that he uses that are like part of a character sort of detail, he starts like repeating them a whole bunch, to the point where the pilot of Landman. So the reason Philippe and I have fun is because it's so cheesy at points. We start kind of like, I don't know, especially me, I'll say. I mostly do it. I start like improvising lines as the characters, you know? We started joking around being like, I'm a landman. This here's my land woman. And fuck, I wish I could remember some of the things we were actually saying. But just like in the scenes, like kind of half predicting what's going to happen and what they're going to say by like speaking, you know, and being very silly. And John Hamm is in this. And so I would like give him like narrations where I was like, fuck, trying to remember. It's like, I'm landman. I'm working hard as a landman. Wait, oh, fuck, what was it? Even though my daughter just won first place, being a landman means you always feel like you're in last place. Something like that. We start cranking out just cheesy lines one after another for the characters. And I have Pava, yeah. This is one of these, no, what's the disclaimer? Biden crime family. Oh, Yaga, okay. This is one of these guys. I'm not trying to advertise these to you, but if you end up I got them on the TikTok shop and I love them and I'm trying to do them every Sunday. If you do end up wanting to buy them, please consider going to the thing in my profile that's like whatever. You can find all the products that I've like recommended on TikTok shop or whatever. I'm not one of these people. I swear to God, I'm not here like advertising this to you. But if you go to my profile and do that whole link thing, I can get commish. I can get some commish. Anyway. Yeah. Oh my God, please, if you're going to get it, please go to my profile and do it through there. Please. Thank you. There's like a little, I think, shopping bag on my profile. I forget what it's called. Like shop something. Storefront? No, it's on Amazon storefront. I don't know. But if you click on there, I think it's one of the top ones because I haven't recommended that many products. But thank you, Alan. Oh, wait. Disclaimer. Oh, okay. Wait, have I seen it? I thought you meant that like Apple TV had just like had started putting up a disclaimer on TV shows or something. I'm talking about Landman and Taylor Sheridan as a whole. So Landman. Oh, so one of the character details that I was like immediately clocked. I was like, that's a Taylor Sheridan detail. Was a Billy Bob Thornton. That's how you say his name, right? He plays like the main character, right? And he's Landman. He's an old man in Texas. You know, he was there for the bust. Now he's there for the. God, what do they say? He's there for the bust and there for the win. I don't know. I'm trying to do it once a week, but I keep forgetting to. So now I'm trying to do it once a week on live to try to keep me honest. 7 episodes. Okay, cool. Disclaimer. That sounds familiar. Did I watch it? Disclaimer. TV series. And so one of these characters that Billy Bob has, or one of these little details that he has is like very early on, he's like, oh, it's Friday. And someone's like, it's Monday. And he's like, it's Friday for me. And like he said it again. And at one point I was like, this is a Taylor Sheridan. This is a Taylor Sheridan detail. It's Friday. No, it's Monday. He's going to call up, with this person. He's going to say Friday or Monday. Well, it's Monday for me. It's Friday for you. And sure enough, that whole episode, I think he said something to that effect like 4 or 5 times. And I was like, come on, dude. It's oh yeah, I saw ads for that. I did want to watch that. Oh my God. Oh, I want to see that so bad. Oh, great. Okay. Yay. How old am I? How old do you think I am? I'm 73. Oh my God, did you guys know? I know today I put it on shittily. I was saying that earlier. I like used my nails to basically like cut it here, and I shouldn't have done that. Usually I don't cut it the whole way across. I just cut it a little bit. And I was saying this earlier when I first put it on. I was like, I didn't put it on as well today as I usually do. And I am a fidgeter, so I'm going to play with it constantly, constantly going to play with it. That's more me than it is on the mask. Although because I fully snipped it, I used my nails to cut it here. I thought it would like whatever. I usually just do like each side a little bit so it lies a little bit more flat. Because I did this, it keeps slipping down my nose. And because I have my glasses on top of it as well. So don't let that be, that's not the mask's fault, that's my fault. Oh, thank you. Cry face. Between 27 and 31. That's very nice. I am older than that. So I appreciate it. There you go. Buy the face mask. Or don't. I don't care. If you do, please go to my profile and do it through the shopping bag link there, because then I'll get some commish. But I'm going to stop this. Okay. Cartoon. Oh, man. You had a mask that turned your head green and gave you cartoon powers. Did somebody stop you? You're closer, Jennifer. I'm 34. What else? Oh yeah, so Taylor Sheridan. I don't know if you guys saw Lioness. Philippe and I still will sometimes like quote a version of it today. There was Linus gave Zoe Saldana's like character this thing where she's some sort of military person, right? And Afghanistan, Iraq, whatever. Special forces things, who knows. She lost someone, she had someone like embedded, and she didn't like get to them in time. Sorry, spoiler, I guess, mild spoilers, whatever. And so because of that, she has this trauma where when she's getting someone else who's going to be like embedded, infiltrating something or other, she keeps like during the training, like pushing them to their limit. And she keeps going like, I need to know how long you'll last so I know how much time I have, or so I know how much time I have. She doesn't have an accent in that. But the funny thing is, like, so logically, narratively, as like a story, you know, crafting screenplays and stuff, that would suggest the whole point of that being repeated throughout the series would suggest that it's important, right? That like in the end, at the like big climax of the season, this person should be in a situation that she's in that like needs immediate rescuing or whatever, and the worry is that she's not going to be able to last as long as she needs to get out of that, to be rescued, right? That's why you do something like that with a thematic sort of repetitive thing you bring into a character arc and character backstory. If it's repeated constantly through the series. In that season, maybe they'll do it in season 2 or something, but they should have fucking done it at the end of season 1. You need that to basically like come to fruition in some bigger kind of narrative way. But it doesn't. So this whole series, all these episodes, they repeatedly stress this idea of like Zoe Saldana needs to know how long she can last because she needs to know how much time she has to get to her. And in the end, it's like, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how long she can last because it doesn't matter. Like Zoe Saldana doesn't need to know how much time she has to get to her at any point because she's not like really in a whatever. So, am I getting all the alien spacecrafts on my FYP? I'm not. Should I? Thank you, puke face. You are, Alan? Well, I just turned 34 on November 11th. So, just like 2.5 weeks ago. It looks just about the way you would expect. I feel like I'm stuck in my late 20s. I went into the pandemic at 29, and I feel like I got fucking stuck there, Arrested Development style. I love donuts. Sicario is one of your all-time favorites. Yeah. Hi, Mikey. I know, Alan. Oh, nice. So we share a birthday. This shiny. You can. You just have to buy this thing. If you do it through my fucking shop. Like, I need to know. I need to figure out what the name is for the thing so I can tell people to give me the commish. What is it? Showcase. That's what it is. My showcase. My product showcase. It's this thing. If you go to my profile, I can't even show you on here because it's going to be out of focus. But if you go up there, it looks like a little shopping cart thing. Shopping bag, showcase, whatever. You can find it on there. Or don't. Anyway. Taylor Sheridan, new show. It's fun if you like that kind of cheesiness. Although, you know what? That guy can't fucking write women for shit. That's his problem. I think that's why Lioness was not great. He can't, which is weird. It is weird. He wrote, because he did write Sicario, as Yaga said. But I think Sicario, originally he wrote it, the main character was a man, I think, originally. I think it's like one of those alien situations, which is why, it wasn't that, like, weird. But in this, in Landman, like, all the female characters, there's tons of male characters. It's like pretty much an ensemble cast. A lot of, there's like these different sort of pockets of characters, right? But every woman, I counted it, in that first episode, there's 4 speaking roles. There might be a 5th, but there's 4 female speaking roles, I should say. And that 5th one might have been in that first episode. I think it might have been in the second one. No, I think maybe it was in the first. It has 1 line. 2 of them are waitresses. One of them is a waitress at a coffee shop that's like literally the whole thing. It's kind of like Hooters, but for coffee. That's it. And all she's doing is like being hot and like flirting with the men. The second one is also a waitress, who at one point also makes jokes about being fit and stuff. She might make that joke in episode 2, 3. The third one is his ex-wife, who literally is just making S jokes constantly. She's also, like, her entire job is to be hot and to be flirting with him and stuff, and suggesting that she's supposed to be, kind of, it is suggested that she is a, what's the word I can say on here? It takes a couple hours, non. I don't know. Loose woman, I should say. And then the 4th one is his daughter, who also, her entire thing is that she's sleeping with her boyfriend and he hates that. And also that she's kind of like a dumb blonde who is like just obsessed with boys and just dumb. And like those are the women in the series. The 5th female character that has 1 line, literally the line is he says something. Oh, he's watching his daughter standing with her. She's in like college, right? Or college age. She's 17, 18, something like that. College age. She has this college boyfriend and he's got his hand on her behind and he's like watching from afar and he's like, get your hand off my daughter's ass. And this girl who's standing next to him hears him and she's like, did you just say something about my ass? And he's like, no, I'm talking about my daughter. And she's like, oh my God. The whole idea is that his daughter's boyfriend is some famous college football dude, right? And the girl who was like, did you just say something about my ass? Is like, oh my God, that's football player. And like runs off like so excited. Like those are all the women. Those are all the women in this fucking show. All they do is exist to be like, whatever. It's, I think that's why he fucking struggled with, you know, lioness as well. Super failed, Alan. And here's the thing, like, I have no problem with the Bechdel test failing. I have no problem. And actually, technically, actually, just because the Bechdel test only takes in mind, like, two women speaking about a man, right? It doesn't, it doesn't include them speaking about, like, makeup, looking hot, whatever, right? Technically, I think it's possible that it passes in episode 4 or 5, or no, sorry. We only saw the first 3 or 4. I think we only saw, I don't know. So probably so in episode 3 or 4, it's very possible that it technically passes it when his ex-wife and daughter get drunk while suntanning at this, like, country club, or when they are having a conversation of, like, like, what should we do? Like, I'm so bored. We should go to the country club. Yes. And, like, that's it. So technically, but also, like, I'd be fine with it not passing the Bechdel test, like, because sure, it's, called Landman. It's about oil men, sure. But, like, to have all of the female characters, by the way, later there is another female character introduced who's, like, a lawyer, and she's classic. She was another one that we were kind of, like, I was making up lines for, because she's a classic, like, big city lawyer. She's a city slicker, come to Texas. She doesn't know our ways, or you don't know our ways. You're just a city slicker. Lawyer, city slicking oil. The only slick we got here is oil slick. Stuff like that. But she's classic, like, harsh lawyer lady from the city who's too uppity and whatever. So I wouldn't mind. I personally would not mind the show not passing the Bechdel test just by sheer, result of having too many men in it, or just being mostly about men. Fine. But don't have all the female characters literally, like, be so fucking one-dimensional that, like, they're all, like, you literally could show me the lines from any of those women and they could plausibly be spoken by any of the other 3 women. Until the lawyer shows up. And then she's also pretty fucking two-dimensional. She is a story device, you can tell, She's there to make him feel young and whatever. Is it National Eat a Red Apple Day? I believe so, Alan. I think the requirement is just 2 female characters having a conversation, 2 or more female conversations. 2 or more female characters having a conversation amongst themselves that is not about a man. Oh, and they have to be named. 2 or more named female characters. So they can't just be like a waitress and, and a named character where the waitress is taking her order, right? They have to be 2 or more named female characters having a conversation about anything other than a man, if I remember correctly. So technically, I think a man could be in the room. You know what I mean? If they're at a restaurant, you don't, like, fail the Bechdel test if the conversation is between them at, like, the thing. Hi, God. We're doing face masks and talking about TV shows. I'm making fun of a TV show that takes place in Texas. It's all about Landman. It's about Texas Landman who's just trying to get through life. His ex-wife, he still loves her. but she left him after the big bust. His daughter's giving him heart attack after heart attack. Being a landman's difficult, hard work. Them lady folk don't get it. They don't get it. How could they get it? We landmen, we do everything in our power to give them everything they want. Everything their heart desires. So they don't have to know what it's like to be a landman. Do you know how hard I work to shield you from the shit I got going on at work every day? What do you think pays for all this? I am predicting at least one freak out like that from one of the landmen. What do you think? What the hell do you think pays for all this? And the wife being like, ending, like him getting through his monologue and her going. And then walking off. Wait, something got filtered. Hillbilly Maoist from West Virginia. Nice. Oh, you know, that's funny. My my multi-chat thing filtered hillbilly as if it were like it's all asterisks, as if it were a slur. Interesting. Draw some pictures on what? A quasi-feudal patriarch? Hell yeah. Absolutely it is. Hello, House of Leaves. Yeah. Does anyone have any other TV shows we should do that. I would love to do more like TV analysis and stuff. Let's see if I can get back into writing. Oh, I watched or I started watching. No, I watched. Someone asked me if I'd seen season 2 of The Diplomat yet on Netflix. I put that on. I didn't fully pay attention to the whole thing, but I watched it. I liked it. Beef, Netflix. Oh, yeah, I saw most of it. I watched most of it. We binged it. I binged it at my friend's house. But then when I got home, I just didn't finish it. I think I'm like an episode and a half short. I do gotta like actually watch it. The Lincoln Lawyer and Bosch. Yeah. Those are fun. I like the vibe of Bosch, but it's such propaganda. It really starts wearing on me after a while. I binged Bosch at some point during the pandemic because I was making my way through like every fucking TV show ever. And I was enjoying the like procedural, the TV shit. Or sorry, TV cop procedural shit a lot of the time. I like true crime and whatnot. But the Bosch, the propaganda starts to get to me. Like anytime it's like a cop who just repeatedly breaks the law just to like prosecute people that he's convinced are criminals. It's like at a certain point you start realizing like, no, like doesn't he plant evidence at one point? Bosch literally plants evidence just to get the bad guy. And it's like, he's the hero. I know he's a slight anti-hero, but he's not fully presented as an anti-hero. He's like 90% hero with like a sprinkling of anti-hero in there. But the guy's running around planting evidence and shit. Oh, okay. Oh, I'm doing these guys. I got it on TikTok Shop, actually. I'm not advertising them, but if you get it, I bought the 4-pack. So there's like a slightly different, there's like 4 different styles, basically. But if you decide to get these on TikTok Shop or whatever, please use my showcase link, because then I get commish. If you just go to my profile and tap the, it looks like a shopping bag. It should be near the top. Exactly, Spooky Mulder. Yeah, Alan, they are. I would agree with that. Dun, 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 dun. Oh my God. Don't get me fucking started. I just found out last night. I meant to take to TikTok. I was going to take to TikTok and talk about this. Did you guys, that show, oh my God, that FX show, what was it called? It's based on a book. Fuck, what's it called? FX TV series. Kindred. That was literally like the best show that I saw from 2022. It was the best fucking show from 2022. And they canceled it after one season. And it had high ratings too. It's just that it didn't I guess, generate enough buzz. And FX apparently doesn't usually cancel after one season. It was so good. I have been waiting for it. And and last night I went to check it again to see hey, when is this coming back? And they canceled it after one season. However, it sounds like the showrunners are trying to shop it around to see if someone else will pick it up. So I was like, I gotta take to fucking TikTok over this. Hi, Straight Edge. It is. So good, right, D? Thank you, Scott, ya boy. I appreciate it. I think if you guys do end up buying things from my profile also, not only do I get commission, which is just a couple bucks or whatever, but I think that encourages TikTok to send more people my way on my videos and all my live streams and stuff, so it definitely helps in that sense. So I do appreciate it for that. At the very least. Just doing a drive-by? Oh. We barely see you anymore, Straight Edge. Your life got a hell of a lot more exciting in recent weeks, I suppose. I can't believe they canceled Kindred. Understandable. Ta-da-da-da-da. Da-da-da. Oh, nice. Where the fuck is my invite, dude? You should. It's based on a book. Now I want to get the novel. It's really good. Want to come to Texas? Well, you just missed my landman impression. Philippe and I started watching Landman, which is all about all men in Texas. And I was pretending to be Billy Bob Thornton in Landman. And John Hamm also. It is so cliche. Yes. Did you see it? Did you watch the series? All man. Landman. I'm a landman. You've seen enough clips. Yeah. I was just talking about, we watched the first 3 episodes last night, and I was talking about Taylor Sheridan and how fucking cheesy it is. And my predictions for at least one scene where I think John Hamm, if not Billy Bob, loses his shit on his wife, who's trying to be like, honey, come look. And he's like, or she's pissed because he missed, one of his daughter's races or her graduation or something. And then he loses his shit where he's like, do you have any idea what pays for all this? That's one way of looking at it, straight edge. I know, right? D. Billy Bob, Demi Moore, John Hamm. Yeah. I was saying earlier, straight edge, I was like, literally from the first shot, I clocked it as a Taylor Sheridan show. Because, like, immediately that first scene from it reminded me of a screenplay that I wrote not based on, but like that I used Hell or High Water as a reference for, like in terms of the vibe and stuff. Not like storyline totally different and whatnot, but just like the vibe and whatnot. I watched Hell or High Water like multiple times and used that as a bit of a like just thriller sort of, you know, vibe reference to it. And almost immediately I was like, Taylor, is that you? A Yellowstone replacement just in general? Possibly. He, so Taylor Sheridan made Hell or High Water, Wind River, Sicario. He wrote Sicario, which is great. But his TV is different. I was really, so we saw, Philippe and I watched Lioness, which is another like Paramount show he came out with like last year. And we were both excited. I was definitely excited because I was like, Taylor Sheridan. I was like, oh shit, this is by Taylor Sheridan. And Philippe was like, who the fuck is that? And I was like, it's this, da-da-da-da. And so I thought Lioness would be fucking incredible. It is so cheesy. I don't know if you were here when I was talking about it earlier. Well, now we're talking about Lioness. The last Lioness episode was so preachy. Oh my God, so much of Lioness was so preachy. That whole thing when the guy goes to like sign up for the Marines or whatever, or was it the girl? Whatever. That guy, was it the Marines or the Army? I don't fucking know. It was so just like, America. Also, I'm not going to lie, watching Landman, I was like, is Taylor Sheridan MAGA? Like, I'm getting slight MAGA vibes from him. He's like in there, he's trying to like, it's literally like big oil propaganda. Like there was a whole ass speech all about oil that I was like, huh. The most recent one? Like season 2? Marines. Okay. Thank you. Wait, really? It broke your big ass heart? So what I was saying earlier was like, because I was talking about Taylor Sheridan, like what he does, and like was kind of what like during Landman I kind of clocked, where I was like, oh, this is going to be a Taylor Sheridanism that's going to be like repeated a bunch of times. In Lioness, he kept having Zoe Saldana repeat that thing of like, I need to know how much time you have. Or I need to know how long you can last because I need to know how much time I have to get to you. She repeated it over and over and over throughout the first season. And then, you know, and I was saying earlier, like just as a device, as a narrative device that would typically dictate that the finale and the climax in the final episode of season 1 would have a similar situation, right? Where she doesn't know how much time she has to get to what's her face or something. And like that would have to be like a big part of the story in that episode. And there was no such thing. And I was like we, Philippe and I were making fun of it that whole time. And we still quote it now. It'll still come up every once in a while. And anytime there's like a cheesy line in something, he and I will start quoting that. We'll start being like, I need to know how much time I have. I need to know how much time I have to get to you till I can get to you. Yeah. Yeah. It's a whole thing. Dog whistles. The first one was dog whistles too. It's just, The funniest thing about Taylor Sheridan for me is that guy got his start on Veronica Mars. Do you guys know that? He was a fucking actor on Veronica Mars. And I feel like a lot of people, like, Veronica Mars is such a slept-on show in so many ways. I wish more people watched it. But I love the fact that Taylor Sheridan, like, was an actor for several seasons on Veronica Mars. I'm like, great. This is the way I get, like, Taylor Sheridan fanboys, to, like, watch a show like Veronica Mars. He has to be in every show he makes, really? Wait, is he in Lioness? I don't remember him in Lioness. Who does he play? Oh, season 2. Oh man, Veronica Mars is good. It is good. It's like, it's a and it's like, by the way, when you watch it, you're probably gonna think it's like, I won't say probably. You might think it's like one of, like, oh, it's kind of like this, kind of like that, da da da. Veronica Mars started something. It was the first of its kind in so many ways. If you watch it, by the way, like, okay, bye, Straight Edge. Thanks for stopping by and talking Taylor Sheridan. Veronica Mars, like, on the show Being Human. Which one's Being Human again? I gotta look this up. Being Human. So Veronica Mars, if you watch it, start with the original Veronica Mars. Because, like, it then, after, it was a TV series, like, 20 years ago, literally. And then, I'm pretty sure it was 20 years ago. Yeah, 20 years ago. Almost exactly. And then, like, 10 years after that, I think, it got turned into an HBO movie. And then a couple years after that, they made another movie. So there's 2 movies. And then finally, Hulu did a season 4 of it, like 15 years after it first came out or something like that. Okay. So, but, like, it started, it was, like, the first of its kind in so many ways. And if you, like, understand it like that, it's not ripping other shows off from the era. It kicked off an entire era, in my opinion, of these, like noir-ish shows for teenagers. It was, like, it's basically, the concept is Veronica Mars is, like, she's a high school student, but her dad's a PI, and so she's a bit of a detective. And even though it's, like, in many ways, like, a lot of it is episodic, so each episode she has, like, a little bit of a mystery to solve. There's also, like, a much larger mystery because her best friend, like, was unalived, like, the year earlier, maybe 2 years earlier. And so she's not only, like, investigating these, like, little mini mysteries, like, at her school, but she's also like, chasing down this, like, unaliver, right? And it gets pretty fucking dark. You know, I think a lot of people are turned off by the fact that it's like, oh, it's a teenage girl, da da da. But no, it's good. It's really dark. It's very funny. She as a character is just so well written. She's such a great character. But it kicked off, this was, like, before a lot of these kind of darker, like, you know, adolescent TV shows, you know, where you had, like, high school students with, like, unalivings and, like, you know what I mean? Like, and these big kind of, like, thriller mystery TV series that happen to take place, like, in school, you know, whatever. So, yeah, Alan, that's the thing. It's like, that's definitely a thing. Drives me nuts that a lot of guys will see a show that has, like, female protagonist or whatever and be like, oh, this is just, like, for girls. And Veronica Mars is definitely one of those shows, especially because it's as old as it is. Like, a lot of people were like, yeah. But it's such a shame. It's such a slept-on show. It's really, really good. So if you do watch it, what I would recommend is watch the original 3 seasons And then if you're someone like me who wants to like see everything, I would watch the 2 movies. One of the movies is not as good as the other. One of the movies is definitely better. The movies aren't like groundbreaking. You know what I mean? They're not like the best movies ever, but like whatever. I feel like the second movie was a lot better. Maybe. I don't know. And then, but it like certain things happen, I think, especially in movie 2, that then when several years later, when Hulu picked up season 4, it's like a continuation of that. So if you're someone who like likes to just like have seen the whole like narrative, I would watch the movies, but don't like let the movies like, you know, whatever. But you also have to jump. I was into Buffy. Yeah, I wasn't as into Buffy as a lot of other people. Partially because like I was in Spain, so like watching Buffy, I would catch like a random episode here and there until finally like I got to a point where I was like more into it and stuff. Yeah. I liked Buffy. Yeah. Hi, Robin. Probably. Yeah, that makes sense. I think that's true for a lot of people. Buffy was this like, yeah. I wonder, what year did Buffy first come out? Being Human. Did I see Being Human? I don't know if I've seen Being Human, to tell you the truth. One is a ghost, one is a vampire, the third is a werewolf. That's funny. Oh, that's funny. Buffy was like I think started in the 90s. Yeah, 97. I was going to say 96, but 97 to 2003. So I think Veronica Mars was like right after that. What year? So maybe, I guess technically then, Veronica Mars was definitely like jumping off from the Buffy kind of darker teenage, you know, storyline thing. But it's like, it's this more just like I feel like now you look at it, I don't know if Gossip Girl got murdery at all, but now I think there's like a lot of TV shows like that take place in like high schools and have these like murder mysteries. You know what I mean? Mm. 2004, yeah. So yeah, Veronica Mars was like right after Buffy. I got compared to Veronica Mars, the character, a couple of times when I was a teenager. By my mother and by one of my teachers. The pie was great, Robin. Like, really good. Thank you for asking. I'm doing face masks tonight, as you can see. This has been on for like an hour and 10 minutes, 15 minutes, I think. I feel like usually 2 hours that I do. Sorry, I keep touching it. I just can't help myself. I haven't seen... I do, Alan, but I haven't seen Gladiator 2. I really love Gladiator 1. It was a very good movie. I have not seen Gladiator 2 yet. I also haven't seen Wicked yet. We were going to try to see it this weekend, but obviously it was all sold out, so we're going to try going like midweek this week. from my life as Liz. The guy from Sweeney Todd. Wait, the younger guy? Or Sweeney Todd? I forget his name. The one who sings Joanna. Joanna. You know that one? Yeah. I see you, Joanna. Dun, dun, dun. I am, Johnny. He was cute as heck. I'm sure he was. I don't really remember what he looked like. But yes. You're cute as a button, so. Speaking of which, the fucking Buffy musical episode, that was good. There's one moment from that episode, and honestly from that show, there's like 2 moments from that show that are really seared into that I really like specifically remember, but like the one moment that is specifically seared into my brain is in that musical episode. I don't know, I want to say it was like season 6 or something, after Buffy like dies and then comes back, and the whole time she hasn't like really said anything about what it was like to be dead or anything or whatever. But then in that musical episode, stuff is going on until finally in like, I think the climax of that episode, she says like, I was in heaven. But the way she flips, I think she like flips into like a minor key right then. Then it is in heaven. Something like that. I mean, that's not what it is. I can't sing and off the top of my head just like be like, this is a minor key. But it was like, that moment, the way the music in that moment, whatever they did was like, oh, I feel that. You know what I mean? I did watch Angel, yeah. Oh, nice, Johnny. Oh, I vaguely remember that, Alan. Where she suddenly has a sister you've never seen before. Because it's like some... Yeah, exactly, Ramen. I kind of want to find that moment, like the Buffy musical episode. Once More with Feeling, that's what it's called. I will sometimes even like use that phrase, like once more with feeling, which I think is a reference before this episode, but like, heaven, something to sing about. Is this what it is? Hold on. My headphones. Who's that green dude in Angel? I have no idea. Let's see. I don't know if this is the right song, but
still my friends don't know why I ignore the million things or more I should be dancing for.
Yeah, I think I know who you're talking about now, but I don't know.
And friends, all the twists and bends, knowing that it ends. Well, that depends on if they let you go, on if they know enough.
So it's like she's not like a singer, if you can tell. No disrespect, but like.
There was no pain.
Are you gonna skip the fucking?
Fear, no doubt, till they pulled me out of heaven.
That's what it is.
So that's my refrain.
Let me see if I can find that like full bit. Oh, really? No, that's too bad. Buffy. Heaven. Song.
Life's a show, and we all play our parts. And when the music starts, we open up our hearts.
All right, let's see.
The million things of him, and you bowed, you leave the crowd. There was no pain,
Okay, it's just a switch there.
no fear, no doubt,
I love
till
Britney.
they pulled me out of heaven. So that's my refrain. I live in hell, 'cause I've been expelled from heaven. I think I was in heaven.
That's so good.
So give me something to
you guys
sing about.
Was that too low for you guys? I did not, Alan. Crank it to 11. You can hear it. That like heaven. And just like the looks on everyone's faces. So good. So good. You could hear. Okay, cool. It's not like a particularly good song, and she definitely is not a particularly good singer, so, you know, we're not like listening for that, but like that moment, just the fact where if you haven't seen Buffy the Vampire Slayer, I don't remember a lot of the storylines, but that storyline, because of that moment, that musical note, that is like forever seared into my brain. That storyline is that Buffy basically passed away. And it's like a magical, you know, there's a show with like lots of magical creatures and all kind of stuff. And, you know, she's a vampire slayer. And basically all of the people, like all her loved ones and stuff, are like, do everything in their power to basically bring her back from the dead. And, you know, and she eventually they are successful and they bring her back. But I believe, if I remember correctly, she's like kind of different. She's off a little bit and everyone's like trying to figure it out. Yeah, everyone's trying to figure out if like where she was. Everyone's like assuming that death was horrible and stuff because she's different. She's like sullen and been depressed basically ever since she got back and is like whatever. And then in this moment, she reveals like that she was in heaven, and they pulled her out of heaven. Like she was expelled from heaven, and they pulled her out and they put her back on Earth in this like hellscape where she's like running around battling demons and vampires and all this stuff. And like in that scene, just everyone around her, everyone who's been so worried about like what horrors she saw, experienced, blah, 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 like all their faces like fall. And that's why like that note, that's like that kind of weird discord note is like, it hits so hard because it's such a like kind of happy song and stuff. And it's like, I don't know, it sends chills down my spine. You know what I mean? Just that idea where you realize like, oh my God. Because I think it's possible that when they bring her back from the dead, they also like partially sacrifice something. Like, I think it's possible that she never has the chance to go back to heaven or something like that. Like, they basically fucking ruined her, not her life, her afterlife. And so like on some level, yeah. She's like, you guys took me out of fucking heaven. Like, I didn't need to be rescued. I was in heaven. That's so clever, I think. I've never seen that or anything similarly done. I think now if anyone ever did it, people would be like, that's fucking Buffy did it first. But that idea of like bringing someone back from the dead because, oh no, it's the worst thing ever that they're dead. And it's like, no, actually it was great. It was great for them. Ugh, beautiful. So dark. Let me look up that like story thing too. Buffy once more with feeling plot summary. Seventh episode of the 6th season. Did I nail it or did I nail it? It's the only one in the series that's a musical, blah, blah, blah. So Buffy died at the end of the 5th season, sacrificing herself in place of her younger sister Dawn, Michelle Trachtenberg, in order to save the world. Oh, nice, Ad Astra. I have to wrap some gifts for my friend for her like son's birthday, but I guess it's gonna be like a combo birthday, Hanukkah, Christmas. All right, good night, Robin. Yeah, we'll see. It's the second one. Third time will be the charm, I'm told. Harriet the Spy. I loved Harriet the Spy, the book as a kid. So she died at the end of the 5th season, which, by the way, also, like, crazy unheard of. I know we all talk about how, like, oh, HBO and, like, whatchamacallit, what was it, Game of Thrones was, like, the first time, like, the main character was unalived, you know, that, or, like, in the middle of a show like that, or whatever. Buffy did it first. In fact, every, like, good TV thing that's ever been done, Buffy did it first. Let's be real. So they kill her character off at the end of the 5th season. She sacrificed herself. Willow, believing Buffy to be in hell, uses magic to bring her back from the grave. Since her resurrection, Buffy has been lost and without inspiration to perform her duties as a slayer. Blah, 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 blah. So yeah, she's like super depressed. Yeah. Hi, Cooter. It's a good show. I was just saying earlier, I don't know when you got in, but I was saying that, like, I enjoyed Buffy. Oops. Sorry, I don't know why TikTok just randomly decides that I'm not here. I was saying that I liked it and stuff, but there's that one moment in Once More with Feeling, season 6, like the musical episode, where she reveals that she was in heaven. That that moment has always stuck with me. It's like seared into my memory because it's such an effective like moment. Yes. Not that weird fire. All right. Yeah. Willow thought Buffy was in hell and brought her back. So basically Buffy died at the end of season 5. which was, you know, decades before Game of Thrones. And I believe she was like entirely gone for the first half of season 6, which is also wild. Or I don't know, I guess probably first quarter, because this was back in the days when a season was like 22, 24 episodes long. But so for the first 6 episodes of season 6, Buffy's completely gone, if I remember correctly. Or no, maybe not. No, never mind. I forget what episode they bring her back. But they bring her back and she's depressed. They bring her back in season 6. She's depressed as fuck, and they all think that hell must have been terrible, and they're like, has she told anyone about hell? You know, she told you anything about it? Did she tell you what she went through? And da da da. No, no, no. And then in the musical episode, in this like very unique kind of musical, like discordant thing, is oh, gotcha, fire. Yeah, and that like it kind of switches to this like heaven, then is heaven, and everyone is around her like looking at her in horror, and they realize like, oh my god, we just ripped her out of heaven, and that just sent chills on my. It's just such a good. That's such good writing. That is such good writing. Because, like, no one would think of that. And no one had thought of it, like, before that, right? That was, like, such a, like, it's classic, you know, narrative, whatever, fantasy. If someone dies, if there's magic in the world, you're going to do everything you can to bring them back. But, like, you know, you never assume that they're actually, like, genuinely, like, maybe in heaven. And that would be, like, the worst fucking thing you could do to someone. Anyway. Oh, I had a huge crush on Spike. Fire? Huge crush on Spike. That's also why it's kind of funny. Like, as soon as I saw, like, Matt Rife, I don't know if you've seen him. He's got his hair bleached right now. And he's got these, like, emo black and white photos up. And he's got this, like a cross necklace on. And, like, I was like, one of my immediate thoughts was, like, oh, my God, he's in, like, Spike. And other people saw it, too. But not in, like, a good way. You know what I mean? I do, Cooter. I'm not really very active on it, but there is a Discord. My mods supposedly run it. Supposedly. I don't know if it's a total mess or not. But you can totally join it. You'd have to go through like the Linktree. Yeah. I'm not really on there because I just can't handle another app with notifications. Yeah. Loved Spike. It drove me crazy that she never... Well, she sort of ended up with him at some point. But I was like... It drove me nuts that she wasn't more into Spike at certain points. Because I was like, girl... Like, he's evil, but he treats you way fucking better than this guy who's supposedly good. Angel sucked. Oh, nice, Kidder. Yeah, I've never really been into or very active on Discord, to be honest. Return of the Gloop Face, yeah. Me too, Fire. 100%. I started watching Angel because of Spike as well. Abso-freaking-lutely. It's very funny. Well, what should we do for the rest of the live tonight? I don't know if we should have people up for discourse. Should we do a multi-guest live? Do I secrete the goop? No. My skin absorbs the goop. We're almost done with it. That was quick. That was pretty quick. It was like an hour and a half. Although sometimes it's like, it looks more clear on camera than it is in person. God, are you still in here? Am I an android? Yes. Do androids dream of electric sheep? Do you want to hop up at all? Maybe we can entice some people to come up here with some bad opinions. Not trying to get into any fucking wars, but you know. The last live was a really good one, I thought. It was a really interesting set of chats. So, only if you want to, God. We don't have to. I just feel like sometimes when you're up here that, like, people start getting a little bit more, like, let me get up there. Let me get up there. How you doing, God?
Oh, I'm not unwell.
You're not unwell? That's good.
Yeah, that's my
You sound
that's
happy.
my default answer to that question.
Is it, though?
Oh, I'm doing pretty good, I guess.
I feel like I can hear the smile.
Yeah, I'm not. Whenever somebody says, well, I do have new headphones. I'm trying them out. How's the microphone? The sound good?
It sounds great, yeah. Sounds great.
Good. Just got them today. Hadn't tried them out yet.
Nice. Nice. How tall do you think I am?
She's about 7 feet, I think.
Give or take. Give or take an inch or two, yeah. I never bothered to measure my height. Never, not once in my whole life did I measure my height. My guess is as good as yours, man. But I'd estimate 7 feet.
Yeah. When people ask me how tall I am, I normally say I'm about this high. this tall.
About this tall, you know? About this tall.
Just about that tall.
About that. Nice. Nice. All right. Will you excuse me for 30 seconds? What, do face masks feel cold?
Yeah, sure.
Actually, this one, these feel cold, and it's really nice. I like it. I like how cool it feels to the touch throughout. But different types of face masks feel different. Yeah. Sorry. One sec.
And then we'll be able to see the result of the face mask. So, how is everybody? That's good. No, I couldn't be better if I were twins. I reckon. No, I thought you were going to take the face mask off.
I'll take it off here. No, I was just using the restroom. I'll take it off. Let's take it off.
That way we see what the end result is here again.
The end result is I look like a baby. I should have just pulled up a photo of a baby. Been like, look.
No.
Could have left it on a little longer, I guess, but yeah.
Well, hey, Philippe.
Hi, Philippe. just hop in? I was wondering when he was going to show up. You see my shiny skin? It's not sticky or anything.
So shiny.
It's all shiny and hydrated. I should have done my hair earlier today, but I was at Philippe's. Hi, y'alls. Hi, Philippe. I was talking about Landman earlier, and how you and I tend to watch Taylor Sheridan shows together.
How's it going, Paul? I seen Paul come in.
Which Paul is this?
One of my other friends' friends, and I can't understand what he's saying ever because he's Irish.
Oh, gotcha. Okay. Because I have a Paul that's
Which is kind
all
of
over
funny.
my comments right now, trying to like gotcha me or something, and I'm like, he's going through all my videos, commenting on a bunch of them. I'm like, what is wrong? What is like up with you, dude? Okay.
So what's been in the news?
What's been in the news?
What have I missed?
Oh, great question. What have you missed? They nominated a guy to run the Trump nominated a guy to run the FBI who wants to literally just get rid of the FBI. Classic.
Okay, just wanted to get rid of everything, I guess.
Yep, they do. Also, Biden pardoned. He trumped. Biden pardoned Hunter Biden today. Like,
No big surprise there. I knew he would wait to his last months or whatever, last weeks in office to do it, but I knew he would eventually.
yeah, I figured.
Not surprised.
Yeah. Although it's funny because like some of the headlines are like, despite claiming he wouldn't, or Biden goes back on his promise not to pardon Biden. It's like, really, that's the focus? Like, you got this other guy who's like constantly lying and stuff, and you're gonna make the focus of this the fact that he like went back on his promise. Like, obviously, like, what the fuck else is he gonna do? He ruined his whole legacy, all that stuff. Let the guy pardon his son. Who cares? Like, I don't even know. Like, what did his son do? I did, Johnny.
Tax evasion and stuff.
Yeah. Like, okay. But yeah.
But if I were president and one of my kids had gotten in trouble with the law, I wouldn't pardon them.
Yeah.
I wouldn't do it.
Well, that's good. That's good. I don't think, for me, it's like, this is kind of what we were saying earlier, and you've been on here and we've talked about this when Mag was like, oh, but Hunter Biden's laptop, da-da-da. And we're like, I don't care. If he's a criminal, yeah, put him in prison. Like, prosecute the guy. Yeah.
Yeah.
I
People
agree.
who break the law, you gotta do the time. You do the crime, you do the time. That's the way it goes.
Yeah. I feel like not very many people. The thing that was like crazy about the Biden stuff was that they kept claiming that they had a bunch of like, the laptop. Oh, someone had all the evidence of the laptop. All this was on that laptop. But no one actually like provided any actual like evidence of anything. So it was like, I will say, like, yeah, don't prosecute a guy with like false evidence for sure. And it was absolutely political in that sense. But like, yeah, if he committed the crimes, absolutely prosecute him. Throw him in jail. Who cares? We believe in prosecuting criminals here, and we believe in criminals facing consequences for their crimes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, wasn't it the pillow guy that had the laptop for some reason?
Oh yeah, at some point, yeah. God.
Why?
They are wild with their claims. What is Mike Pillow guy doing right now? Like, shouldn't he be like currently nominated to run some bullshit or another?
He should be. I'm sure he'll get a job. He's got to get a job. He's one of Trump's people. He's one of the guys. He's got to have some sort of big job.
Yeah.
I can't imagine what they'll put him in charge of.
Yeah, it's weird that we haven't like heard anything about that. Really. We have children. Some are PhDs, some are criminals. Yeah, sure.
All that laptop top stuff and nothing ever came of it. Nothing.
Yep. Oh well.
I still see people mention it. What about Hunter and the laptop? Occasionally in comment sections of videos and things.
Yeah, it's like, what of it? What about it?
What about it? Howdy, cowboy.
Howdy, cowboy. Did I just get called a cowboy by a Texan?
Yeah, howdy. There's a snake in my boot.
There's a snake in my boots. Thank you, Angry Hobbit. Doesn't matter. William on YouTube says it doesn't matter about your personal behavior. Yeah. At least he's not Papa John. What does that mean? Who's not Papa John? What did Papa John do?
I'm assuming they're talking about Papa John from Papa John's Pizza.
Did Papa John from
Maybe.
Papa John's Pizza do something bad?
I don't know.
The whatever podcast is name. I don't know what that podcast is. Spider Monkey. DHL sues Mike Lindell's MyPillow, alleging company owes $800,000. Damn. Is that? Did you just like Google Mike Lindell to see what he's up to? I gotta write.
Yep. That's what it is. Thank you, Ethan.
Thank you for doing that.
I keep forgetting to charge up the extra electronic device thing, so I can't Google things.
What they do is not what I do. What do you mean, Liam? Ay, ay, ay. Papa John racist as hell. He don't want us to own a franchise now. Is this a thing that came out? I don't know anything about. I think I've eaten Papa John's pizza like once, maybe.
I tried it once and I was like, yeah, I'm not ever getting their pizza again.
Really? Oh man.
Yeah.
Papa.
No thanks. I'm assuming a lot of people like their pizza. I did not.
Vice. A timeline of all the dumbass shit Papa John has done to... Oh, man. Papa John's founder uses the N-word on a conference call. Damn. So the Vice article is called A Timeline of All the Dumbass Shit Papa John Has Done to Sabotage His Pizza Company. John Schnatter? John Schnatter. Okay. Has been sabotaging his own pizza company scandal, blah, 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 blah. The germ of this current insurrection came when Papa John made his now infamous claim that Colonel Sandals called blacks N-words, end quote, in a conference call back in May with a marketing agency. It sounds like he actually said the N-word, which was brought in specifically to stop Schnatter from saying stupid stuff. Oh my God. That led to a windfall of lost endorsements, his disbarment from the University of Louisville's Board of Trustees, and his eventual resignation as chairman of Papa John's Pizza. He would later say he was coerced into using those comments, something that disgraced dignitaries also claim when Sacha Baron Cohen dupes them into pointing a pew-pew at a toddler. Jesus. Forbes later started sniffing around the story and unearthed a litany of harassment allegations levied against Schnatter, which certainly makes it seem like Papa John won't be reprising his title anytime soon. Damn. Okay, so he didn't just say the N-word, which is bad, but it seems like he SA'd people or SH'd people.
That's pretty wild. I didn't see any of that in the news.
Sometimes
but of course it wouldn't be.
Yeah. Let's see.
I'm just gonna say his pizza was a reflection of his character. Bad.
Oh. obsessed with Papa John's pizza. This is only one part of this story. Schneider actually has a long history of idiocy, including a campaign against public health insurance, testy radio interviews, and the Cuckoo Bananas argument that the NFL national anthem protests were hurting his stock prices. Oh, boy. Here's the whole thing. Let's see. Oh, he basically said if Obamacare isn't repealed and he's forced to offer his employees like the bare minimum health insurance, that would increase the price of pizzas across the country. Okay. Okay. Blah, blah, blah,
So what you're saying is he's got a shot at being president one of these days.
Yeah, sounds like it.
Mm.
The Chick-fil-A discussion with Jake. What Chick-fil-A discussion with Jake? I know that Chick-fil-A donates to like anti-LGBTQ causes. So you're saying there's a chance? I mean, a chance. Hell, have you seen this guy's like fucking rap sheet? They'll roll out the red carpet for him in no time.
Yeah. You'll fit right in there with the MAGAs.
Do we eat there? Chick-fil-A. Do we eat there? What do you mean?
I've also only ate at Chick-fil-A once in my lifetime. Wasn't fond of it. And it was expensive.
Chick-fil-A?
Yeah, I didn't like it.
Yeah. You're saying... it's like the thing... That's what we were talking about last time? What do you mean last time? Last time what? Is this a conversation?
I think he's talking about the one time you had the conversation. We had some of us had the conversation going on whether like if somebody's like a no good person, do we still listen to their music? Do we still watch their movies?
Right.
Which is a pretty common conversation to have about stuff.
Gotcha. My brain was also going because months ago there was a guy in here who I think went by Jake. I think his username was Jake. Who was like in here being like, yeah, I eat Chick-fil-A. And I was like, okay. And he was like, he got really upset that I was like, okay, like, you can eat there, but I can judge you for it. And he was like, no, you can't judge me for it. And I was like, yeah, I can. Like, I'm not saying you can't
Just
eat
did.
there, but I can, yeah. He was like, no, it's like, and he got really, really mad about it. And I was like, I don't know how to explain to you. Like, I am allowed to judge you for that. Like, I am allowed to say that, you know, eating chicken, that like every dollar, he's like, because I was like, every dollar, if you spend $1 there, like, and they donate, he was like, well, it's not my dollar. It's not the exact dollar that I spend there. And I was like, that's not how that works. And we got like down that whole thing where he was like, you really think that the dollar I spend on chicken is the dollar that they then send to like anti-LGBTQ things? And it was like, it was one of those weird kind of things where it was like, do you think that's what defines whatever? And he just got really upset, you know, where I was like, I was like, I'm not saying you can't do it. I'm just saying I choose not to eat there. Like, I choose to avoid it. Sometimes you can't, right? And I told a story of like being on set and stuff where sometimes you can't afford, you know, or you can't avoid it and stuff. Philippe has once, recently he went and he got picked up Chick-fil-A and like he had already bought it, and I was like, and I told him like, can we like not do this can you please just not get Chick-fil-A again for me at least? And he agreed, you know. But you know, he just like was so upset that I was like, I can make this choice to think that human rights are more important than a piece of fucking chicken, and I can, yes, judge people who are like, the chicken tastes too good for me to like give a shit about human rights. It's really not that crazy.
Right.
Oh, really? Ethan, what kind of stuff? Can you ask why what? Can you ask why what? Neutral? Truthful neutral? Truthful? Truthful? Bum ba bum ba bum. Bum. Oh man. Forgot the fucking. Oh, really? I wonder if it was the same Jake.
But not Jake from State Farm.
Not Jake from State Farm. Jake from TikTok Live.
Yeah.
Or what's the guy from? Oh, Jared's the Subway guy. It's different.
Yeah, Jared's the Subway guy. Oh, he says, yep, same one.
Oh, same one. You know for a fact it was the same one? Oh, okay. Gotcha. Okay, so I'm not crazy. What was he saying? I don't really remember exactly. Like, I didn't remember him losing it until you mentioned that, and then I was like, wait, I vaguely remember that. Because remember, my memory's really bad ever since, Wellbutrin. Oh, neither am I. Halo, Ethan. I agree.
I do follow and associate with some people on here that are on the verge of, you'd want to steer clear of them. But I like that. I forget his name now. Scavenge. I think he can be. Some sense can be talked into that one. But the ones I think you could maybe help them be a little bit better person, I'll communicate and hang out with them a little bit.
You're saying.
But at some point, I'm like, yeah, no more.
Who's
Scavenge? He was in your live, I don't know, a few nights ago or last week or something. He was.
Sorry, I'm just gonna answer this. Truthful. The last message I saw, the last comments of yours I saw said, "Can I ask why?" And then nothing until "Can y'all see my comments or no?" So that's all. So some of your comments I think are getting filtered. But sorry, go ahead. God.
Yeah, Savage was the one that was thinking that the COVID-19 was man-made and stuff the other night.
Which, like...
But he has come a long way since I first started talking to him on here, so that's a good thing.
Here's the thing. It's like, to me, it's not wild or offensive or particularly offensive for people to be like, oh, it came from a lab, da-da-da, because, it might have. Who gives a shit? To me, it's more the, like, acting as though that changes how it behaves in certain ways, where he was like... Because my whole issue with him was basically him being like, because it was man-made, or like he was using like bullshit evidence of it being man-made just because like it's a virus and it basically, mutated, which all viruses do, which is why you need a flu shot every year and stuff like that. And he was acting like that's a symptom of it being man-made or something. And then also that being like why you shouldn't trust the flu shot or something, or I don't know. It was just like, I don't care if you think it's plausible that it came from a lab, because I think there's like it has not been completely ruled out. Sure, right? Fine. But don't use like bullshit to support that opinion.
Yeah, it's very unlikely. I did talk to him after that. And he realized. I think he said he watched the YouTube or something. And he's all like, "Yeah, I could see why I was kind of, I forget what you call it, saying one thing and then doing another thing." I said I didn't notice it at the time. Yeah. I think that happens with a lot of people.
Yeah, gotcha. That's interesting. That is good. That's great. That's hard for people to do.
Yeah, it really is.
No. Salvation Army also donates to anti-LGBTQ things, which is also why I don't donate to Salvation Army. I try to donate clothes and stuff to Goodwill. But no, two
we
separate
try to
things.
give them directly to people.
Oh, nice. That's good.
That way you can skip the middleman that tries to make money or just throws it all away or whatever.
Yeah. I wish they made it easier to do that here in the city. But there's there's different organizations. There's also like one place that you can donate, but I think they're a little bit more selective on what they'll take. That's like basically like out of the closet, I think it is. So it's like a LGBTQ specific like charity project thing, but that like you can donate clothes and it's kind of like Goodwill or Salvation Army, right? Where like you can donate, they will sell. It's like a store, but a bunch of their proceeds go towards LGBTQ causes and stuff like that. So, am I sick? I don't know. I was around cats yesterday and this morning, like until this afternoon. So it's possible I have some cat hair on me, which is like making me a little bit more sniffly.
At least it's not so bad that your nose is all red this time.
Yeah, that's true.
We can definitely tell when you've been around the cats for a little while.
Yeah. My nose gets real red, not just with the cats. There's some other things. The other day it happened with the like heat of the oven or something. I don't know. It's like some weird reaction I have sometimes. No, truthful. Chick-fil-A did not donate to Salvation Army. Those are two separate organizations and all that. Salvation Army donated to anti-LGBTQ like organizations specifically, and so did Chick-fil-A. It's like two separate organizations that both donated to like conversion therapy type shit and other like bad things. I don't remember the specifics, but yeah. Did you make any progress on those hydraulic cylinders? Oh, nice. Titus.
Not really, Ethan. My fingers got cold when I came in the house.
Oh. Yeah, no problem, truthful. Yeah, Hyde, that's kind of what we were talking about. What was going on with these hydraulic cylinders? God.
I just do odd work for people, and I've had a couple of hydraulic cylinders I was supposed to rebuild, I don't know, days ago, and I just put it off the last minute, and I thought, well, I'll just do that tonight and then take them back tomorrow, but my fingers got cold. I don't want to play with them. It's cold outside.
Don't go, maybe it's cold.
I like to put things off to the last second.
And then chew it under pressure. Do a great job. Under pressure.
Yeah.
Other people's check.
I don't know if it's nice people. It's paying work this time.
Oh, nice. That's good. We love that. We love God getting paid.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. No progress on your house projects? Yeah, same. I have things that have been sitting around for years. One day, maybe. We'll see. We'll see.
Maybe. Yeah, pressure builds diamonds. That's when we do our best work.
Exactly. Well, I guess we don't have...
No MAGA tonight.
I know, I was going to say, should we throw some chum in the water? I don't know.
Start talking about abortion and stuff. They tend to like that one. That one really gets them riled up.
I love each and every one of my abortions.
Yeah, they're so much fun.
They're so much fun. There's someone on YouTube recently says, oh, they commented on my on my IUD video where they were like, IUDs and the number of abortions you got, I'm probably more of a feminist than you are because I've got a daughter. And it's like, I typed out the comment and then I chose not to respond, but because I was like, this could get me in trouble. The comment I typed out was I'm just making out. Yeah, I said, I'm just making up for the fact that someone should have aborted you.
Yeah.
Or no,
I type out a lot of comments, and then I'm like, nah.
Yeah. I'm like, is this person really worth risking my account? Maybe.
Yeah.
But one day if I'm like God hits them with a single emoji. What do you have a
I do that a lot.
What's the single emoji?
Usually the little eyeballs looking through the cloud.
Looking through the cloud of like
Yeah, it's
smog.
I'll put it in there. It's you find him again. It's my favorite one.
I feel like I've seen you've said that on my thing. Wait, this is weird. On my okay, I gotta join this on my alt because I can't see TikTok. The computer version of it like doesn't have all the emojis for some reason.
Oh. Yeah, sometimes, Ethan, I do that also. I just put random emojis because I get tired of doing the same one over and over again.
Oh, I see. Yeah, okay. Yeah, it doesn't have.
Oh, you must have seen maybe you've seen the Mystic Mike videos where I was just trying out different emojis.
Is there any like? Oh, it's different every time. Ay. That's funny.
But when you interact with people on a really regular basis, it's like you say the same thing over and over again. It's nice to change it up occasionally. Try out some new stuff.
Oh yeah.
There's so many emojis to use and not enough occasions to use them. It's like they're going to waste.
I kind of agree, actually.
I mean, there's so many that I've never used.
Well, we gotta fix that, God. If you want to go find some more MAGA comments, you're welcome to. Just go check out my YouTube. You'll see a whole bunch of them. You can go start trying out your single emoji comments. I'm just realizing like how like cropped in this is. It's so annoying. Do I normally have a background with a claim? No, not usually. I usually let people come in here. People usually either hear us chatting about something or come in from one of my videos and just try to like get in on the conversation. I kind of let people come up and like request to join and tell us what they want to talk about, and then we, respond to whatever it is that they're saying.
Yeah, normally that works.
Yeah, but it's okay. Sometimes it's.
I don't think
peaceful.
I don't think I've ever seen you run one of those backgrounds.
I did a couple of times a while back, but I also know it seems like TikTok is trying to clamp down on that a little bit more. It seems.
Okay. Maybe.
My guy made a bit of a comment on that like live stream thingy, that whatever. It seems like they're like, I don't know, they don't like love that level of controversy. Whatever. This week we're gonna find out a decision about TikTok in theory. It's this week.
Oh, that's this week. Oh, time flies when you're having fun, doesn't it?
Time flies when you're descending into fascism.
Yeah. But luckily, I think your YouTube is picking up a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit. And people are finding me on Instagram too, though Instagram doesn't pay or anything like that, which is frustrating. But
yeah.
But yeah, I've kind of like doubled, I think, or close to doubled my Instagram. I had around like 2,000 something people on Instagram for the longest time, and now I'm over 4,000, which happened in the last week and a half. You know what happened? I think Instagram or Meta lifted some filters on the either across the board or maybe on my account. Like, it's possible that my account was like a little bit in trouble for some old, like, is pal stuff. Or what I think is also very possible is that following the election, they basically like lifted all like political filters because everything was like super, super filtered for the longest time. And I wonder if it was just like, okay, once the election is done, like, yeah, we'll let people talk politics, especially since they're trying to maybe capture part of the TikTok audience. They might have like,
yeah, I bet that's a big part of it.
Yeah.
They're looking for everybody to abandon TikTok and thinking, oh, they'll come to us.
Yeah.
No, Paul, I'm not over it yet, buddy.
Yeah, no.
Still very sad.
I don't think any of us will truly be over it ever. I don't know. Well, I'm just saying because I've seen like a very sudden switch from like in the last couple of weeks. You know what I mean? I've always posted my TikToks on, IG and gotten like almost no views on there, almost no likes. But all of a sudden, ever since the election, and I have done nothing differently. Ever since the election, I've had a few basically start blowing up on there. And I've gained another like 1,500 followers in the last 10 days or something on there, which is... Are you triggered?
We are, Paul. We are extremely triggered.
We're so triggered.
You better watch out. So triggered, obviously.
You just found debate talk? Here or elsewhere?
I'm so triggered, I may have to go get an abortion tomorrow.
Yeah.
That's how triggered I am.
An emotional... oh my God, what's the fucking word? Companion and emotional support abortion.
Yeah.
And emotional supportion. Did I tell you hadn't seen so many debate lives before? Oh yeah, well that's the thing. Truthful, I feel like once you stumble on one, if you give it like any attention, it'll start sending you more, right? Like, so for a while, I was getting a lot of ASMR lives on TikTok. I haven't seen ASMR on TikTok in ages, but, which reminds me, I meant to find that human rights ASMR clips and stuff. I have to pull those up. out. Paul Walker shared the live. Or are you sharing the live with MAGA, Paul? You're saying, hey, look, everyone's triggered in here. We're so triggered. I mean, yeah. Why not? You've carefully curated your algo for years to be unhinged. That's good. Caglio's FYP is fucking unhinged. Caglio sends me the weirdest shit sometimes. The weirdest shit. It's like, yeah.
Yeah, I think they posted some to the Discord too.
Oh, really?
The still strangest stuff.
Yeah. He's got an interesting sense of humor.
I like to go and reset my For You page pretty frequently.
Oh, you do? That's cool.
I get tired of seeing the same thing. Sometimes it works, sometimes it don't.
Yeah. Huh. I wonder if I should do that. The thing is, I like where my FYP's at right now, for the most part. So I don't know. Part of me is like, I don't want to, because I've like on my alt account I've hopped on. I've accidentally started scrolling on my alt account by accident, and it's like, it really definitely like sends you things that has like tens or millions of likes. You know what I mean? It's like super, super broad to start, and it's all over the map. And like, I don't know, it just makes me realize, how hyper specific things get very quickly, how much it narrows things down.
Yeah, I think whenever you first reset mine, it starts off with all the most famous like TikTokers and things at first,
Mm-hmm.
which is annoying because I'm not into it.
Yeah. Do you like Matt Rife? No. I used to really like his comedy until he dropped that weird special where he was just like, he made it so clear how much he hates women, and I was like, okay, clearly don't want us as your audience. It clearly upsets you, so I won't be your audience anymore. Why are you telling people to shut up, Paul? Who are you to tell people to be quiet? Your initial algo is all TikTok dancing. Yeah, I will, anytime there's dancing on my FYP, I will sit and will watch it to encourage my FYP to send me more dancing. And now somehow I still don't get much dancing, but I do get a lot of ballerinas getting fitted for point shoes.
I still get mostly tractors.
Mostly tractors? That's good.
Mostly tractor stuff.
Of course there's tractor talk.
Tractors, welding, and carpenter work.
Oh, that's cool. I wish I got more woodworking and carpentry stuff, to be honest. Thank goodness Biden pardoned Hunter. He's daddy of the year. Yeah, we don't really care. I kind of chuckled because I was like, all right, go, full dark brand. Like, do whatever, I just want him to do whatever the fuck he wants at this point. Who cares, Let's stop standing on fucking whatever. Aw, do you really? You cry every time. I'm gonna go adjust my heater. It's fucking cold in here in my apartment right now. I don't know why.
I guess I'm not a Swiftie either, Ethan.
Yeah, I'm not really a Swiftie. Oh, I saw someone.
Oh no, you're not a Swiftie?
No, I know.
Snap.
I know. I'm prime target for Swiftiedom. But I did see a post. Here's the that woman is obviously very clearly talented. I mean, she's huge. She's a billionaire. Whatever. I haven't really heard much of her music, granted, but what little bits of her music I have been exposed to and stuff, usually like, this is the like great lyricist I keep hearing about. You know what I mean? Like, I'm always a little bit surprised by the simplicity of the songs, you know what I mean? I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but I saw someone come across my FYP who never named her by name, but basically like started like saying like criticizing what I believe to be Taylor Swift. The comments indicated as much, being like, kind of like making fun of this, being like, it's like very, very simple, this, and like she can't, I don't know, she was saying like she can't sing all that much, she definitely can't dance, blah, blah, blah. And I didn't know this about her dancing, but I had a friend recently who made a crack about Taylor Swift dancing, and I was like, what are you talking about? And he was like, she can't dance. You didn't know that? I was like, no, I didn't know that. Can Taylor Swift not dance, apparently? On Fleek is a term.
I don't know.
Wait.
Turns out, yeah.
I honestly couldn't tell you if a Taylor Swift song came on. I wouldn't know it.
I know, me neither.
And And if I passed her walking down the street or something, I wouldn't know who she. I don't know what she looks like. Not a clue.
Oh yeah, she for sure gives. Yeah, she's a performer, that's for sure. You know what I mean? And like, it's like I'm not trying to like minimize the work she does and stuff, and she obviously clearly puts on a show. You know, that much is clear. I have seen like clips of some wild stage stuff happening and whatnot, and honestly, like, that's kind of half of it, I would say. Like, same with Red Hot Chili Peppers. I know people fucking love them. To me, every single song sounds the same by the Red Hot Chili Peppers. Sorry, not sorry. But I have seen, like, a video of them in concert. I've actually seen them in concert also, but just because I produced a thing where they performed at. But I saw them I saw some recording of some concert of theirs, and I was like, oh, okay, I get it. Like, they're performers. They know how to put on a show. So, that can't be underestimated, I think. Or, like, undervalued.
Yeah.
I saw WTF Yuck come in here. I wonder if, you still in here, WTF? I wanted to fact check something he was saying the other night. Yeah, Flea. You in here, WTF? Bum, ba-dum, ba-dum, bum, bum. So Philippe is moving soon. So this week I'm going to spend a few days at his place helping him pack stuff up. We might go live, like, from his place, just doing, like, a packing body double thing, you know?
Oh, yeah. That might help you get more stuff done.
Yeah. Well, getting stuff done. Wait, help you get stuff done?
Help you get stuff done. You'll have people watching. You can't be lazing about.
Well, please
keep moving.
Watch me, God. Slowly, I mean, this whole live stream thing started as I was body doubling and getting stuff done, and it has devolved into me literally just sitting here and staring at the camera, getting nothing done. We're just, so, you know, watch me. Hold my beer. But it might help other people, you know what I mean? It might help, like,
yeah.
It might be, like, good body doubling for other people. Definitely a packing line.
Well, you don't do the body doubling thing early enough in the day anymore for me to get the laundry hanged or folded or nothing like that.
I know. This might be earlier, you know what I mean? Because we're going to be packing. I can't imagine we'll be packing, like, super late at night, but we might do that. But yeah. It'll be fun. I'm excited to see his new place. He gets the keys, like, in 10 days or so. 2 weeks.
Oh, neat. Is it like another apartment or an actual house?
No, it's another apartment because it's still in the city.
Another apartment.
But
okay.
It's got a basement to it. It's got a whole ass basement to it, which is rare. You know what I mean? Because it's ground level. He wanted ground floor because he's got, like, the scooter and he's got, you know, heavy stuff to bring in and out for work. So he really wanted ground floor, and he got this place that has its ground floor and a whole basement floor. Technically, you're not allowed to do any living in the basement one because it doesn't have like a full-size window or anything like that. But his landlords were like, you can do whatever the fuck you want. We're not going to check. So, you know, it'll be cool because, like, it's a lot more space for him to have his stuff, you know what I mean, to store stuff away, But also, like, his current apartment is so loud because it's on a really major street that has, like, buses coming by all day and stuff. It drives me nuts. Like, I have no problem with sounds, like, throughout the day, but if I'm, like, filming a TikTok or something like that, it drives me nuts that I have, like, the rumbling of, like, a bus coming down, and then the it stops, and, like, everyone gets off the thing, you know, like, doors, and everyone coming off, and then and then the subway. He's also, like, right above the subway, so you can hear that coming as well, and, like, it's nonstop. And then people right outside are yelling. There's honking constantly. I don't notice it until I'm trying to film a TikTok. And I know I'm probably too precious about my sound, but yeah, between his like the things he has in his apartment that are loud, and Rizzo and the cats and these like water fountains he's got for the cats and my dog, like I hate it.
Yeah, it's just too much noise.
It's too much. Yeah. It's too much when
Yeah,
I'm trying to get
I don't do that. I don't like the too much noise all the time. I did notice, like, whenever y'all were, I think it was when y'all were cooking the pies the other day, whenever it was, that there was a lot of helicopters. I could hear a lot of helicopters.
Could you?
Yep.
I wonder if that
was like every few minutes there was another helicopter.
Show. I wonder if that's because of
maybe
the TV show that was on in the background. It's possible
Perhaps.
that there was on. It's possible. It was either that or it might have been my heater going on, my gas heater. Is that possible?
Maybe, but it sounded like helicopters flying over.
Maybe.
There aren't any crickets right now. It's too cold.
Oh yeah, the crickets.
The poor crickets.
Yeah, I bought those other headphones that had the noise cancellation. Then my niece moved in and she didn't have headphones. I loaned them to her. She lost them. They're gone.
She lost them.
And I'm like, I'm not paying that much money for headphones again, so now I don't have noise. I never did even get to use them for noise cancellation on lives. Not once.
Oh no. Guys, everyone gift God. Send God gifts.
So I just bought the cheap pair.
God, this is why you can't return the gifts or pay them forward. You gotta let them accumulate and let them fund, your whatever little doohickeys you need every once in a while, okay? Thank you.
I don't mind. Thank you, Halo, though.
You don't need noise cancellation, just cricket cancellation. No, we like the crickets. We don't need cricket cancellation either. What is this?
Well, if I was thinking if I had that.
Culture?
Most of the other stuff I do, like if I was going to go live, it's really noisy with grinders and generators and tractors running and everything else. And I thought, well, if I had noise cancellation, I could go live and do this work stuff, and it, would be better. But no.
All right.
That didn't happen.
Amplify the crickets. Yeah, exactly.
They don't need amplification.
To a certain level, there's some amount of like built-in noise cancellation. I think. I don't know. I assume.
Yeah, a little bit. I was just like blown away by Robin's noise cancellation headphones, those bone conducting when she had. Because she's all like, she was dancing and stuff. I'm like, she's dancing to no music and stuff. And then she's all like, let me turn my headphones, my noise cancellation off so y'all can hear the song. As soon as she turned them off, it was so loud. I'm like, holy crap. Them things were working good.
Oh, I didn't know.
We could hear her perfectly clear, but couldn't hear nothing in the background.
And that was with like bone induction that had like a mic attached to it?
She just had them bone conducting headphones on.
Oh, that's cool. I didn't know that they were that good. I know that like Philippe had, I don't know if they broke eventually, but he used to use these bone conducting like headphones things, but I didn't know that they were that good at like the noise canceling the microphone part too. That's really cool.
It may depend on the ones you get. I bought the ones just like she had. They were $170 something.
Oh my God. And your niece lost them?
Yeah.
All right.
It happens.
All right. It does happen, yes. But if I lose someone's $170 something or other, I'm working my ass off to try to pay that off or something. You know what I mean? Tisk.
Yeah, but it's kind of understandable. She's going through a lot and stuff. So
I know. You're a better
Still a lot going on.
Than we are. Than I.
I try to do good.
You try. God, if God has trouble doing good, what's that mean for the rest of us?
Well, that's not easy.
It's not easy.
It is not easy.
What if God was one of us?
Right?
Not as Rachel.
You could do some singing lives. Check it out.
I would not do that to people.
Not do that to people.
I do sing to myself. I guess when I body double, I might do that more too. I feel like I've done that a few times on here. I sing to myself. I make up songs as I get stuff done. And I just, narrate whatever I'm doing in song often.
Yeah.
I feel like that's typical for neurodivergent.
I think that's something we just do.
Yeah. Aziz, call Los Angeles Silent Library. John Laux. Come in here. It's so quiet tonight. Such a lovely Sunday.
It is.
What else should we talk? Was I in media before TikTok? Yes. I'm a filmmaker by trade, technically. Although, I don't know how much filmmaking is ahead of me. But that's why I'm on TikTok, because to get projects made, personal projects made and stuff and funded, nowadays you really need an audience. So I'm here to sort of like prove that I can like build an audience and talk about stuff and tell stories that people care about. And then maybe one day I can use that.
Maybe one day.
To get my films made or whatever. So I mostly work in short form stuff, like commercials and music videos and whatnot. But before the pandemic, I wrote a screenplay that won like a little thing, and I got a manager that has now ghosted me, and I had all these meetings and stuff, and I had some stuff popping off. It was like films and a pilot about like history, like social issues, but in history in like the 1960s and 70s. So, but we'll see how many people dare to make progressive films now.
Right.
Yeah.
I don't know. Sometimes in history, it's times like these whenever some of your best stuff gets made.
Yeah, and I've been wanting to sort of talk about that in a TikTok, because I had this really interesting conversation with someone recently where they kind of said the same thing. They're like, well, don't you think like under oppression, isn't that when like the best movies get made? And yes, but also I think we're in this very unique time in history where the tools we have for our art, especially like media art, like especially like filmmaking and stuff, the tools we use are also the tools used to control us and surveil us, right? Like on some level, it's a lot more accessible in that everyone has a phone. Most people have a smartphone that they can pull out and they can make a movie with. Yes, it's a lot more accessible that way. But the trade-off is that they are also a lot more accessible that way to the powers that be. It's never like if we had more affordable access to analog options, that would be great. But like the truth is, like analog options, like you need money to be able for them to be an option. Like film is expensive. So we're so heavily reliant on digital in an era where everything is, connected to the internet and, we are like in many ways it's the same thing as like, okay, well, if you get like a product, if you get an app for free, if you get to use the app for free, you are the product, right? Similar for a lot of like our media tools, I think. If it's more affordable, the more affordable the media is to make, the more you in fact are the product that tool, that media creation tool is actually just selling to someone else. And
I watched what's his name? The amazing atheist on YouTube's last video. He's talking about sort of the same thing. There's so many content creators these days and not many artists. If you want to stand out, I think he's right. You got to be more of an artist. Do something more art-like, like your thing.
Yeah. Not
just be like a content creator. Like I'm making the same thing everybody else is making and hoping for the best.
Right. Yes and no. I mean, I agree with that to a certain extent, but also like there are tons of content creators doing very well right now. Tons and tons of them. And I think I used to view content creation as something entirely separate from art, but I'm starting to like understand like no, it's just a different, we've talked about this. It's a different medium, right? Yeah, a
Yeah.
content creator isn't the same as a filmmaker, but neither is like a news reporter, right? Not that a content creator is exactly the same as a news reporter, but it's like it's different. They're different types of media that use some of the same tools, sure, but that doesn't mean that there's no creativity to it. It's just
Yeah, I was more, and like he was talking more along the lines of people see a trend and jump on board. It's not their art. They see something that worked for somebody else, and there's so many other people that just, I'm going to do that too, and maybe it'll work for me. And that does work for some people, but it's not like, it's not like real like TV or movie art or something.
sure, yeah.
It's completely different. And there's so much of that. You can scroll for hours, and every now and again you come across somebody who has something original, their own thing going on that's not a copy of something else.
Mm-hmm.
So you have to go through so much other stuff to find something that is genuine and original.
That's true. That's fair, but then the other argument is that the movie industry is kind of in a similar place, right? It's like sequels upon sequels upon. I think this past year, was it last year, was the first time ever that like the top 10 movies were all sequels or prequels.
Yeah.
Which is insane. And yeah. Can you block me so I stop seeing you on FYP? No, you can block me, Big. I'm not going to do your work for you. You're just giving me homework. That's a joke I heard today when someone else was like, this comedian I recently followed, he kept coming across my FYP. I didn't realize I wasn't following him. But if you go into my following list, you'll probably see him as one of the more recent people I followed. He was talking about how he was getting like death threats on this thing happened. He's originally Lebanese, I think. I don't know. But someone like said to him like, "You're not funny. K yourself, right? Unalive yourself." And his response was like, "Firstly, you could have like probably done without the first part, and like you'd still, still tell me to K myself. That's still effective either way. I could have done without the, you're not funny. But second of all, like no, like you're telling me to unalive myself, like you do it. Why don't you come and do it? Why are you making me do it? Like." Why are you giving me homework? Come here and do it yourself.
I don't want to
man.
do it yourself.
Yeah, this is another one of those damn jobs that you want immigrants to do because no American would do it. He's very funny. Yeah. He just kind of like keeps talking and like has these little sort of like notes peppered into like these things. Very funny.
If you want it done so bad, do it yourself.
Yeah.
Not doing your work for you.
I'm not doing it for you. Do it yourself. He's very funny.
I might use that for some of the comments I get in the DMs. Come do it yourself.
Come here and do it yourself. Don't make me do the work.
I'm too busy.
I'm busy. My schedule's full.
Yeah, busy.
Oh God.
I have told him I'm gonna put that. I'll put that on the list. I'll put it on the list of other stuff that I need to do.
Yeah.
I'll get around to it sooner or later.
I'll get around to it, but just be forewarned, I have ADHD, so there's a good chance I will never get around to it.
I will probably lose that list also, and never get around to it.
Good chance I'll put it off until later and later and later until I forget that I was supposed to do it at all. Which reminds me, I just thought of a couple things that applies to for me. Shit.
Yes, immigrants do jobs other people don't want to do.
Yeah, Austin.
A lot.
Among other things, yeah. Among other things. It's funny how so many people like want good reasons for like immigrants, like want immigrants to somehow prove their value or their worth, and it's like, make citizens do it first. You know what I mean? Like most immigrant, like naturalized citizens, so people who have to like, you know, immigrants who then apply, who have to be here for many years and and take the citizenship test. They have to take a citizenship test and like end up needing to know more than the vast majority of Americans do. Like they, you know,
Yeah.
like my friend was just telling me about his citizenship test, and he was like, and he has to know the number of representatives in the House of Representatives, and I was like, shit, man, I don't even know that. Like, like I debate fucking politics like every night, and I couldn't tell you off the top of my head the fucking number of. I think it's like 435 or something now.
Yeah, you've had a lot of people come in here that were not born U.S. citizens that know a lot more about a lot of the politics and stuff than most American-born citizens.
Yeah. I mean, technically, I'm an immigrant, so. Right, but Austin, even the ones who are following the laws to enter and stuff, y'all are trying to deport them anyway, so I don't believe you. That's a lie. It's just a straight-up lie. You act as though it's just about, you know, undocumented immigrants and stuff. The fact of the matter is, asylum seekers are here legally. Otherwise, Texas would have deported them instead. Like, did you guys ever stop to ask you guys, like why Greg Abbott, when he rounded up all those migrants, sent them on a bus over to New York rather than just send them back over the border into Mexico? Did you ever ask yourselves that? If it was that easy to deport them and stuff? It's because he can't. Because they are technically here legally until they get processed.
Yeah.
Nah, dude. Nope. Title 42 was in place during COVID, which did which is a temporary status that applies to immigration like overall. But Biden attempted to extend it. He was blocked from doing so. U.S. Supreme Court, yada yada. But like the actual policy itself, it actually got stricter under Biden. It's actually stricter now than it was under Trump, with the exception of Title 42, which is a very special status that you need to be in like a pandemic, basically. Yeah, Austin. But here's the thing. What you don't understand is that firstly, it is legal to apply for asylum even if you didn't enter at a legal port of entry. The requirement is just that you request asylum as soon as you like come into contact with authorities. You can look it up online, like on the actual U.S. government website. The whole idea is because like people who are seeking like asylum seekers might be like unsafe to cross at a legal port of entry and might have to literally like abscond in. That's like the logic behind it. So you can apply or request asylum after like entering elsewhere. But the thing is, if you want to deport, and I agree, listen, all the like economic migrants who are here, who applied for asylum illegally, deport them. Go for it. The problem is you have to process them first, and it takes time. And because Republicans keep like defunding the process of like, you guys, you know how you guys were scared into thinking that like fast tracking asylum seekers was a bad thing? Fast tracking asylum, like processing asylum seekers, also means fast tracking the deportation of the ones that applied and shouldn't be approved to have asylum. Fast tracking just means you're like speeding up the actual processing that figures out who's here legally and who isn't. Because a lot of asylum seekers are here like legitimately, like that's the whole point, that you have a process for people to request asylum, but you got to like figure that out. And the vast majority of them end up being deported, but you got to process them. But, you know, Republicans scared you into thinking, like tricked you into thinking that fast tracking asylum claims is somehow bad when it would just deport people faster. Well, you kind of have to, Austin, because there's like basically an agreement. Like you don't get to. The funny thing, like the U.S. doesn't get to just like randomly kick people into a different country. You know what I mean? That like you have to get the agreement of the receiving country before a government, like the government, can just like put them somewhere else. Otherwise, the U.S. gets into a lot of shit internationally and like fucks up relationships that it doesn't want to fuck up. Which is why also deportation takes a long time, because you have to get the receiving country to accept the people you're sending back. So you can't just be like, here, Mexico, we're gonna put in the same way that like, and think of it this way, like, no, that's not true, Austin. You can't. You can do whatever you want, except put them into a different country. Imagine if Mexico was allowed to literally just like pick up a group of people, like the government of Mexico, or not even the government of Mexico. Imagine if China, the government of China, was allowed to just round up a bunch of people it didn't want within its borders and then dump them in the United States and be like, it's your problem now. Like the United States would be like, fuck no, you can't do that. And in fact, like, the U.S. would be like, fuck you. Imagine if Canada did that. Imagine if Mexico did that. Like, the governments were like, okay, these are a bunch of people we rounded up. We don't want them here, so we're going to put them in your land. Like, the U.S. has nowhere to put them unless it gets permission from someone else, from, like, another country, to put them within their borders. It's very simple. It's not that complicated of an idea. So it's not, Austin. No, Austin. What you don't understand is people who enter... What you don't understand, Austin, is that individuals who enter the country by their own accord are different than the government of another country putting them in within our borders. So, no, people coming in through the Mexican border is not the same as the Mexican government rounding a bunch of them up and then dumping them in the United States. That's not what's happening. If you genuinely think that that's what's happening, I think you might be a lost cause. I don't know why I'm talking to you, but no, Austin, that's not how that happens. That's not what's happening.
See, Austin and the MAGAs always say, you know, if you don't like it here, leave. What about the people in Mexico? They don't like it there, so they're leaving.
That's a good point.
You ever put the shoe on the other foot? I mean, think about it from somebody else's perspective. If you were there, would you want to come here? I mean, come on.
Yeah. Well, it's also, I think the issue is like not understanding it is like, they're like, well, we want them out of the U.S., but they don't stop to realize that like anywhere outside of the U.S., putting somewhere anywhere outside of the U.S. is the same as putting someone inside another country. And like, that may sound like, oh, that's just the same thing, but it's like, no, the U.S. government cannot pick up a random person and place them inside another country's borders without that country's permission. Just like another country's government can't do that to the United States. That's just not how that works. Can individuals sneak in without, you know, a government's permission? Sure, absolutely. And they do all the time. But that's different from a government doing that. No, but you understand what I'm saying, Austin? Like once an individual is in the hands of a government, is in a government's custody, that government cannot put them inside someone else's borders without pissing off that country's government. That's a very different situation than an individual moving back and forth and like sneaking in. It's just an entirely different situation. So no, the U.S. itself can't like deport people into another country without permission from the receiving country. No,
Austin, just keep in mind that those people are still people. They're people. Don't you want what's best for other people? Our country's the greatest in the world, shouldn't you know? Don't you want other people to live in the greatest country in the world?
He's gonna say no.
What's your humanity, man? Don't you want what's best for all the people?
Of course they don't. No, they don't. They don't even want. They don't even want what's best for their neighbor.
They use this law stuff and try to keep it unpersonal so as they can dehumanize them, so as they don't feel bad about not wanting them here. it's usually based on racism or something like that. Is that what it is, Austin?
It definitely is. Austin says,
I
so
mean, if that's what it is, just own it.
The people are so bad their own country won't accept them. That's not the situation, Austin.
Well, what is it then? There's got to be some reason, some excuse. What's your excuse? I do this a lot, and it always comes right back around to racism. So I probably do got you, but we'll play it out if you like.
I mean, well, as the simple fact being that asylum seekers are here legally, whether you like it or not. If they're waiting to be processed, they're here legally. So if you only want people to be here legally, then you love asylum seekers. You're fine. But if you still don't like them, okay, let's talk about what the issue is with asylum seekers that you don't like. Okay, so you're
vastly different cultures.
Mm-hmm.
So okay, that's your first step towards a racism thing.
Vastly different cultures, yeah. What's wrong with other cultures? What is it about other cultures that you don't like? Where they practice witchcraft. Oh my God. I hate to break it to you. I'm pretty sure more people practice witchcraft in America than, I assume you're talking about Haiti. More American citizens practice witchcraft, right?
So what we're doing here is stepping through the culture thing and then through the religion thing right onto the racist thing.
Mm-hmm. Cultures where women are treated like dirt. Oh, you mean like in evangelical Christianism?
So don't you want those women to come over here where they're not treated like dirt?
Yeah, so that means you want women to come here so that we can help them, right? Also,
and then possibly the men from there that don't treat the women like dirt. Do you think that's true? I don't think he thought this through.
I already did, Austin. Explain to me how we sort what people out. You want to sort people out based on witchcraft? I hate to break it to you, but under our Constitution, you can't actually discriminate against someone because of witchcraft. That's religion. That falls under religion, which is a protected class. You can't do that. Why don't they just fix their country? Fix their country?
Fix their country?
Why don't you just fix yours? Okay. Like the U.S. was involved in a lot of countries that are currently struggling, but now you're moving the goalposts.
Maybe letting some of their people come over here might help fix their country.
That's true.
Are you against helping other people? Don't you want to help them out and be a good neighbor? Nothing wrong with being a good neighbor.
Like a good neighbor.
I mean, the things in your own country? Can you go out and just fix the things in your own country, just like that, easy peasy?
Yeah. Also, what does that have to do with witchcraft? Technically,
the witchcraft thing is basically just saying they're the wrong religion to come here. Yeah. Basically, is what it was.
But also, ironically, okay, well, if you think that the problem with their country is witchcraft, then wouldn't you want those witches to come to America so they would be exposed to Christianity? I assume. Also, I just want to point out the irony of someone being like countries where they treat women like, or cultures where they treat women like dirt, and like acting as though evangelical Christians in America are somehow not doing that. Okay. But sure, yeah, let's save them. Let's save them. Let's bring them bring them into America so that they can be exposed to Western ideas and American culture and stuff. Those witches I spoke of are here? Yes. You said that like my order of witches just came in. Are they waiting for me at the post office? Well, apparently Austin doesn't want people in America that come from cultures where women... I agree, Vinny. I don't know what's wrong with witches. Also, there are American witches, born and raised American witches. Also, you know, technically you're not allowed to stop witches at the border just for being witches, because that goes against the Constitution. That is illegal. It is a... Witchiness is a constitutionally protected...
Activity.
Activity.
All right.
Yeah. Right to freedom of religion, and also right to assemble, right? Because a coven.
Yeah, coven, yeah. Maybe he doesn't like the rules of this country, and maybe he should go to somewhere else.
Yeah.
I don't know. Oh, wait, you can't, because there are laws against it.
You
Try
heard
to do it
witches
legally,
can
I guess.
You heard witches can astral project? Yeah, well, what if... That's a good question, Fred. What if the witches just astral project themselves into America? Technically, is astral projection a legal port of entry?
I would say yes. It would have to be.
Yeah, right? Nice comeback, guys. That's all you got after the last several minutes of us just asking you to... That's all you got? Okay.
Asking you to be a better person, you know, I thought it was pretty good.
Oh, that's pretty good too. God.
And not too much to ask. What about your fellow humans?
They don't care about fellow humans. We know that.
Yeah, I know. I know.
We know that. Sorry, go ahead.
I'm just saying, the crickets now from Port Austin.
Yeah, you just got quiet when we started asking about letting the women in from these countries where they're treated so horribly. That's the first... I think that one's the first question you didn't answer, Austin. So let's start simple, because I know we bombarded you with questions. So, what about letting in all the women from the countries where they're treated terribly, as though America isn't one of them? What about them? We should let them in, right? We should let women and children in, just like, you know, the Titanic and stuff. Women and children first, right?
Yep, gotta save them first.
Gotta save them first. You would almost agree with that. Okay, almost, except for why not? Yeah, Titanic. What's almost? So what do we have to fix about it for you to agree with it?
Yeah, don't you want to save all the damsels in distress and be the good guy? You can be a hero.
Yeah. Well, since apparently the biggest, like, issue for you is that they're coming from countries where women are treated poorly. Like, that's apparently the sticking point for you. So, if that's your biggest concern, then clearly, yeah, saving the women, that should be obvious. That's, like, such a great fucking...
It's a legal reason. Why do we have laws that keep us from saving people? Those aren't good laws.
Whoops.
Do you think those are bad laws if they keep us from saving people? That's my question. Culture that is worse than ours?
You have one example of cultures that are worse than our culture. They do exist. You have... Okay. You gave one example. No, you didn't. It might have gotten... It seems like it probably got filtered, Austin. So maybe use whatever language is not hate speech or whatever you got filtered. The women thing. It got filtered.
Yeah, and we asked, don't you want to save those women? Should we just let them all come right on over?
Why don't you want to say
Red Rover, come on over.
You were just talking about it? What culture were we talking about? Witches? Witchdom? Ironically, cultures with witchiness, witches like Wicca and stuff and witchcraft, ironically treat women a lot better, which is why there's a lot of women in the United States who ascribe to witchcraft, because it's like one form of spiritualism that is actually like not as shitty to them. But you don't know that, because I suspect this isn't really based on facts for you all that much.
So you don't like the Abrahamic religions then? No Jesus sacrificing?
Yeah.
That was bad. I agree.
I
don't like that either.
Also, you must be a vegetarian, a vegan, actually. Right? You must be a vegan. You're not sacrificing, aren't you? What? Okay. You're not sacrificing animals to feed yourself?
Their life for yours. That's the way it works.
Yeah. Do you celebrate Christmas? I'm just curious. Do you celebrate any holidays? Austin? Like Christmas. Do you celebrate Christmas, for example? Or Thanksgiving? It's not even religious, but. No, Austin, do you celebrate Christmas or any holidays like that? Austin? Or Easter, maybe? Simple yes or no question. No, that's not why I'm asking, Austin. Do you have Christmas dinner with your family? I do. Or do you celebrate like Easter with like eggs and stuff? Do you do Easter eggs? Okay, cool. What do you usually have for Christmas dinner? Do you do like turkey? Maybe a ham? Duck? Something like that. Maybe it's a chicken. My family usually does chicken, now that I think of it, for like Christmas dinner stuff. Well, if you're eating it, then there's no problem. Okay. I mean, because a lot of cultures with animal sacrifice, end up eating those animals. That's why
I'm going down this rabbit hole to try to figure out what your problem is with other people coming into the country.
Why are we going down this? Well, Austin, because you are judging other people. You're acting as though there are all these monsters outside of the U.S. And I'm asking, and you're saying it's because of animal sacrifices. And I'm asking you, do you eat turkey for Christmas dinner? Because that's a fucking animal sacrifice. You sacrificed a bird to dress it up. And turkey isn't even all that good, mind you. To dress it up, make it look all fancy. Take photos of it probably with your family. Maybe you sing Christmas carols. You probably go to mass, maybe, just because you're so afraid of witches. Assuming you're a relatively religious dude. So you do a whole ritual. You have a ritualistic annual tradition. You also make sacrifices. You put out food for Santa, I assume. You put out literal gifts for this, I would call demonic character dressed in red coming in through your chimney covered in soot and, like feeding on whatever you gifted it. And if you're bad, it's leaving you bad coal, right? That seems kind of dark. Whatever. Neither here nor there. You sacrifice an animal, you eat it, and all to celebrate That's a ritualistic celebration. Also, what about Easter eggs, right? Well, I'm just acting like, I'm just asking Austin because, like, firstly, it's not that I don't know what people you're talking about that are like flooding across the border to like sacrifice animals that are not then eaten. You're acting as though that's really like a whole thing. It's really not. It's really not. Most animal sacrifices are just feasts. They're feasted upon, just like you and your family do at Christmas with your turkey or chicken or whatever animal you sacrifice for your ritualistic religious tradition. Easter, you do the same thing, right? Like you get rid of empty out a bunch of eggs. I don't know if you eat them or do you just like use the shells to dye them and stuff? You're not worrying about it. It was one example. Okay, but Austin, so it's a pretty bad example, right? If the example doesn't, we're asking you why you have such a problem with immigrants, asylum seekers, and you said witchcraft and animal sacrifices. And I'm saying, okay, but you sacrifice animals for your rituals. So is that really the issue for you? Next topic. 3 more things. What other 3 things? Yeah, I know, Alan. Yeah.
I'd also like to point out since Austin is a Christian, that he's down with the sacrifice. Jesus sacrificed. Not only is he down with the sacrifice, but they're also cannibals. They eat the body, drink the blood. I mean, come on.
That's true.
Bro.
God. Yeah. What do you fucking mean? You don't
Ew,
like
brother.
animal
Ew.
sacrifice? Ew, brother. Ew. Ew, brother. Ew. Yeah, that's right. I didn't even think of that. Thank you, God. You're a cannibal, man.
It's too hot in here.
Okay. Yeah. Human sacrifice, cannibalistic.
It's this topic, Austin. You're acting as though all these people coming across the border, they're these crazy, crazy monsters, performing sacrifices that are so terrible. And so we're just asking you, why are their animal sacrifices so terrible when not only do you sacrifice animals because of your rituals, but you also perform cannibalism. You practice cannibalism. Why are they the problem?
I mean, if they believe all that is true, and the cracker really turns into the body of Christ, and the Kool-Aid or wine turns into the blood, I mean, just using their own logic thing there, their own magic.
Yeah. I love how it's another topic anytime we're like, you do these things. You're like, I don't want them damn immigrants because they do this. And we're like, but you do these things. It's a metaphor. No, that's not what a metaphor is, Austin. That's not what a metaphor is. So, but anyway, okay, let's act as though, let's pretend it was a metaphor. Let's cut with the metaphors and the poetic language and rhetoric, and let's speak very clearly and specifically. We're talking about policy. You have very strong opinions about why you don't want, asylum seekers in this country, and we're trying to figure out why. And it turns out you've been giving us metaphors this whole time. So why don't you just give us something real then? Let's, we're not asking for metaphors. We're not asking for poetry. If that's poetry, it's not. Just don't quit your day job, Austin. That's all I'm going to say. Jared. Hi, Jared. He was pretty good, Vinny, yeah. He was pretty good at the metaphors and the double entendres as well. He was good at wordplay. But I will say one of my favorite things, I'm genuinely waiting for, Austin, getting defensive, are we? I do always think it's funny when someone is like, it's a fucking metaphor, don't you get it? And like tries to be condescending with it while very clearly describing something that was very much not a metaphor. That's not a metaphor. That's not how metaphors work. Don't act as though we are stupid because you don't know what a metaphor is and you're trying to claim that something you said that was very clearly pointed out as being hypocritical is somehow a metaphor. And I'm asking you, stop. Okay, if that was a metaphor, drop the metaphor and be very literal with us now. Let's be literal, Austin. Oh, silly us. We don't understand your metaphors. Okay, tell us what you meant by your metaphors. Okay, then what's the metaphor you were referring to? I'm going to join as my alt. Guys, this is my alt, by the way. If you want to give it a follow. In case I lose live access on this account. Oh, okay. Okay, so fine. So you're saying the whole God thing is a metaphor. Technically, actually, Catholicism doesn't believe that it's a metaphor. You guys believe in... What is it? Transmodification? Is that what it's called? Technically, Catholics don't believe it's a metaphor. So if you're a Catholic, you're not a very good one.
Most of the different Christianities don't think it's a metaphor. It's actually the thing. The cracker actually turns into the body. The Kool-Aid actually turns into the blood. Mm-hmm. And you just get to, and everybody tries to do the same thing. I get to pick what's metaphor and what is not, and what is actual and what is not a real thing.
Transubstantiation, that's the word.
Stop cherry picking.
Yeah. It's a core component of the religion of Catholicism is transubstantiation. That's the word. Like transmography? Yeah. Transubstantiation. Literally, no, Austin, it is. You can look this up. You call yourself a fucking Catholic, man? You can look this up. It's a very,
call yourself
very
a Christian?
Core tenet of Catholicism. Different, I will say, different, sects of Christianity view it slightly differently. But yeah, for the most part, if you take communion... Yeah, but according to your religion, Austin, he literally gave them his blood and his body. According to your own religion, when the bread and wine used in communion when they are blessed and the whole communion thing is performed, they are transformed into the body and blood of Jesus Christ during Mass. This process is called transubstantiation. It's literally like... Catholicism teaches that it is literally his body and blood. Yes. Austin, you can look this up.
Have you never taken communion, Austin?
Yeah, never taken... You called yourself a Catholic. You can look this up.
Was Jesus not the Lamb of God?
Also, if that's a metaphor, then why isn't the whole Bible metaphors? Or is that where it stops? Yeah, Austin, look it up.
That's what the Southern Baptists say. Jesus, the Lamb of God. He was the sacrifice.
And it's funny because, that's interesting. I wonder if that's... No, it's not. I was gonna say because in some Muslim countries they sacrifice an actual lamb, I believe, and in some it's a goat. You're not Catholic. You said you were
Yeah,
raised
sometimes
Catholic.
it's yeah.
Okay, so what are you, Austin?
It ain't just Catholics that do that. The Southern Baptists take communion, and a lot of the other branches of Christianity do too. He said he was Christian. He said Christian, but I've been to a lot of different Christian churches. I've never seen one that didn't do it.
Oh no, I lost my chat window.
Southern Baptist, Pentecostal. I don't know if the Mormons do it. Probably not. They're a little bit out there.
No, I don't think so.
It might turn into Joseph Smith for them.
Yeah, can you imagine? I wonder what Joseph Smith tastes like. Marzipan?
Crackers and Kool-Aid, probably.
Cheez-Its.
Cheez-Its.
Mormons
So they still do it. It's the
nice.
bread and water. So I guess, the Mormons do it too. I didn't know if they did.
They don't view it as a miraculous transformation.
It's pretty widespread across all the branches of Christianity.
Yeah, it depends on the sect of. Yeah, I've read the Bible, Austin. Have you?
Oh, I haven't read it, Austin. Maybe you could jump in a box and educate me on it.
Austin,
please.
Be careful.
Aren't you prepared?
It's a trap.
You're supposed to be prepared.
Austin, it's a trap. He's read the Bible.
Tell us all about it.
I respect freedom of religion. Austin is the one who thinks we
Absolutely.
should ban witches from entering. No, Austin, you're the
all
one
people
coming
just
in
in
here
case
with all
they may
these.
be witches.
Austin, you're the one who's coming in here with these claims about witches and animal sacrifice and stuff. We're the one who's just pointing out that everything you're accusing all these asylum seekers of being and doing, like you in fact do, but worse so far.
We just did tell you something. The cracker in the bread or whatever in the Kool-Aid.
Yeah. Drop her in water, see if she floats, Fred.
Right.
That's in one culture that exists in the world. Right, but you also said that you don't think people should be allowed in because they're witches, right? And so like we're just pointing out, like, what do witches do that's so wrong? I want to know. Why do we have an anti-witch bias? Austin, why do you? I say we, but
Well, Austin, you seem to be, since you don't think that, you're kind of an outlier in the Christian religion. What, that the cracker doesn't turn into the body of Jesus and Kool-Aid or wine doesn't turn into the blood? What churches you been going to?
Alan,
If you go into one.
I volunteer as tribute. Can I be the new Witchfinder General? That sounds so fun.
Right.
Do I just get to run around pouring water on people I suspect? Marjorie Taylor Greene, I'm coming for you. Can you imagine if
And
I
he should be able to just pray them to not be witches. Easy peasy.
Oh, that's true. Free will.
We have a request person.
No, we know, Dagny. Wait. Their choice? What are you talking about, Austin? Are you talking about witches? Okay, why don't you want... But you said you don't want... Stop spamming, Leaf. No one's disagreeing. Everyone fucking knows who won the election. Get over it. Austin, their choice, what are you saying? But you're the one who brought up witches. When we are asking about asylum seekers, you said that there's witches, that some of them are witches, and you don't want witches entering. So I'm asking, what's so wrong with witches? As far as I know, witches aren't running around eating Jesus Christ every week. If the witches
From where? Where are these witches from? Are they from Romania?
That's another good question. Are they from
Mexico? Puerto Rico?
Transylvania?
Transylvania witches?
Have you checked Pennsylvania?
Transylvania is where the vampires are, not where the witches are.
Is it really? Oh, that's true. Okay. Do witches and vampires hang out together though? Because maybe
Pennsylvania. That's where the witches are from. Actually, from where's that place called? Salem.
Oh, that's in Massachusetts.
I was wrong. It's close enough.
The witches are in Massachusetts. That's it.
Massachusetts.
No, because in Salem all the witches. So I would say they're probably not in Massachusetts anymore, right?
Don't know. They didn't catch them all.
There was the Witch Inquisition.
The theory is that they didn't catch them all.
So next topic. No, Austin, we're not done. We're still trying to find information here, Austin. We're still trying to figure out what you have against witches and where they're coming in from.
Well, also after that, after we get to the bottom of that, you brought up another thing that we should address next, and that's your God-given free will. You're gonna have to demonstrate that.
I would also love to know what that has to do with like asylum seekers.
Yeah, where's their free will to go where they want?
Oh, the witches of Salem falsely accused non-witches to protect themselves. That's genius.
Smart.
That's genius.
So, but that means witches originated in America.
Why, Austin? Because you realized you're in over your head on the immigration question, on the asylum seekers question?
A free will. I don't know.
I think he's willing to concede that he lost that one.
I'll have no money when I die, so my will be free.
And we can move on to free will if you'll just go ahead and say that you concede and you lost that one and want to move on to the next one.
I think there's a website.
You just have to admit it.
And
we'll move right on.
Testaments.org.
Freewillsandtestaments.org. You don't have to pay a notary to do this.
Exactly. Most people go on LegalZoom, but whatever.
Free will. Yeah, you're right, God. It's the free will to say, he doesn't have free will because if you admitted that you were wrong,
right? Okay,
then
right. But
you
Austin,
can't.
You said you have something against people who sacrifice living things, and I pointed out that at Christmas, well, you told me that at Christmas you celebrate Christmas because you are Christian. And I said, okay, well, you sacrifice I don't know if it's a turkey, a ham, a chicken, or whatever in your annual ritual where you celebrate with your family and probably sing things around a tree, like it's a worship of nature where you decorate, you bring out baubles and things often with like significance marking previous years. And you hang them on trees and you sing things, and then you invite a demonic creature to enter your home and exchange gifts,
Austin, what about Christy Nome? She sacrificed that dog. Do you guys remember that? Do you guys remember when
I'd like to take it back to his whole religion that's based on human sacrifice.
But Christy Nome sacrificed that dog because it was evil and corrupt, and it had to go to the gravel pit. And then she thought about sacrificing a goat. Yeah. She literally wrote about sacrificing the goat.
There you go.
And what's she going to be? She's going to be the district of something for sure. Trump appointed her to the district of something. But yeah, I don't remember because it's just they're all so bigoted and sensational. I don't remember, but yeah, now she's going to sacrifice things for us. That's how they bring back America. They take dogs to the gravel pit.
Well, and also, ironically too, if you celebrate Easter, you're also sacrificing a bunch of chicken fetuses.
Mm-hmm.
You're doing mass, like Easter is literally, in order to celebrate the resurrection of your dude, you abort a bunch of chickens. It's like a mass chicken abortion ritual.
You can't bring up veganism to them. They don't understand what it is. They wouldn't understand the process of that, how it relates to actual sacrifice.
Yeah. There's no audio. Does everyone else have audio?
I hear things.
I have audio.
Yeah. Sacrifice needs intention. So the speakers are right.
What was Christy Gnome's intention when she killed that dog?
Unalived.
When she eliminated the dog from here. I just wonder because like I don't know. People kill for random reasons, nonpartisan. And
that's Fred.
I agree with that.
Just don't follow it, BP? What do you mean? I'm gonna mock whatever I want. Especially if that thing is being used to deny other people rights, like human rights. You know what I mean? Like,
well, that's what they said that the gypsies were doing back in the fascism days. Is they were evil, practicing witchcraft.
yeah. Well, that's what I'm saying. He said that we were asking him about asylum seekers, what he has wrong, what's wrong with asylum seekers, and he started saying that there's people coming in from. He didn't want people coming in from these like different
Mexican
cultures, these dangerous cultures or whatever, extremist cultures. We were asking like what, and he said like people who practice witchcraft. So I'm trying to figure this out, and then he said a big problem is people who. He narrowed it down to people who perform animal sacrifices. I think I know what he's referring to. The Aztecs used to practice human sacrifice a long time ago. Well, he's talking about animal sacrifice. Which is why I keep bringing up this whole Christmas dinner thing.
People who view women less than men, like Christians do, like Christianity does.
Christianity does.
I don't know any animal sacrifices that. Oh, I think I know. Then maybe he's talking about like the small village people in Africa and stuff. Those types where they're just, I don't know. They do kill animals and wear their bones.
Careful with the K word.
I'm sorry. Yeah, they do use the animal bones for their wares once they've used them for food. So, I don't know. They do that.
Voodoo is practiced in America also. Mr. Rubel,
but in Africa too, I would see it.
The guests are on TikTok. Sorry, I should put a sign up.
What about Haitian voodoo? What I think he's talking, how everyone's mad at the Haitians. Haitian voodoo is a thing as well. Give him the benefit of the doubt. Bohemian Garden.
Sounds like a fun culture. Christianity, Austin? So now you like cultures that view women as being less than men. What exactly are you trying to protect America from with not like
Haitians?
Cultures? Let him answer, dude. I want him to tell us. It's because their brooms aren't speed tested. Oh, it's because they have different licensing requirements. Mr. Rubel on YouTube says women aren't equal. Okay. And yet, in this live, I am above you.
Austin hasn't read his Bible.
Austin hasn't read his Bible.
Austin hasn't been to many churches.
Christians don't view women as less. Huh. Christians are just normal people who aren't better than anyone else. Correct. They are not better than anyone else. Correct. Including...
But they think they are.
Including
They gotta
asylum
act like it.
seekers and stuff. Exactly. Christians do not make people better than non-Christian asylum seekers. Asylum seekers, by the way, most of which are Christian. Ironically. So...
You're right about that.
Jesus didn't teach what, bro? I
How
honestly
women are-
don't think you read the book.
How women are unequal.
I mean, Christianity, it doesn't even, here's the thing, sure. But Christianity, the way it's practiced in America, have you met an evangelical? Have you met Catholic? Wives, you shall submit to your husbands. And is that that's the line, right?
Yeah, that's the thing I was gonna say.
Yeah. Have you met a Baptist? It's not based on Jesus. That's not exactly based on Jesus.
We can't get mad at Christians for cherry picking all the things that they say. Just they find
That's
what
just a weird thing.
what supports them.
Christianity
it's the-
technically is
So
based
so
on
what
Judaism.
so what Austin is saying, if like it Austin says, Christianity is what was it he said there? Based on Jesus, and Jesus was the sacrifice, so your whole religion is based on human sacrifice.
That is true.
It's a fact.
Well, okay, but Austin.
If
so
it really happened, it's what it is.
Okay, but also Austin, you keep saying so. The reason you don't like asylum seekers is you don't want people coming in with cultures where women are viewed as less than men. And we're saying, okay, what about Christianity? And you're saying, okay, you're saying not Christianity. Christianity doesn't do that. And so, okay, fine. So let's say that were true. Let's ignore Catholicism. Fuck it. Let's ignore basically all Christianity in America. Okay, let's ignore it. Act as though you're right. So if the vast majority of asylum seekers are Christian, then you're cool with them because you just made the argument that no. Like if they're Christian, Christianity doesn't teach that, so therefore they don't see things that way, right?
I think to give like them the. I know you don't want me interjecting with arguments that they may have, but they truly think that they're rapists. Basically, any asylum seekers.
Right, Austin. Okay,
Careful
wait.
with your
so-
language.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Austin, once again, we're back at square one, right? And I explained to you that asylum seekers are, in fact, going through a legal process. So you are cool with asylum seekers. We're back at square one. Oh, now, okay, so now you're cool with asylum seekers. You don't like that. What do you mean? You think we should make the process easier for immigrants, but you also are upset that this administration made the process easier for immigrants. Okay. So what's the thing here? Asylum seekers are here legally, whether you like it or not. To request asylum is a perfectly legal process in America, and in fact, every country in the world. So you want people to come here legally. They are. You said you want it to be easier for immigrants to come here legally, but you are also upset that this administration supposedly made it easier for asylum seekers, which, by the way, is not actually true, but whatever. Okay. So Austin, so here's the problem. Okay, you don't think they should be able to seek asylum. Unfortunately, the United States is part of several international agreements where it has to be. And also, like, fine, do you want to call it something else? Let's call it something else. Let's not call it seeking asylum. Let's call it, sitting in the waiting room, Okay, so, but it is perfectly legal in this country for people to sit in the waiting room. in the ER waiting room, right? Because that's what asylum seeking process is. There's like, hey, man, there's an emergency and I need shelter. Kind of like what Mary and Joseph asked for at a couple of inns where they were turned away. Ugh. But so, you know, okay, they're at the ER waiting room and they're knocking on the door and they're saying, hey, man, please, can I be seen? I need to be seen. It is an emergency. And that is a perfectly legal process. Can only go to, that is not, no, Alan. That is something that the U.S. was like trying to require, but that's not like, that's something that basically a bunch of countries have to agree to. Because also the problem with that is I think the law has gone back and forth like through negotiations. The problem with that is that asylum seekers are often not automatically safe in the country, in the like neighboring country. So there's a lot, for example, there's a lot of kidnapping that occurs at the Mexican border of asylum seekers that are waiting to basically figure out a way to enter the United States. There's like a ton of it. So I think you would agree that that doesn't mean that those people aren't safe, right? If you are in a place where you are at extremely high risk of being kidnapped, that you are not safe. So that's why often asylum seekers will then seek entry into the United States. But again, guys, like, it's the right wingers, you guys, the right wingers who didn't want, who think that fast tracking asylum claims is a bad thing. But if you guys don't want, like, and I agree, right? I think that a 2-year waiting period, and now it might even be longer, a 2-year waiting period for asylum seekers to be processed, I think that's too long. I agree. I think we should fast track that process, right? Because fast tracking that process also doesn't just mean that the approvals will happen quicker, but it also means that the rejections will happen more quickly, right? So if there's someone in here applying for asylum who shouldn't have asylum because maybe they're a violent criminal somewhere else, the only way you figure that out is if you process them. And if if it takes 2 years for them to be processed, that's 2 years where you don't even realize that. So why the fuck are we not just fast tracking asylum processing? Why does the right wing keep acting as though that's a bad thing? Like you're being tricked. Like, you know what I'm saying? You're being tricked. You're being manipulated.
I like the way he done that pivot right back to the start.
Yeah. I mean, he pivoted right to the start. All of a sudden he was like, no, they just got to come here legally. It's like, well, I already explained to you right at the fucking beginning. Asylum seekers are here legally. It is very simple. Which is why, again, Greg Abbott, governor of Texas, when he rounded up a bunch of asylum seekers, he didn't just dump them in Mexico because he knew he like drove them over to New York because he knew that they were here legally. He literally could not expel them because asylum seekers are here legally. Now, if you want to get rid of asylum seekers more quickly, you got to process them more quickly. That's just part of the international agreements that the United States is a part of. And fast tracking, and that is literally what Democrats keep trying to do. And you guys literally ran. I mean, I had MAGA in here being like, Kamala wanted to fast track asylum seekers. It's like, yeah, don't you? You want that too, guys. But you're so easily manipulated. You're so easily manipulated that you have people telling you like that that's a bad thing. But the people telling you that fast tracking asylum processing is a bad thing, because like those are the people who want those people sitting around, like asylum seekers, to sit around in the country, like not being processed and spending years here without ever having a background check done. Those are fucking Republicans, guys. They're causing a problem. Like, and because you just like believe everything they tell you, like you just accept it, and you're like, oh yeah, that sounds bad to fast track asylum processing, while also being told that it's bad because they're sitting around while waiting to be processed. And you don't even look beyond the like surface, description that you're being handed by like Fox News or whatever bullshit. And it's crazy. They are creating the problem that they're telling you to be scared of, because it makes you so much easier to manipulate.
Yeah, I do believe Austin is scared. Let me do a little short piece of a prayer. Yea, though I walk through the valley of shadow of death, I will fear no evil. Don't be scared of them witches, bro.
Asylum literally just means like, okay, you should know this. You're a Christian, right? When you show up at a church, you, in theory, you are supposed to be able to go into the church and claim sanctuary, right? Have you heard of this concept? No, machine yearning. I'm going to say whatever the fuck I want. Literally. Austin, you still in here? Are you familiar with the process of claiming sanctuary in a church? They agree. Who's they, Austin? The church? Well, the United States also agreed to that. The United States agreed that if someone arrives at the doors, or even climbs in through a window in the United States and says, sanctuary, I request sanctuary, that the U.S. is going to give them sanctuary. Except the U.S. actually has conditions for that sanctuary, ironically. But you understand this. You're a Christian. You know that there's churches right now, Christian churches, housing undocumented immigrants, right? Because they are sanctuary. And they invite undocumented immigrants to come to their church and say, like, hey, you can come here, you can request sanctuary. And they do. And even if they don't invite them, in theory, if a Christian church is actually as Christian as it claims to be, if an undocumented immigrant knocks on a church's doors and claims sanctuary, in theory, they should be providing sanctuary to them. That's what that is. Because he brought up religion, Quangus, but sure, walk into the middle of a conversation and act like you know what the fuck's going on. The church is not your government. Okay, but Austin, I'm explaining, remember how earlier you said, oh, it's a metaphor. This is a simile, right? I'm giving you a comparison because you don't seem to understand what the point of asylum is or how asylum works. You don't seem to understand it. I'm trying to put it into terms that you do understand. You understand the concept of offering people sanctuary. If they show up, if they get into a church and say, I request sanctuary, the church is supposed to let them stay as long as they need until they're safe, right? The U.S. is similar. Not exactly the same, but it's similar. As are, like, most other countries, right? Most countries have agreed with one another, like, hey, yeah, if someone comes here and asks for asylum, which is just a legal, that's like the non-religious version of sanctuary, we're going to grant it to them. However, because we're like a country and not like a church and stuff, and like we have governments and we don't want to like let in people we don't want to just like let in people who are requesting sanctuary who maybe don't qualify for sanctuary or who are maybe like dangerous people, right? Like you don't want to let the devil come in, I guess, I'm trying to fucking grasping at stars on this metaphor now, like, and request sanctuary and just let them sit there, right? Like the governments are going to like process. They're going to be like, okay, we're going to check up. Like, yeah, of course, we'll give you sanctuary, right? Like you need safety because people are after you or whatever. Sure, you are safe within our doors. In the meantime, we're going to check up on what you're claiming is the danger. And so they do that. That's what governments do. That's what the U.S. government does. That's what other governments do. But there's an agreement between most international countries that is, an agreement to take in people requesting asylum, aka sanctuary. It's just simple. It's just like the way the world works. And, you know, and for if you believe in like human rights and protecting people, because remember, you were so afraid that we were letting in people that come from cultures that treat women so poorly. So clearly you care about women. Imagine that a woman is being hunted by her husband, her very powerful husband, right? And she is running across multiple countries, and he has the power and the means to get to her, to do terrible things to her, right? And she somehow manages to escape from his clutches, you know, in the dead of night, climbing through crazy jungles and forests and fording rivers and crossing a desert, everything, every nightmare you can imagine. And she finally makes it to the United States, which is the one country that he, because he is, you know, pick a country, let's say Colombia, he's a Colombian warlord. Apparently, like, the United States is the one country where his tendrils do not reach. That's the one place he can't get to her. And she shows up at America's door and she says, please, I have come. I crossed the desert and I crossed the border 1,000,000 miles from here because I couldn't cross at a port of entry because the guards, he has eyes at the ports of entry, all this stuff. I have my baby with me. Please, I am unsafe. I need asylum. Please. Should America say, sure, we'll give you asylum? And while we give you asylum, we'll check up on your story. Wait, what shit did you say about? Okay, so Austin, so you don't believe, so when you say that you want to protect women, you don't actually mean that. Okay, but in Mexico, she's still in danger.
Of course he doesn't.
Yeah, of course you don't. Okay. Yeah, you're just pretending to give a shit about. So thank you for proving our point, that you also don't give a shit about women. Also, someone said something. I'm trying to find this message that I saw for a moment. Okay, so Austin. So yes, that is a legitimate asylum request that can't be taken advantage of, though, which is it is being. Okay, Austin. So thank you. Stick with me here, right? Stick with me. I'm so glad you understand. That is a legitimate asylum request. And yes, I don't disagree with you that there are illegitimate asylum requests. Absolutely. There's also, someone else making that same journey because of for economic reasons, right? They're like, you know what? I hear that in America there's economic opportunity, and I'm going to go take this insane journey and go, and I'll just tell them I'm in danger and hope that they don't figure it out, right? You're right. People do that. So the problem is we can't just look at someone when they cross the border and know immediately which ones are telling the truth and which ones aren't. Because in fact, what if I told you that the woman carrying the baby, she's actually the economic migrant, and it's actually the dude, the 21-year-old dude who's actually running for his life from his evil stepfather. You don't know. Right? They're both going to tell you, they're both going to arrive. They're going to tell you a story that their life is in danger and that they need help and they need asylum. We can't tell right off the bat who's telling the truth and who isn't. We have no fucking clue. But we have agreed to take people in, right? But that's why when an asylum seeker arrives, the government processes them, right? And in that process, they basically have them come up and give like an actual like under oath statements and stuff, basically attesting to what they're escaping from, what their situation is, giving over documents, as much documentation as they can. The government itself has to go verify that story, right? Which can be difficult sometimes. Long story short, that's a long process, right? But there's also thousands of other people in this line, right? And so you don't know. So like, you don't know who it is, but that whole process takes resources. It requires resources, right? So you need some money to do it. You need some people, handling all the like cases and whatnot. And right now, it's a very long process. There is a long waiting line. But I agree. We should speed that process up. We should. Instead of like trying to, you understand that if we locked people up for 2 years while they waited for that asylum, that would cost the taxpayers tens of thousands, if not hundreds. That would cost hundreds of thousands of dollars very quickly. It would be, I think it's close to like what, $88,000 to keep a prisoner in America. How much does it cost to keep a prisoner in prison? So for every asylum seeker, we as taxpayers would be paying to keep them imprisoned, which is tens of thousands of dollars, like upwards of $100,000 a year, right, for each individual. So we could do that, or we could not do that and pay less. And, you know, but I agree, like, we should basically process. The government is normally accurate, right? Well, Fred, the majority of asylum seekers, the vast majority of asylum seekers are rejected, have their claims rejected. So you tell me. Is your issue with the whole asylum process that they're usually wrong? Or, I mean, because here's the thing, you guys keep saying that you want them to do it legally, but so now but is the issue that you don't trust the legal process either? No, it actually doesn't, Joseph. It costs us less. It actually costs us less to give, you know, a couple of fucking food vouchers. Which are then, and the idea of giving out like food vouchers and assistance is for that money to then just be spent on American businesses and the American economy, rather than it costing a hell of a lot more to put people into like a fucking prison and have that money just go towards like private fucking prisons. You don't trust the legal process. So so Austin, so you don't believe in legal immigration either. You don't believe in legal immigration either. So you just don't want any immigration. So this is just racism.
Isn't it always?
It's a Sony A7R3. Oh, is it an insult? Okay, Austin, you just said yourself, you don't even believe, you don't want non-illegal immigration, and you don't want legal immigration because you don't trust it. You don't trust immigrants that are here legally either. You don't trust the government to choose the right immigrants, okay? So we're kind of at a standstill, right? You don't trust immigrants because they're immigrants. You don't think the government let the right ones in. You don't think anything. So yeah, you're against immigration of all types. Clearly.
And he doesn't want to be a hero and save people. I was even going to order him a cape. Don't you want a cape, Austin?
Yeah, that's a good question, Jared. So, you know. No, I'm on a computer. Guys, this is my backup account. By the way, please give it a follow if you like this, if you like me, because sometimes I lose live access. Thank you, Carnage. I have an agenda I'm not revealing. Oh, no, I'll reveal my agenda. I have beliefs based on facts and morals. My goal is to fact check people when they come in here with bullshit. That's my agenda. It's literally like we're literally having t-shirts made. I know it's backwards, but it says, we fact check here. We fact check here.
Morals are subjective.
For me, I mean,
Austin, you don't know that.
believe in helping people who need help, you know. I believe in legal immigration. You don't. I believe in it. You literally, I mean, you just said that you don't even, like this whole time we were talking about the process, you were acting as though you just want the process to be legal. And I was explaining to you the legal process, and now you've changed your tune and you say you don't trust legal immigration, aka legal immigrants either. So what's even the fucking point talking to you? Okay, xenophobia. I don't know how to talk to you about that then. So if someone else wants to talk about something, let's talk about it. Yeah.
I don't know why Austin don't just request up and get in a box and talk about it.
Morals are subjective.
Be
Morals
so
are
much
each
easier.
person. Clearly, Austin. Because we have different morals than you do, so obviously morals are subjective. Very simple. This guy said morals are subjective after I disagree with him on our morals. Yep. I know he doesn't. Mm-hmm.
Even if he was trying to follow his religious doctrines, morals, he can't. He can't turn the other cheek. He's got to have that Second Amendment. He can't let people in because he's afraid of them. He can't even follow his own book.
I just sent you an invite, Austin.
It's funny how everything's not a black or white. It's not either absolutely the right thing or absolutely the wrong thing. It is sort of a spectrum, depending on various things.
Should we do snowflake keychains tonight?
Sure.
All right. The new goal's up. It's snowflake keychains, but we like snowflakes. We're just a bunch of them. Sent you another invitation, Austin. Before, what are we talking about? What? I mean, what were we just talking about?
Whatever y'all want to talk about.
We were just talking about, like, immigration. And you just asked about morals. Subjective morals. You want to know what you're getting into? Jesus, what? We've literally been following your topics this entire time. You're the one who's, like, talking about immigration, acting as though you just want immigrants to be here to follow the legal process, but then when we're talking about the legal process, you say that you don't trust the legal process. So clearly you just don't want anyone to immigrate to this country. You're just xenophobic. That's it. That's very simple. So, I mean, if, you know, actually, yeah, if you don't want to come up here and talk about that, then...
And you could even pick the person you want to talk to. We don't mind. You don't have to talk to both of us.
Yeah.
I'll be quiet. I don't mind.
Yeah, what do you mean, like, what are we talking about? We've literally been responding to you for the past hour or so, actually. They're cool with Dutch immigrants, yeah. Austin's not joining. Okay. All right. If anyone else wants to have a conversation, who actually, you know. Hi, James.
Hey, what's up?
What's going on? Austin did Rania.
A whole lot of not an hour.
It is usually more interesting. Sorry.
I was wondering if you guys knew anything about an organization, particularly you, God down there. But the PLS, you guys know anything about them?
I'll look that up. I'm not sure. That sounds a little familiar, but I feel like...
Does not. Yeah, I think it sounds familiar, but I don't know exactly what that is.
Oh, it's a Marxist group, the Party for Liberation and Socialism.
Mm-hmm.
I've been kind of looking into them and been going back and forth between phone calls with members. I was wondering if you guys could, enlighten me a little, but yes, you guys don't know much either.
Oh, okay. So it's a revolutionary socialist party. So basically, they think that the only way to bring about socialism is a revolution. which is usually, I believe, like violent.
Yeah, that's the category it falls into.
Yeah.
I don't know.
It's also a democratic centralist party, which means all members, including those who disagree, are duty bound to publicly defend and carry out all PSL decisions. Yeah, I don't like shit like that personally.
Yeah, I wouldn't get into that either.
Yeah. That means even if you disagree with something, with a decision that the group is carrying out, you're not allowed to disagree with it. Or like, even if you disagree with it, like you have to do it. So if the group, for some reason, goes off the rails and they're like, we're gonna violently overthrow the government by doing violent things or something, you, as a member of the party, you would not, or the group, you would not have a choice but to participate.
Interesting.
Yeah. If they
Would you
voted and
guys
said
have-
you have to unalive that person, if they took a vote and the majority said, yeah, you have to unalive them, you would have to do that.
Do you guys have any recommendations of groups to join?
Well, it depends on like what your goals are. What are you trying to? No, Alan, that's called party
All I will
discipline.
say is make sure you do your research on any group before you join it.
Yeah.
Like a lot.
I do want to address, I mean, you can always check out like the Democratic Socialists or whatever, DSA. That's a very simple thing. And then from there, though, the thing is with organizing with groups, if you get involved with one group, chances are you're going to meet members that you'll vibe with. And they are, like, most people are parts of like multiple groups. So it's like, it's pretty easy to get introduced to other groups and stuff by like-minded people. Just always be like careful and wary of what groups they're leading you towards and into, because that's also a prime like shitty and shady recruitment tactic. But I would start like simple, basic, relatively trusted. But I do want to see. Yeah, Alan, you're saying, a Democratic. You said that's called party discipline. It's how you act and get things done. No, Alan, it's not. No, I mean, some people, you can use that as an excuse, sure, but I have spent a lot of time around a lot of organizers, a lot of groups. I spent all summer documenting protests. Sorry to everyone who's heard this a million times. In none of these groups, which are very effective and very active and have high participation, was there ever a requirement for people to do things that they were not willingly partaking in. Every step of the way, it was like, you get to choose whether you partake in this activity or not. And you know what? That's fine. That doesn't somehow make a party less disciplined. To say otherwise, that is authoritarian to an extent, right? Because if you can't even choose to abstain from something, that's not true, like anything. Also, just following orders. Never a good excuse.
Yeah, I agree with that, but I've read their mission statement, and I've read even a book about socialism by members of the party, and they didn't mention any need for violence or anything like that.
Sure, but I'm sure they won't, because that's illegal. Like, they can't say, hey, we're recruiting people to engage in violence. But if their beliefs are revolutionary social, like if they believe that they are revolutionary socialist party, that's how it describes itself. If the literature you have says, hey, we are a revolutionary socialist party, that means that by definition they believe that socialism, which is their goal, will only come about with revolution, right? Which, sure, if when asked, they will say revolution can take many forms, and sure, technically that's true. In practice, that's not actually what that means. You know what I mean? Like, but they had to be careful. They cannot say, hey, we're here to like violently do these things in literature or anything they sell you, because that is illegal as fuck. But what they can do is tell you, we are revolutionary socialists. And then it's up to you to understand what that actually means in practice. But also, like in a group that believes in democratic centralism, that idea that like, hey, if they take a vote and the majority of people say this, you are not allowed to go against the results of that vote. You're not allowed to like disagree with that. You're not allowed to sit it out. That's also like a very successful way to basically like, they don't have to tell you everything that they're about. They don't. But like once they get you in deep enough, if they just, get you in deep enough, keep you in long enough, a couple of votes, and all of a sudden you will be in a situation where you feel you can't go against what their plan is or what their choice is. And so even if they never like lured you in with the promise of like, violence or anything like that, once they got you like hooked on that democratic centralist practice, they can get you to partake in whatever the fuck they want. You understand? Like, I would stay away from groups that practice. I mean, just democratic centralism is a very fucking shady as fuck practice.
Well, all right then.
That's just my advice. That's just,
Duly noted. Appreciate it.
Mm-hmm.
I would, like I said, I would just get to know some of the people before I committed to anything. See what it's about.
That too.
Look into it.
But you got to be careful about shit like that too, just because sometimes they will present things a certain way. You know what I mean? Like, just always be wary with groups in general. Things will always be presented as like sunshine and roses, but look at what their actual practices are. And if their practice at any point says, we have this rule where once you're a member, if we say that this is what we're doing, you're not allowed to say no, that is a red flag, no matter what. You know what I mean? Even if they seem like the most pacifist and peaceful, loving people. If there's a thing that says the rule is once you join us, like we can overrule your consent at any point, red flag.
All right. But I did, and speaking of reading, I actually just read, I don't want to say the name of the book or the literature. I don't know if that would get your life taken down.
Is it a manifesto?
Right.
Yeah.
I just read that like the other day, and I thought, why do people hate this so much? Sounds fine to me.
Well, because in practice, it's messy, right? It's messy.
Well, I would argue that it hasn't been practiced yet.
Sure, yeah. But in large part because it's so difficult to practice it cleanly with, humans. I don't disagree with you. I think the ideology is fucking beautiful. I think it's wonderful. But I think that part of the reason is because it's very difficult to practice something like that truly cleanly. Especially existing in a world, like especially existing in a larger capitalistic context, right? Like you can see it practiced cleanly on very small scales, right? Like there are communes out here that will practice it very cleanly, very effectively. However, they exist in a larger like capitalistic context in society, right? So a lot of the things that they have to do that interact with an outside world is engage in capitalism, right? And this isn't me defending capitalism, but it's like if you have a commune that like lives on a farm, right? Either they pay rent every month to a landlord, which is inherently capitalistic, or they purchased the land themselves, which is also inherently capitalistic. So there's a deed somewhere sitting in a government building that like affirms ownership of this tract of land within a larger capitalistic context. They're like when outside of your, whether it's a tiny little commune or group, town, city, or country, when the outside system is something else entirely, it's very difficult to not engage in that practice whatsoever, right? And
I understand that, but from like what theory that I've read, a lot of them even admit that we all lived for dozens of millennia in like a primitive form, tribal nations, things like that. So we have done it. Not in this society.
Well, okay, but
I can understand why.
No, but those tribal nations weren't communistic in nature.
With the idea that there's no property, there's no like private property and the equal distribution of goods and things like that.
Yeah, that's not
Marx
right.
even
Like,
called them
when
primitive
you're
form
talking
of
about
communism.
when you're talking tribalism, like, oh, humans lived that way for millennia, for centuries or whatever. That's not actually true. Not all the tribes were not practicing. Just because they weren't,
All of us.
yeah, not all of, yeah. A lot of people weren't. There's a lot of bartering, There's lots of tribes had bartering. Like, that's well documented. Especially with each other. And that's the other thing, right? That, like, even if a tribe was inherently within itself, like, perfectly communistic, whenever tribes, like, interacted with one another, if they figured out like a peaceful means of doing so, that would usually involve bartering, right? Like, tribes didn't have to like fuck with each other. I mean, this is a very over generalization, right? Different every time two groups of people have, bumped up against each other. It has gone a completely unique way. But like overall, for a very long time, if like two tribes ran into each other, either it was a problem or they'd be like, all right, we'll leave you to your stuff if you leave us to our stuff, and we'll be, if it was like a peaceful-ish situation, they would either leave each other to their own devices unless usually they needed to interact because one had something that the other needed, So at that point, there becomes an exchange, right? Usually the best way to like create a peaceful situation with anyone on literally on any scale, like individual to nation level, is have an exchange of goods, especially. So even if there were like perfectly communistic tribes running around, before we had electricity and stuff, when they were bumping into other tribes, either they would go and they would like fight each other or like work out a truce that usually involved an exchange of goods, whatever. So that inherently, that is not exactly like communistic, right? That becomes like, hey, that territory is yours, this territory is us, which by the way is inherently like against this idea of like no private property, right? Each group of people would delineate their kind of personal territory and stuff, which, yeah, we didn't have deeds. This is, back before paper existed, for example. But that is inherently against this idea of like no private property, right? Does that make sense?
Yeah. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. But I would argue at least one group that would come to mind would be the Australian Aboriginals who lived totally secluded from the rest of the world for 70,000 years, I think.
Mm-hmm. But so did they live as communists?
Well, yes, that was one of the instances given in the things that I've read.
Did they though?
Largely they did. Largely, not all the way.
Not all
See,
the way. Okay.
One of the problems that people have with thinking about communism is like it is the point where we're going. We think about that only, not as we're going to head that direction and we'll stop where everybody's doing really well.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have to get all the way there. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
You just sort of start easing that direction and you stop where everybody's doing good and things are great.
Right.
That's one of the problems that people have with communism as they think about it as it's either this or it's that. And that's not the way life works.
Yes. Well, I would agree, God, but I also think, because that's how I talk about socialism, right? But I would also say that when we talk about communism, and it's it's pretty impossible to practice it cleanly, right? And by that, I mean like perfectly. And people say, well, we've never actually had it like perfect. It's never actually happened like fully, right, in a country. And so now we're talking about it. And I agree, there's been no like example of it perfectly existing. And now we're going through examples. And, you know, if you're going to bring up like Aboriginal people in Australia, you said, were, you know, practicing communism. Well, they were mostly practicing communism. Okay, so then that's not an example anymore, right? Like if you're saying like, well, it's never really existed 100%, therefore we don't actually know. And here's an example, but also they didn't practice it 100%. That's still not an example of what you're trying to give me, I guess. Does that make sense?
Yeah. But there's a book that I'm reading now that I think they make a pretty good point, at least ideologically, that even conservative people say things like socialism or communism sounds like a good idea, but not in practice. And then they say capitalism isn't really a good idea, but it's the only system that works. So they agree that our current system is not good, and that socialism and communism would be good, but it doesn't work.
Sure,
Anyway.
but also like, I mean, I'm a socialist personally. I'm not a communist, but I'm a socialist. And I do believe, but I also am like, I'm not one of these like one true Scotsman or one true socialism type people. Like God is, same stance with God, even though God is like is a communist, but also is like, it's not one true, you go towards it and then you find the balance that works. I think that we can acknowledge that, like, I don't think an entire system has to be like socialist to be able to say like this system has socialist practices. Same with capitalism, right? Like I think that you can find a balance. I think that a balance exists in many places technically. And like where that balance lies entirely depends on the people and the like situation. When people say like, oh, well, that sounds good, but it's like not possible. I mean, I don't know that you're saying, in my experience, people who say shit like that are not people who are very engaged with reality, and like they're not actually able to engage on these topics very deeply. So I don't know how I would either explain shit to them like that or just like move on, I guess. You know what I mean? But like most people who are actually like aware can like acknowledge like, well, there's like there's like a mix of capitalism and socialism in a lot of like places, right? And it's like what constitutes a socialism, and what constitutes a system that is 100% socialism, and what constitutes a system that is 100% capitalism. And like no capitalistic system is 100% capitalism technically. There's like usually socialized aspects to it. And same for current like actual, examples of socialist systems. It's never 100% socialist. There's also capitalistic elements to it. So, are we engaging in good faith on stuff like this? But like, okay, but the capitalist part is bad. Yeah, I would agree that like in general, the capitalist part is usually what brings the fucking problems personally. And like, and that's another good point, right? Like usually when we're talking about like, oh, communism doesn't work, it's like, yeah, usually if something like communism doesn't work, it's because someone is engaging in capitalism. That's why it doesn't work. And that's more what I'm saying, right? Like when I say it's really difficult to practice communism cleanly, it's because someone somewhere is going to be fucking practicing capitalism. And that is what fucks it all up, right? It's that corruption. It's that like, okay, the elites then are actually like, running this whole separate fucking economy outside of what is the official one and stuff. And then out of necessity, because those resources are being like taken and exploited, and people are being exploited, then exploited people have to develop their own sort of like, black market economy themselves. And like this whole shadow economy that is like existing outside of the official economy and stuff. And that's what ruins shit like communism and socialism in practice. Usually it's the fact that someone is always going to be a fucking capitalist, because capitalism is literally a system that is entirely based on exploitation. Capitalism, the premise of capitalism is getting out more value from things than you put in. That is what you require to be successful in capitalism, to get more out than what you put in. So if anyone is hoping to exploit a system at any point, they are introducing capitalism into that system on some level. This is it.
Oh, I think we lost him.
Yeah. Yeah. I can't find my like multi-guest control panel. James, we lost you.
He may have got a phone call.
Oh, okay.
He's currently having tea. Nope, he's gone.
I dropped him just.
That's usually what it means whenever they're having tea. It usually means they got a phone call or something.
Gotcha. Thank you, Jared. And that's what I mean, and what people mean when they say like capitalism just is exploitation. That's what I mean, at least, when I say capitalism is exploitation. I don't mean I mean exploitation. If like exploitation is also like that definition of you get out more than you put in, right? You are exploiting a situation. Now, when we talk about exploiting humans, usually what we mean is extreme capitalism, right? That someone's taking out way more than what they're putting in, so they're taking advantage of it. But like, we don't have a clear definition of where that line is, right? We don't have a clear definition of like how much you're getting out versus putting in is too much. It used to be that, you know, we used to pay people a hell of a lot more than for a hell of a lot less work, right? For example. And any less than that would have been seen as, you know, as exploitation. But now we pay them way less than what, you know, we get from them, because minimum wage has not kept up with like standard of living or whatever, cost of living, pardon. And yet people are working more than ever, getting fewer benefits than ever. And like, we're getting more value, and these companies are profiting, recording record-breaking profits year over year, which means that they are getting more out than what they're putting in always. And so we're currently living at standards. People are currently working and being, you know, hired and worked and used at standards and levels that would have been seen as exploitation, as in too much exploitation, you know, 30 years ago, 50 years ago. So that's why it's like there's no clear definition of like when taking out more than you put in is officially exploitation, as in too much. That's just what exploitation is. You take out more than you put in the most like just rudimentary basic like definition of it. Colloquially, when we talk about it, we don't mean it that way. We mean it like, you're taking out too much compared to what you're putting in. But capitalism, by definition, is built on exploitation, taking out more than you put in. What lies, Franco? What did I lie about? Name the lie. That's not true, Jason. If you're capable of making $1 million an hour, you will. No, that's a complete lack of understanding of how this works. If a company profits more, like, what is your labor worth, right? Is your labor worth what you're willing to accept in exchange for it? Or is your labor worth, like, ultimately the value it creates? Does that make sense? Do you understand what I'm saying? Like, between those two different things? Like, let's say I'm a whittler, right? I'm a woodworker who carves things. And, or no, actually, let's do it this way. I'm a potter. And I make pottery, ceramics, right? I can make this mug, let's say it takes me an hour, for example, just to keep round numbers. I can sell this coffee mug for $10, right? So is 1 hour, how much is my time worth? I would argue it's very easy to understand that an hour of my time, if all I need to do is make this mug, it takes me 1 hour, and I can sell this mug for $10, that means that my labor is worth $10 an hour. That's the value that it creates. Now, let's say I'm an employee for someone, right? I make this and I get paid $10 an hour, but they sell this mug for $20 an hour. So is my labor worth $10 an hour, or is it worth the $20 that my labor results in? Wow, great comeback, Franco. Depends on marketing. No, that's introducing other stuff. I'm saying, is my labor valued on the total value of the product I produce, of my output, or is my labor worth what I specifically am given for it? I don't think you understand the question, Dirty Wrench. Man, people here not understanding a very simple question. You guys are overcomplicating it. You're thinking about it in the wrong terms. I'm like simplifying this very simply. Okay? Right. Well, okay, but in this situation, it is that simple because this is a hypothetical situation being used to demonstrate that the way we value labor can be viewed as one of two ways, right? That's the simple concept we're trying to illustrate right now, guys. I understand marketing is a different thing. In fact, and I also, by the way, no one even brought up cost of materials. So, but we're setting that aside right now because we can be fucking adults and talk about things conceptually. Okay? The value of labor, is it the value that is ultimately output that labor creates? The product, is it the value of the product that labor creates? Or is it the value that person receives for that labor? It's output, right? I would argue it's output, personally. And in fact, capitalism would too, in many ways. However, so when I say capitalism is built on exploitation, and capitalism, when we say capitalism is based on getting out more than you put in, that means, okay, let's introduce the business owner, right? Let's say, as a business owner, all my overhead costs for all the stuff you want to talk about, right? Marketing, selling the thing, the gas to get to the trade shows, whatever, doesn't matter. You know, whatever those are, it's $2. $2 total. Plus $10 for an hour of my laborer laboring this, okay? I sell this for $20. Altogether, it cost me $12 between, the labor and then whatever I needed to get this to a storefront, to a buyer, let's even simplify it there, to a buyer. That cost me $12. I charge them $20, right? That's capitalism, very simply put. I am getting in more, I am taking in more than I am putting out. I am also, does that mean that me as the laborer, because the total output value of my product is actually in fact $20, like we've already said, the value of my labor technically, I'm not saying that I deserve to be paid $20, but I'm saying that technically the value that I have created is $20 worth of value. However, I am only being paid $10 for it. I'm not saying that that's inherently wrong, okay? Before everyone gets all super defensive about it. That is capitalism. Capitalism is that I have created something that is worth $20, but only received $10 for it. But would the owner actually pay more if the laborer produced more? Pay more to what? The laborer? No.
No, they don't.
Yeah, no.
That never happens.
Never happens, yeah.
If it does, it's very, very rarely.
Yeah, Zechariah, do you understand that we are talking conceptually here? You guys act like, whatever. Guys, I am a business owner. I engage in capitalism. I understand overhead in businesses very fucking well. We are talking conceptually right now. Yes, insurance. Good job, Dirty Runs. Workers' comp. Good job. Yeah. So it's fair then? No. Define fairness. Who the fuck decides what that is? That's kind of the fucking point. We're having a more complex discussion than I think you're capable of, Zechariah. I'm explaining why capitalism can be understood as simply as you get out more than you put in. Me as a business owner, let's say I don't even do any work, right? Let's say all I have is money. All I have. Money makes the world go round, right? I put in $12. I got out $20. It's capitalism. Baby. No, I'm saying literally if I didn't do anything. Okay, let's say that I as the business owner do $1 worth of work, right? Let's say. Again, we're just making up numbers here. And then $2 for materials, whatever, overhead, blah, blah, blah. $10 for the laborer. I sell this for $20, right? So the actual labor, time, and effort that I have done, I could pay someone else to do it for $1 if I wanted to. So I still got out more than I put in, whether it was through sweat equity or actual equity. Otherwise, guys, this is a very simple concept. This is not inherently anti-capitalistic. It just makes capitalism seem exactly as bad as it is, right? Capitalism literally relies on this. Otherwise, it would be pointless. Capitalism relies on you're going to get out more than you put in. Otherwise, you're not profiting, and then it's not capitalism anymore. But if it sounds bad to you, well... Right, exactly, Mike. Capitalism, by definition, is getting out more than you put in. That's what profit is. Capitalism only runs on the concept of making a profit. That's what it is. Getting out more than you put in. Thank you, Randy. Yeah, exactly. Hey, hippie. Well, we were just talking because earlier, like, I just described capitalism as, you know, a system where you get out more than you get that you put in. And capitalism by definition is exploitation. Exploitation, similarly, I mean, the same thing you could say is like you get out more than you put in, right? Which when we say if you get out too much compared to what you put in, then it's taking advantage, and that's when people usually use the word exploitation. I would say there's no definition of what taking advantage is, so it's all by definition a form of exploitation. That doesn't necessarily mean like, oh, the whole system, like immediately it's bad and whatever. That's not what I'm saying. You may feel that way about it based on the descriptions. But yeah. I'm not generalizing a complex system. In fact, I mean, literally that's how profit works, Zechariah. But I am simplifying a concept. Generalizing capitalism as being about profit, that's not like that's literally what capitalism requires. Like, you need success in capitalism requires like for you to make more money than you are spending. This is what profit is. I don't know how to fucking break it to you, dude. This is what capitalism requires. Yeah, that's the thing. It's like when you simplify it, it's people, the reason, it's funny because, yeah, people are getting defensive. I'm not even making a value judgment on this. I keep saying, like, I'm not saying I'm inherent, I'm saying it's wrong, da-da-da. But it's like, it's capitalists who get uncomfortable with a very simple description of how capitalism works. And the reason they get uncomfortable with it is because they're like, well, no, that doesn't sound so good. Guys. You don't think of it in CPA terms because CPA would understand exactly what I'm saying very easily. Stop acting as though it's, you know. It was nice, Mega. Was there a pie gate? I mean, technically the pie gate occurred here at home, but I mean, we were just talking about what, like, capitalism is in very simple terms. There's not really, like, because before that we were talking about can things coexist or not. And people were like, are you a communist? Whatever. We meander here. We meander a lot. Unless, did I lose my way at some point, God? Am I trying to make a point that I stopped making?
No, you were right on point. I didn't need to say anything, as usual. You always beat me to it.
Sorry, I don't mean to, like...
I would like to point out, though, like I always like to do, that the capitalists are all for capitalism until the gas prices are up, and then they can't get a hold of their bootstraps. Grocery prices are up, and they can't get a hold of their bootstraps. Their undercarriage is all worn out on the fence they're straddling. Horrible. My dog must have treats.
For what's Fred saying? Didn't think you were here for that context. What context? What's going on? Well, yeah, then the question, I mean, the things get more complicated if, like, okay, so I have, an artisan, I have a worker who makes this one mug, I pay them $10, for 1 hour of work. I pay $2 overhead. My work is is worth about $1. But then I go sell it for $20, right? Make off more. Then I put in whatever. But let's say let's say my artisan, my worker is getting better at making this, right? And so now they've sped up and they can make 2 per hour, 2 mugs an hour. And I can sell each of these mugs for, $20 each. My labor, it doesn't scale up 1-to-1 because it doesn't. If anyone who wants to act as though this is more complex than it is, then you should know that as you scale up, the overhead costs actually go down per unit often. So, the overhead, instead of $2 per mug, is going to be like $2.50, right? Or not $2 per mug. Instead of $2 becoming $4 for the 2 mugs, it's going to be like, let's say $3. Let's do a round number, right? Instead of the $4. Because part of the overhead is like keeping the lights on, for example. But now that we can do this, we can do 2 in 1 hour. I still only have to keep the lights on for 1 hour, for example. My labor similarly scales up, right? Because if I'm like doing all the sales things and I'm like, okay, I'll shake the hand with the shopkeep who's going to sell it, whatever, it doesn't matter. Now I'm just having those conversations about 2 mugs rather than the 1. So let's say that instead of my labor being, $1 becoming 2 because it's 2 mugs, it's $1.50, right? So it went up to $3, $4.50. Okay. So $4.50. However, I still pay my employee $10 for that 1 hour, but they just doubled their output. My overhead costs are going down per mug. So now I can sell 2 mugs at 20 each, $40. It cost me $10 in the labor for the 2 plus $4.50. So $14.50. And I just made $40. Not bad. My worker is actually outputting twice as much value in that sense, right? The way we first defined it. We said the value of their labor, they are creating $40 worth of labor. And yet they're still only being paid $10. Let's say we're friends. So I threw them a 50-cent increase. So now it's $15 total. My worker is happy because I told them it was a big deal that I gave them a 50-cent increase. But really, I've just more than doubled my profits, actually. More by a lot. Because again, my cost for them was $10.50. My overhead was $4.50, $15 total for the 2 mugs now. Bring in $40, so $35. Before, I was only making $7. So I just quadrupled. I quadrupled my profit margin on this one. So if the costs increase, the profits would remain the same. Well, it depends by how much the costs increase. That's the point. I'm going to flood the mud market, yeah. But yeah, it's one of the greatest magic tricks of capitalism was to convince people to not pay them based on the value they help create, but rather just, a set number of hours or whatever. It's a great magic trick.
And give them some pizza occasionally.
And give them some pizza occasionally. Throw them a 50-cent raise every couple years.
Yep. And then insist that they're there all the time. Never any days off.
Oh,
even if you're sick.
So anyone stop to ask if we need mugs? That's a great question, Mega. That introduces a whole other set of very fun variables, okay? Because it is now 2035, okay? And we are entering the great mugs shortage of the 30s. Ooh. Overnight, all mugs have disappeared. Here's the fucking problem, though. Here's the fucking problem. My society relies on mugs to live. To live, if you can believe it. At least live very comfortably. It's not that you'll unalive if you don't have a mug, but, you know, a lot of people would rather be unalived without their mug. Okay, great mug shortage of 35. Well, demands are up, worker. You better increase output. This is an emergency situation. I'm going to actually, instead of bringing you in, 1 hour, to make 2 mugs, I'm going to bring you in 2 hours. I'll pay you a little bit extra, right? 2 hours. And instead of making, so you're going to make 4 mugs a day. Again, we are being silly here. But also, I'm going to need you to increase your output, and I'll give you a little extra. So at least you're going to be making 2.5 mugs an hour, right? Because we're really pushing it at this point. So 2 hours now, I'm going to get 5 mugs out of you a day. Because we're in a great mug shortage of 35, I can't be selling mugs at $20 a piece anymore. I got to be selling them at 40, at 50. Obviously. Gotta? Why? Because
But wait, you got to back up there. You didn't tell us how we got to the mug shortage. See, you have to start by buying up all the other companies and then cutting production to cause the mug shortage. Mm-hmm. And then, you need your people to produce some more mugs per day. So say, I'll give you a few more dollars a day to produce another mug or two, but I'm not going to mention that I'm going to lay off a bunch of other employees. You can take up the slack.
That's a great point. Well, it's a couple of things I did, right? God, that's a great, with all that handy-dandy profit, you know what I did? I decided to reinvest it into my company. Instead of giving all that profit to, doling it out, the $35 I made for 2 mugs, instead of doling it out to my investors who gave me the initial $12 seed money, I'm going to tell them, hey guys, hang tight. I swear to God, this is totally worth it. I'm going to reinvest this in my business. Okay. And when I reinvest it into my business, after about a week, I, have enough money to go out and to basically buy my next door neighbor's mug making operation, because my next door neighbor's mug making operation is a lot smaller than mine. Right. I have one worker who can produce 2 mugs an hour. And it's me, and I've got I'm basically a machine here. My neighbor is the mug maker and the mug seller, right? So when he makes a mug, for $10, in order to compete with my prices, he maybe prices them at $15 a mug, because he can produce them a lot less quickly, and he also has to do additional work from all that, whatever. Or let's say he prices it at $20 also. Maybe more, because he's paying himself, he's doing all the actual work, and he's also paying for the materials and stuff. And so that $1 of work that I put in, also because I had seed money and stuff, he's still paying off some loans and whatever. It doesn't fucking matter. I have just amassed a great deal of wealth a little bit more quickly because of the position I'm in. So I'm going to go over him. I'm going to make him a deal he cannot refuse. I'm going to acquire his mug making business, right? And then all of a sudden, we're making $70 an hour because I have these 2 little mug makers that I can pay only $10, whatever. And I do that a few more times until I have acquired all the mug makers in the region, or most of them, most of the important ones, the ones I want, which are 10. And every time I acquire yet another mug maker, it makes it harder for someone else to buy a different mug. So anytime someone needs a mug, which they need, they're going to come to me, which means my profits keep amassing much, much larger. And every time I just go back to my investors and I say, hey man, I know I owe you this money and I know I owe you some of this profit. Just let me reinvest it in the business. I promise you it's all going to be fucking worth it. Here's a couple bucks in the meantime. And my investors are seeing this growth and they're like, you know what? That's amazing. So I keep doing that. I keep buying up all the mug makers, all the mug making operations, blah, 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 whatever. Then we get to the point where the great mug shortage of 35, as you said, God, now I own all of the facilities, all the mug makers. And I just want to make more profit. I have no one else to buy. So I'm going to start firing mug makers. We're going to start slowing output. I'm also going to start buying cheaper materials. So my mugs.
You could cross these made up borders into other places where people are, they're lacking in things. They need money. They're overcrowded or whatever. And you could get them to work for cheaper. Mm-hmm. So there's that aspect of it as well. As long as you got this imaginary line, where you can keep things separate. You got that cheaper labor. So if anybody else comes in there trying to undercut your mug business or get into the business of making mugs, you got the cheaper labor and resources right there.
Yeah, you're right. I got that. My competitors out here, they're also buying up a bunch of mug makers. So I'm gonna fire all these mug makers, most of them, and I'm gonna get cheaper mug makers. So I'm gonna have even less overhead to pay, more profits ballooning that I'm gonna keep reinvesting into my business, and I'm gonna basically acquire all the overseas super cheap mug makers. And now I've got all this money I don't know what to do with. You know what I'm going to do next? I'm going to buy the clay mine. Fuck it. I don't want to keep paying my clay providers, so I'm just going to go buy the clay mine. And I'm going to do the same there. I'm going to start with the clay miners, and then I'm going to start replacing them with cheaper clay miners, whatever. Da-da-da-da. I'm going to buy the transportation service that brings me the clay. I'm going to buy the kiln, the firing business, I guess technically that would be the mug maker that would make the mug. I'm going to go buy, whatever. It doesn't fucking matter. We're going to buy
You could invest some of that money into educating some people where they could invent machines for you to make the mugs, and then you wouldn't have to pay as many people. I mean, you could do really good for yourself.
Oh, I love that. Yeah, I've got all this excess money that I want to reinvest into the business because I don't want my investors, my shareholders to get used to getting paid profits. So I got to keep reinvesting this money into my business. So I got to figure out what to do with this money. That's a great fucking idea. Let's go hire some inventors. We got so much money. We can hire inventors. Inventors are expensive, but we can hire them. And we're going to throw a bunch of money. You know what? Sky's the limit. It doesn't matter. It's all worth it. I have to reinvest this money somehow anyway. So go, sky's the limit. Go research, invent to your heart's content. Here's all the materials you need to make a bunch of machines. Let's go figure it out. Cool.
And you don't have to figure it out yourself because you have all the resources and money. You can pay somebody else to do it.
Yeah, well, I'm
and
not
then
doing
just
anything.
Get rid of them later.
I mean, the value I bring to this company is being the genius that invented mugs. Well, I didn't invent mugs, but you didn't even have to invent them. You just had to. I know. I'm saying I invented.
All you needed to do was just find some people in need, of employment or whatever. Make that a thing.
Yeah, I'm gonna say everyone knows I didn't actually invent mugs, but I put mugs on the map. That's really the important thing. Okay, I got together the people who needed to make the mugs. You know what I mean? If it wasn't for me discovering that mug maker in the first place, the world wouldn't know that they wanted mugs this badly. That's me. I'm the genius who found that mug maker and had money to acquire them. Can we use prison labor to make the mugs? That's a great point.
Yes, you could take some of that money, right? Or you could charge a tax on the land and stuff. Then you could get the people making the mugs to pay that into the government, and then you could get the government to subsidize your mug company.
Yeah.
That way, if anybody wanted to get into the mug business, they'd have to do it cheaper than you, but you're getting this other money from your workers and other taxpayers. That way you can keep your mugs, And then you could use tariffs if somebody in other countries wanted to come in and make mugs or sell mugs in your country. Keep them from doing that. You got a monopoly going on. You got it made. That's bootstraps right there.
We don't use the M word here.
Yeah, that's bootstraps. That's your bootstraps. And it's especially easy for you to do if at one time you had, your great great grandpa, was a lord over some feudalist property.
Well, it just so happens that
You already had
initial
a head start.
$12 of seed money came from my daddy.
Yeah, where they owned some people that worked for them for nothing, or something like that. It's quite convenient for you. That's a good thing that doesn't happen in the real world, though, right?
What about invading countries to sell more mugs? Oh, man. Yeah.
That's a good idea.
Yeah.
They could push those countries back technologically, and then it'd make it easier for you to.
These other countries,
Profit off of them too.
They don't know how amazing mugs are to need and to want. We got to go out there. We got to spread the gospel of mug drinking. They don't know this. We got to tell them how great this all is. We should show up. We should give them some free samples, some free mug samples. And
People that don't use mugs are not one of us. They're not like us. We got to keep them out.
they got to stay out, but we're going to teach them about how to be better, how to be just like us. I'm going to show them how rich I am. And I'm going to be like, listen, if you use mugs, one day you could be just like me. But you got to stay here.
Anybody can do it.
Yeah.
Sounds like a good plan. Sounds fair.
Yeah, exactly. A mugocracy. Oh, outlaw cold drinks. Yeah, that's a good point. Actually, you know what? Before we outlaw cold drinks, because there's gonna be a lot of outcry for that. You know what we got to do? I'm gonna ask my handy dandy inventors. Hey, you got any scientist buddies you could call in for a favor? They'll be like, yeah. I'm gonna hire some of these scientist buddies. The reason I want them to be buddies is because I want us to have an understanding. You know what I mean? I want them to be trusted people. I'm gonna say, hey man, you know how dangerous cold drinks are? You know how dangerous they are,
You
right?
could get brain freeze.
Brain freeze. I mean, cold ice can harbor. Look at the glaciers, man. Glaciers, you can find bacteria and viruses frozen for millennia. Can you imagine? People are putting ice cubes into their cold drinks. Ice is danger. Ice is basically poison, right? So, I mean, it's dangerous. And you as a scientist who has an understanding with me and could get a couple of free mugs, you want the world to know how dangerous these cold drinks are, right? Yeah, I'm sure you do. Okay, cool. So now my scientists who are totally not at all mine, are gonna start publishing a very important literature saying how dangerous cold drinks are. Yeah. Pretty soon, you're going to have a whole bunch of people who are begging us to outlaw cold drinks. They're going to beg us to outlaw cold drinks. And, we gotta give the people what they want, right? But obviously, if we're going to do this for them, if we're going to outlaw cold drinks, we got to tell them, supply and demand basically says that now when we outlaw these cold drinks, mugs are going to get a lot more expensive.
We're gonna need some security to keep our people safe from cold drinks too. A lot of security.
That's a good point, God. That is a good point. And the cold drink people
warm beverages are the best on earth, obviously.
Boiling things sterilizes them. Yeah, exactly, Maga. Exactly. Yeah, hot drinks are way better. That's basically sterilized. I mean, hell, mugs are basically magical technology elixirs that mugs save lives. This is such an important and precious technology that this power shouldn't be in the hands of everybody. I'm going to ask the government to give me a piece of paper that says that only I am allowed to have control over this incredibly important and life-saving technology, because they know that this power shouldn't just be in the hands of anyone. And, and this is how we also convince the government to basically outlaw copycats. Because we don't know. What if those copycats are actually like handing out cold drink mugs? We don't know. We don't know. We don't know that.
Yeah, the mugs might have rough edges that might be uncomfortable to one's lips or something. I don't know.
Mugsy balloon.
What if the handle breaks off and the handles are inferior and they break off and you spill your hot beverage in your lap or something? Can't have that.
So no, we cannot. We need to call up the mug regulatory agency, and we need to have a sit down meeting with them. We got to tell them that they're missing some things. That the way they're regulate, like we love what we respect mug regulators. We respect them so much. We want to give them anything we can. Anything you need, we want to provide, mug regulators. And while we're making sure that all your needs are taken care of, let me tell you all about these dangers about other mugs that you don't even know of, you're not even aware of. But here's a test that I propose for mug approvals. I propose that you give every mug manufacturer this test. And if they don't pass it, clearly they are not as good as our mugs. And if they're not as good as our mugs, they're not as safe as our mugs. And, and the public needs to be
there is that one guy who makes these mugs that keep your beverage warm longer, but that's so far away from tradition. We've all been drinking out of these mugs now. We need to kind of stick to tradition.
Yeah.
We don't like these new mugs.
I mean, we don't.
They're bad for our society. It's our culture.
It's our culture, and also, honestly, regulatory, we don't know. We don't have any proof. We haven't seen the long-term effects of these new fandangled mugs that keeps things warmer even longer. We don't know. That we need to keep that at an arm's length. It needs to be properly studied. We have to see what happens with that.
Yeah, until we can afford to buy them out too, at least.
At least. But don't worry. Yeah, when we're ready, we will also, out of the kindness of our hearts, investigate this new technology. And when we are comfortable with it being safe enough to bring to market, we'll let you know. We'll let you know when the technology has advanced enough. But in the meantime, you should make sure that is completely outlawed and not allowed here.
Yeah, it's horrible. Just horrible stuff.
Oh. It's so easy to hear this in Joe's voice. Imagine the import of coffee and tea winter is coming to effect. The import of coffee and tea. Well, that's a good point. God, I think we should maybe acquire some coffee.
Yeah, everything you can put in those mugs.
Yeah, I mean, we still got all this.
We got all this extra money.
Okay, Nas. How do I do that? Can mods put restrictions on the Discord? What's going on in the... Oh, really? On our Discord?
I don't think I'm a mod on the Discord.
You're not? I don't know how to use Discord.
I don't know how to use it yet either.
In the recipes section? Oh, jeez. Really, guys? Can't be trusted on a freaking recipe Discord? Mug memeing and mug mogging? Don't look? Okay, why not? Mean mugging? Do I really have to learn Discord, or can other people just Discord for me? Don't look, or... How do I set up just rules? Gross. Report user profile. Ay, ay, ay. Banning. How do we... How do I give you guys... Let's see. More mod powers. Oh, result. Okay.
The only thing I know how to do with Discord is read the messages.
Never let mods know more about the Discord than you. It prevents future issues. No. I... the song with it. Dun, 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 dun. It's from The Wiz. Or not The Wiz. It's from Wicked, but it's The Wizard's song.
Cottage says she can mod on the Discord.
Yeah, I thought you are a mod, I think. You have Risoldi's, the Risoldi's tag. That's, all right. What's your Discord thing?
I'm pretty sure their Discord is the same as on here.
Oh, thank you. Yeah. Spoilers, Cottage. You'd have to admit you're a Discord mod. Yeah. I mean, I just don't use this thing all that much. I made it because people on here wanted it, and I said fine as long as I don't have to be like in charge of it. Where do I find you guys? How do I find your... Sorry if that's... Everyone's getting sick of it. How do I... Rules? Show member list. Okay. How do I do like different tags and stuff? I forget. Right side panel. Okay,
I don't know.
I pulled up the users. How do I like edit the role things? You know what I mean? I made a couple of roles a while back, but it's been months. I don't remember. So how do I edit? How do I make sure that the roles have like all the permissions on them? Well, modding... In this case, my mods can do whatever the fuck they want. Because I trust my mods.
I think you have pretty good mods, mostly.
Yeah. Members. Okay, roles. Select a role. Riz tiers, subscribers, Risoldi's are mods. Okay. TikTok, I think. Oh, add role, Risoldi's mod. Okay. I don't know where to see the... How do I edit the roles, guys? Does anyone know where to edit the roles? Mm-hmm. Does anyone know? So just Google this.
I know less about Discord than you do. I was hoping Cottage would jump up in the box.
Oh, roles. Okay.
She knows everything.
Result, dude. Mod. Great. Save changes. Permissions. View channels, manage channels, view server insights. Okay. Everything. Read message history, sent in channels. Yes. Everything. Priority speaker. No. Blah. Request to speak. Allow request to speak in stage channel, stage moderators manual. Yep, you can do that. Administrator. This is a dangerous permission to grant. Can I just give you guys administrators? Actually, you know what I'll do? I'll create 2 tiers of mods. Resulties are all the current mods because I know you guys and you're classic. Okay. What should we name? Admin is basically just a couple of people who forced me to set this up in the first place. Honestly, it's like my mods on here. I've known them for months and stuff. Obviously, if any of you guys loses your fucking mind, then we're in trouble. But all right, take that. Oh, you have God tier level. Yeah. Resolved. Reservation. No, Riserator. Mod. Everything's based on Riz because Riz is my dog's name. Rizzo is my dog's name. Riserator mod. Result is it's gonna be admins. Admin. Okay. Writers mod. Do. Cool. Now this permissions. View man. Whoops. To manage channels. View channels. Create expressions. Manage expressions. I guess. Allows member to change their own nickname, a custom name for just sure. Manage nicknames, sure. Kick members, sure. Ban members, timeout members. Yes. 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 I mean, if you guys get to the point where you hate me so much that one of the admins kicks me out, then I probably deserved it. And if not, then the other admins can kick out that admin or something. I don't know. It's really that. Yeah, the puppy's the whole thing. All right. I'm doing like baby mods basically. All right, save changes. Yeah, probably, Vinny. Your mods fear and love you, for example. I should, Alan. I mean, it's very true. It says that, admin role is a dangerous permission to grant, for sure. Manage members. Let's see. Straight Edge, Nas, Robin, Devontae, Cottage. Who is this? Oh, I think this is Caglio. Andrew. All right. I'm going to add Caglio to this. I love Caglio, but I sort of feel like he's going to go a little power mad. He might start banning people. I mean, he can still ban people, but I'm gonna give him mod level. Not. All right. Exactly, right, Mike? No, I'm the same way, Simon. I'm definitely like a worst case scenario preparer. I guess, but that should give you an idea of exactly how much. It's not that I don't care. I love that so many people apparently want a fucking Discord for this whole shebang. Maybe at one point I'll get more protective over it, but it's a small group of people that I've known now, coming up on a year for most of you guys. God, are you on here?
I am on there,
Okay.
but I only ever look at messages. I think the only time I've used it is normally during live streams, whenever Cottage or Robin or somebody wants to message me about whatever's going on. Because I don't know how to log into Discord while I'm on the live stream here.
Create expressions. Change nickname. Threads. What are threads? I also just don't know what's like a normal set of permissions to give just like a normal user. You know what I mean? Thank you, Ellen. Yeah, I deleted it, Simon. So I don't know how to... Overview. Mm-mm-mm. Riz server, I feel like I should put my name in here or something. Just at perezbrenna. Maybe I'll just say Brenna's Riz server. All right. Save changes. Okay. Blah, blah, blah. Cool. You guys have admin stuff. Some of you guys do. What's your, God, what's your username on this thing?
God.
God?
It's across all platforms.
I love that. Of course it is. Roles. I'm going to give you... No mod permissions. Admin. Cool. All right. Because I don't have to give you... Whatever, doesn't matter. Okay, I think you guys are set. Admin, guys, Risoldi's, you can grant people tiers. If you're going to create mods, please just create mods. Don't create admins. My rules channel has no rules. Yes, correct. I told my mods that they would have to set this up. I don't do Discord. I have...
Somebody volunteered to do that way back when. I don't even remember who now.
What are the normal rules? Be fucking respectful. No inappropriate nonsense. Good God. Okay. Rules channel. If I just put a message, is that... How do I do this? Oh, this is the start of the rule. Be respectful. No hate or inappropriate content. See? Done. Voila. Those are the rules. Be respectful. No hate or inappropriate content. Pew, pew, pew. Yeah, a bunch of you guys now, you can be drunk on power. Thank you, Nas.
Oh no, what if I run wild?
I know. Oh God. Well, I guess if anyone were to run wild, it might as well be our Lord and Savior.
Yes.
Thank you, Nas.
You know how I get out of hand sometimes.
Yeah, so just, that's the one thing, admins. Please make mods, don't make admins, okay? Please do not create other admins. I wish it would let me adjust that, but basically I don't think I can. Oh wait, and let me edit channel. Permissions. Result these. Oh, add members or roles. Raiders. Oh, I mean, if you guys are... Yeah. No, Rizoldi's are not mods. Moderator. Rizerator. Rizoldi's. Admins. Admins, please only create mods, not admins. Thank you. Save changes. Cool.
I suppose that means some of us is going to have to be checking the Discord on the daily basis.
On the daily?
Yeah, at least.
We should probably set... We crashed. Oh, man. No, I've seen We Crashed. I was interviewed for the documentary. I filmed a lot of commercials for them. I have been to their home. I witnessed a lot. How did I find my Discord? I think I made one. One channel, the new arrival channel. The cordlings must know their place. Oh, good God. Isn't just passively open for you on another monitor? What do you mean? I don't know. I am literally not a member of any... I'm a member of like a random fucking... I am part of a Midjourney Discord server because I used Midjourney once a while back to see what it was like. And a game, like a server for like a game, like an indie game thing at one point. AI, whatever. I don't know. So I don't know. Judging me for Midjourney, that's fine. Go for it. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how Discords are usually run. I genuinely, I don't know how this works. So, no, it's Campfire. I think this is what this is from. Oh, no, I was trying to find more. That's what it was. No, I'm going to leave this. I think. Is this a game or is this... I don't even know what this is for. I genuinely don't know. I think it's an AI game thing. I was looking for more games like that AI vampire game that I really liked. And I think Campfire was one that was like, oh, join the Discord so that you get the game when it comes out. But most Discords have tiers of access to stop with spam. Okay. Okay. So how do we create those tiers in terms of like subscriber and mods up? Okay. I just don't have that many subscribers on Discord. Or, yeah, anywhere, but most of the subscribers are not on Discord. Okay, cool. Well, if you guys want to subscribe to me on TikTok, feel free. You do. Uh-oh. My camera went out. Sorry. That's just the camera battery. Don't panic. I'll be right back.
This is the perfect time to panic.
Quick. Oh my god. The rooster.
Oh, yeah, they can listen to the rooster crow. Do you know what that normally means? That normally means it's probably time for me to sleep for a couple of hours.
Okay. I get it. I know. My sleep schedule is real fucked up. God, I'm sorry to keep you up.
No, I'm always, I'm always up anyway.
I do.
This is usually about my bedtime.
Okay. Well.
So I'm going to jump off of here.
All right. Sounds good.
And try to catch a couple of these, and we'll see y'all next time.
All right. Thank you,
Bye,
God,
everybody.
as always. And see you soon. Have a good sleep. There we go. All right. Okay. I mean, yeah, I trust you guys. Whatever. I trust you guys. Do whatever you want. Also, let me see. I have this old server. Is there a way of deleting a server? How do I delete? Because I accidentally made a separate server a while back. Is there a link to it? Yeah, if you go to my bio, there's a tree. And in there you can find the thing to, but also if you subscribe on TikTok, I believe it like automatically adds you with under the settings, under the gear button. I'm not seeing this. You can't post, yeah. Can you hear my stomach rumbling? I don't know if my mic picks that up. Okay. How to delete Discord server. The drop down next to the server name, click server settings, scroll down. Oh, server, there I see. Okay. Scroll down and oh, there you can do server subscriptions too. Should I just set up like server settings? Also, admins, if you guys think that hey, thanks for subscribing, Alan. Thank you. I feel bad. I'm not worth subscribing to. I'm so scared. Are you guys excited for enable monetization? do that unless people like want to. Okay. Thank you. God, what's the word? What would a goddess? Thank you. What's the word of, that a person would say, like a ruler would say? Oh my God, no, not mortal. Like if a ruler would say this to a person, like you are my subject. Yeah, subject. Thank you, subject. I don't know if that's the word I wanted, but yeah, sure. Thank you, subject. My godly subject. Ungodly, my mortal subject. Did that actually, wait, did that, it's probably subject. So Alan, how does it work now? Can you actually walk me through this? You're going to be the first person who can like explain this. In theory, TikTok now will add you to the Discord server automatically and give you a special like subscriber tag. Oh, thank you. Words are also my thing, to be fair, embarrassingly, but I'm tired. Oh, cool. Oh, okay, awesome. So did it tell you that, like, was it like, congratulations, you can join the Discord thing? Or was it like, you've seen on other accounts? You have to. Okay, cool. You gotta go to English for validation. The words. Nice. It's good to discover hobbies naturally. Good Lord. By the way, if you guys want to find me on the others, this week we're finding out what the ruling is. Account nickname? Okay, sure. Fuck. That's weird. The server already had an explicit image filter on. Oh, thank you, Cottage. Okay. Oh, well. I don't know if not everyone's down to listen. It's difficult to get people to listen. People have to be, yeah. Oh, damn. 39 people offline. Wow. We have 47 members of the, well, Bot Tricks is a bot, so technically, no. 46 members of, cool. All right. I think I've done everything I can do or know to do on this fucking thing. I'm gonna close Discord. All right. Cool. The limit is 500K. Shit. We're gonna hit that in no time. Can't believe they are limiting us to 500,000 people on our incredibly popular Discord channel. What on earth? Oh my goodness. Anyway, what should we talk about now? Now that we have the whole... Bet you have some stories to tell about the dysfunctional couple. Could you feel the God complex that we crashed to degree? Oh, absolutely, Quanticon. Sorry, Quanticon. We were setting up the whole fucking Discord. Are you still there on YouTube? No. Sorry, dude. Fish for MAGA? The limit does not exist. How do I fish for MAGA? How do I usually do it? I forget. Oh, I used to wear red lipstick and look real trad wifey. That's how we would fish for MAGA. So worth the watch, Simon. The Americans is the second best TV show ever. It might be the first, but it's the second best. So good. I've seen it so many times. Love it. Tampons for earrings, yeah. That's usually, tampons for earrings. But usually most MAGA don't recognize tampons for like a second. The tampons for earrings really are call in more just, more of the girlies. The tampons for earrings are more just, they're like garlic for vampires, But I do love them. It's been a minute. I like pulling them out when they're like talking about how gross women are. Periods. Oh, periods. Mm-hmm. Let's see what that is. Drink wine out of a diva cup. That's gross. But maybe. Yeah. Ooh. The other day we did human rights ASMR. That was fun. I meant to turn that into a video. I fucking hate editing. And it takes forever to download these. I gotta figure that out. One day, if I start making more money doing this, I'm gonna hire an editor so I don't have to do that godforsaken thing. I love editors. Let me just say that. 6 feet. Wait, no, it's not 6 feet under, though. 6 feet under is great. It's another period piece. Pun not intended. Yeah. Oh, please. Editing, who the fuck? Honestly, I shouldn't say this because I work as a filmmaker. I don't say this to disparage editors. Everyone can edit. Like, especially just basic editing where you're cutting out clips. That is not a skill thing. It becomes artistry. The more complex you get, it becomes artistry. And also just like when we're talking like a skill, like professional editors, often that comes down more to speed of using the tools and comfort with the tools. I don't need anyone to like fucking edit anything fancy. It's literally like find the clip out of the fucking 8-hour video. That's the problem. What I do is I usually import it into, what I have done is I have imported it into an editor that can like generate captions. So now I'm using DaVinci Resolve, but Premiere Pro also does it. And then I just I either know right around the place what I'm looking for, or I'll generate the captions and I'll search for the words or the word that I was like saying at a moment that I'm looking for once the captions are generated, and like go find it that way. But Oh, you did? Well, I've never had a certificate in Final Cut Pro, so there you go. You're ahead of me. Oh, nice. Yeah. I use CapCut. Well, I used to use CapCut on my phone, but then when everything got more expensive on the Pro thing, I was like, I already pay for Adobe, and I have a professional version of DaVinci Resolve. I was like, I cannot pay for CapCut Pro. I cannot do that. That would be ridiculous. So, alas. You have a certificate in CapCut, really? Do you really? Hold on, I'm going to. Oh, nice, a student deal. Let me see if I can guests request. Bum badum 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 bum badum badum bum bum. Does anyone remember Pinnacle Studio way back when? I feel like it became Final Cut Pro eventually. It was like merged into it. Or acquired, I guess. Yeah, editing is like writing. You know what I mean? You just need to know how, like, it's not even like writing, because writing you need the whole fucking alphabet. But like anyone can write, right? you can write a sentence. It's just that, you know, the better you get at writing, the faster you're going to write that sentence. But also you can get more artistic with it, and the more creative you can get with, you know, the words you use. But very simply, it's just cutting clips and putting them on a timeline. I don't say that to disparage. I mean that literally as like professional editors, extremely good at both just like the skill and the speed, but also, you know, when you get artistry involved, you know, they're not just like, it's not just someone doing something that like an entry level, it's an art, it's an actual art form. But sorry, I've been repeating that thing over and over again. Oh, this is what I'm doing. Why didn't this show me? Okay. So this is my backup account, guys, if you want to give it a follower. You did? Oh, I'm so excited. We were going to go see it last night, but it was sold out all weekend. So we're going to try this week. Shh, yeah, sort of, Jared. Sorry, excuse me one second. Oh, nice. Why wouldn't every liberal woman love it? Have you seen the things of like MAGA women loving Wicked, and like not just women, but just MAGA in general loving Wicked and not understanding like you're the bad guys? Well, I've probably seen a lot of the spoilers already. Also, I've seen Wicked live, like the Broadway thing. It has been really popular with green women. They're finally feeling represented in media in a positive light. You know what I mean? Like previous representations were pretty stereotypical and caricaturish. There's green women who are green. Yeah, I've seen a lot of the like commentary on that stuff. Again, backup account, guys. I can even, you know what I can do? Oh, I can't. Okay, I can't go live with video to prove it. But. Is Kermie in here? Wait, yeah, Kermit the Frog relates. Yeah. Have you guys seen Crash Out Kermie yet? Those of you who didn't know the thing the other day. Crash Out Kermie's great. If you don't already follow him, I highly recommend it. I believe so. Wait, are the Frank Baum novels, are those the OGs? Is that Wizard of Oz? Or is that the Wicked novels? I don't know. The Wizard of Oz one? Yeah, it's the Wicked. It's based on the Wicked novels. I think it's multiple Wicked novels. Chewy peas. Okay. Yeah, Wizard of Oz. Which is a weird read if you don't know that The Wizard of Oz has nothing to fucking do with the movie. I read it as a kid, and I was like, I had no idea. Like, my mom was, like, pushing me to read it really badly because it was, like, a special, like, vocabulary edition because she was all about that shit. And she was like, you love The Wizard of Oz. Come on, come on, come on. She, like, pushed me. She's like, come on, it's going to be so great. Da, da, da. And I started reading it, and I was like, Mom, I was, like, second grade or something like that. And I was like, Mom, this is nothing like the fucking movie. And she was like, no? And I, like, started telling her about it, and she was like, oh, okay. And it's funny because, like, thinking back on it now, well, even back then it pissed me off because I was like, she spent so much time trying to get me to read this fucking book and telling me that I would love it. And, of course, she never fucking read the book. She, classic fucking hypocrisy. But whatever. Anyway. Yeah, it takes place in the same. It's Wicked is fanfic technically. Wicked the novel is fanfic. Wicked the musical is an adaptation, is a loose sort of adaptation of the Wicked the novel, and then the movie is an adaptation of the adaptation of the book. Yeah. Wicked the musical was based on the Wicked the book. Wicked the book is fanfic of The Wizard of Oz. Literally, it's like fan fiction. But yeah, the musical is very different from the Wicked books, and the movie is, of course, an adaptation of the musical. The whole thing. Hi, Chewy Peas. What's up? Chewy Peas. Chewy Peas? You're muted, but you're up here. Chewy Peas, you here? All right, should I just drop you? Oh, hi, Chewy. Chewy? All right, bye. Yeah, it sort of flips the premise on its head. That's kind of the point, yeah. Yeah, Chewy Peas was a guest on here. Requested it. Basically, the premise, I mean, just the loose background, the premise of it is like, you're familiar with The Wizard of Oz, the movie, right? The Wizard of Oz, the movie, is like is also kind of a loose adaptation of The Wizard of Oz, the book. And in The Wizard of Oz, the Wicked Witch of the West is green. And she's all mad because Dorothy dropped, like, in her house landed on her sister. And her sister was wearing the ruby slippers, blah, 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 whatever. And Glinda comes down in her bubble dog and she's like, I'm a good witch. Only, bad witches are ugly. That nonsense. And Dorothy goes on her little journey, blah, 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 blah. Wicked, basically, kind of, it's, again, fan fiction. It's fanfic where this guy was like, okay, what resulted in this witch, the Wicked Witch of the West, being wicked? Like, who's, versus Glinda? What makes Glinda the good witch? Also, technically, you know, the Wicked Witch of the West, like she's after her sister's, I guess, well, no, sister coven, sister in magic or sister in sister, who knows, up to interpretation. Shoot ruby slippers, but Glinda has just stolen them off of her feet and basically given them to Dorothy. Either it was Glinda or just the ruby slippers themselves. Probably Glinda, let's be real. And so it's kind of like exploring that. Okay, like this witch is just after her slippers. Dorothy landed on her sister. Blah, blah, blah. How does one become wicked? Is kind of the fundamental question. And so it kind of asks like that. And it kind of flips it on its head. Yeah. It kind of, it's like maybe wickedness is wickedness something you're born with or is it created? Well, it's Glinda in Wizard of Oz, but in Wicked, it's Galinda. And I forget, don't they like explain why it gets dropped to Glinda at some point? Like the original one is Glinda. Yeah, they explain, yeah. So they explain why it's Glinda instead of Galinda at one point. Because also, if you'll remember, you know, the Wicked Witch of the West in The Wizard of Oz is the only character that's green. But also, ironically, they go to the Emerald City, which is also supposedly very green. In the book of The Wizard of Oz, the Emerald City is, in fact, not green. Spoiler. I mean, the book is like a gazillion years old, but it's because everyone has to wear, if I am not mistaken, emerald-colored glasses, which makes everything look green. Classic American flim-flam artist. Yeah. Exactly. Flim-flam. Oh, well, that's a horse of a different color. They took that phrase that was like I'm pretty sure that was already an American phrase, and then they made it literal in the movie, where they had the like, oh, well, that's a horse of a different color. And it was a horse that was changing colors, if you remember correctly. Also, the green face paint was toxic in the original Wizard of Oz, and it burned the actress's skin. Less sinister, Alan? That's what you think. There's like literal G-side, technically, in Wicked. Spoiler alert. It's like actually fashion. Hi, Chewy. Chewy? Chewy, are you here to talk, or are you just going to grunt a whole bunch?
Yeah, no, I'm here.
What's up?
Good.
All right, bye. Don't request if you're just going to sit up here and grunt. Oh, what was that thing, Simon? It's the whole thing, yeah. Happy birthday. Okay. Happy birthday. Yeah, it's the time warp, the TikTok time warp. Let's do the time warping. Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah. I remember that. No, I don't think I've ever done that. It's possible at some point we started it at some point. I don't know. Well, lads, there's no place like home. There's no place like home. Oh, Toto. Oh, Annie M. Annie M. God, I have to see The Wizard of Oz again. Oh, Annie M. Is it Auntie M? Aunt M? Auntie M. Oh, and you were there, and you were there. And you were there. Auntie M. Auntie M. Twister. The house began to twist. And dun dun dun. And dun 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 dun. I'm riding on a broomstick. Da, 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 da. Oh, Andy M. Andy M. Right. It's funny, that movie was a source of much fascination for me as a child. I think it was the first black and white movie I ever saw. I saw it very young, starting very young. I saw it many times. But it was one of those, it was the first black and white movie I think I ever saw. Because when I first started watching it, like, my mom had to explain to me, she was like, okay, well, it's going to start off black and white, but, like, you're going to like it, you know? Because I think I probably had some concept of it being, like, old or whatever. She's like, but it turns, she was like, you know, but they made this movie around the time that movies started becoming, whatchamacallit? No, because I watched black and white movies as a kid. We watched a lot of super old school, like, movies, like Frank Sinatra. Not Frank Sinatra. Oh, my God. Fred Astaire. Gene Kelly. Old school musical nonsense. And she told me, like, this movie, like, it's going to start black and white, but it's actually in color, you know. And I think at that point, I was like, I don't like black and white movies or something. Whatever. Long story short, she explained to me, she's like, no, they made this movie around the time that movies started being in color. So, you know, they started, like, movies, basically she said movies started being in color around this time. And so, like, in this movie, you know, it turns to color when they get to Oz. Like, you'll see, they start out in black and white, and then all of a sudden, you know, the magical thing happens, and it becomes, like, all colorful. So she basically made me, like, sit and wait, you know, until, a color film. And in my head, the way I understood it was people were making movies, and all of a sudden, the film started coming out colorful. Like, that's how I understood it. I took it very literally. However she said it, I was like, oh, wow. So they were just filming movies, and like, right as they were filming this movie, this is when, like, films started being in color. And it was it was very fascinating to me. That's like when they turned on the color in films and movies. Oh, I remember that, Simon, yeah. They're pretty good for the 30s, yeah. And your little dog, too. I'll get you. And your little dog, too. I can still hear her scream that I'm melting. It's funny because, like, for a really long time, for some reason, every once in a while, someone would come in here and be like, what happens when I pour water on you? And my answer was, I melt. Or, like, when people would be like, what happens if it rains? I'd be like, I melt. And for some reason, a lot of people didn't understand what I was referring to. Oops. I'm melting. Yeah, I figured, Simon. But the ruby slippers were, in fact, stolen. For a while. I think they're back now. But it was like a whole... It's actually, ironically, that's the thing. There was like maybe 3 pairs of ruby slippers, and there was like 1 left, and there was like a whole heist about it. And they found them like a few years ago. If I remember correctly. Yeah, they were stolen from. But the museum was like barely a museum. You know what I mean? It was like a random building in the middle of a tiny little town or something, and someone literally just like walked in and stole them, if I remember correctly. But then they were like, yeah, I don't know. So, bum 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 bum. Oh, really? I listened to a whole podcast about it a couple years ago, if you're into podcasts. I think it's probably based on that. I think I remember the article that came out when it like all happened and stuff too. What was I gonna say? Oh, yeah. Running on a broomstick. Oh, another. I guess I was thinking of odd childhood understandings. For some reason, I was thinking about this yesterday or something last night. When I was a child, when I was a young child in like pre-K, I think I was in pre-K 1 or pre-K 2, we moved houses. We moved from an apartment to like a house. And my mom explained that to me, and she's like, hey, we're moving house. Nos mudamos de casa. You know? Que nos vamos a mover, nos vamos a ir a nueva casa, una nueva casa. Like, you know, we're going to move houses. We're going to move houses. And in my head, I understood that our house was moving to a new spot. And I was like, oh, like, I was terrified. I was like, I don't want to move. That sounds fucking terrifying. And she's like, no, but we're taking all our stuff with us, you know? The stuff is moving with us. I don't know how it happened. I think at first I was worried that that the stuff wasn't coming, and she was like, no, everything is coming with us. So in my head, we were gearing up to move, and basically my apartment building was the whole thing was gonna move. The whole thing was gonna move. That is not what happened. Spoiler alert. Yeah, I don't know what it was like. Oh, that we, oh yes, Lamo, oh yes, Lamo, oh yes, Lamo. Right. You wonder if they took off time from wiretapping MLK to find the slippers. No, like the slippers were found like in the last 10 years, Alan. Like, if I'm remembering this correctly, they were found recently. MLK was gone by that point. Yeah, actually, Alan, that's exactly. Well, I think I sort of imagined it kind of like rolling down the street or something like that. I don't know. But it just seemed scary. And I think my mom was like, no, don't worry. We're taking all our stuff with us. And I was like, so we're not going? And she was like, no, like we are going. But we're taking the stuff with us. And so I think part of it, like I also couldn't understand, like, are we going to be in the house when the house moves? Is the house moving all of our stuff? Are we leaving so that the house and the stuff can move while we are elsewhere? It was just, I remember my brain like flipping back between the possibilities, and I just didn't understand. And my mom brought it up like a few months back, where she's like, oh, I remember like I had to explain to you and you were worried about this and that. And I was like, no, you know what I was actually like, I think she was like, yeah, you were really worried that we would forget something or something. And I was like, no, that's actually not what I was worried about. I can tell you right now what the fucking terrifying thing to me that I didn't understand was why our house was moving itself. and I was having trouble understanding why we were taking our things with us, because did that mean that the house was moving without our things? Like, what if we forgot to take some things out of the house and then it moved? Like, would the things be lost? And then will we bring them back? It was a very, very difficult time in my childhood. Moving. That one time. It was pre-K 1 or 2, so I would have been younger than kindergarten. But I was in one of the pre-Ks. So 3, 4, around then, I think. Maybe. Was it? Yeah, probably. Around 3, I think. 2 or 3. Yeah, right? Yeah, so there you go, Alan. That's kind of what I was thinking, too. That's like, in my head, that's like a version of that. Except I was in like a giant apartment building. So it would have been a little awkward to fit that down the road, but, you know. And actually, that's funny. I just realized growing up, my bedroom was pink and my sister's was green. So I guess I was Glinda. She was Elphaba. That makes me the bad one. Oh, nice. How I do what? Move? Continue living my life after having gone through that trauma? Yeah, I know. God gives her hardest battles to her strongest swimmers. Pulling all in there. Well, it's because I'm on a schedule where right now it's like just coming up on my midnight. I'm on a shitty schedule right now. Because I had a couple of really great streams on here that went late. So now, like, I really enjoyed them. The Friday night one was so good. I should get to bed, though, I guess. Philippe is still a human. I have to do some Cyber Monday shopping for Christmas. Also, I'm hungry. But yeah, I guess that's as good a time as any to get off when Nas is starting to get incredulous. Oh, I'm sorry, Alan. I hope you got homework done. Do you like them? I use them to ward off MAGA. All right. DIY, yeah, basically. All right. Well, thank you guys for hanging out. Don't forget, this is my backup. Please give it a follow because sometimes I lose live access. That reminds me, I have to email my live guy. Thank you, Alejandra. The host username. Oh, cool. Media Nocte. Okay, I'll try to remember that because I don't want to drop this until until I end. Media Nocte. Backup. We'll be back. Thank you, Alejandra. Good night or good morning, everyone, as it were. Thank you all for such a splendid and relaxing live. We got some skincare done. We got some Wizard of Oz and Wicked lore explained out here, and we embarrassed MAGA, which is really what we're all here to do. That's what I truly believe I was put on this earth to do. Completely and utterly humiliate fascists. So I want to thank you all for we did start a mug empire. That's right. Totally. I almost forgot about the mug empire. The real mug empire moves in secret behind the scenes. You don't even know that you're buying the mugs or drinking from the mugs or depending on the mugs. That's the real mug empire. But that's a lesson for another day in Brenna's Capitalism 101, exploitation, slavery, and the myth of the American dream. Thank you all for coming to my Fed talk. There has to be a better, whatever. I have muscles. We should make a mug sub sticker and it can say nice mug. I like that. Nice mug. Mean mug. We fact check. I know I really want a mug because I'm not going to wear this sweatshirt every time I'm live. Usury or usury. I've never known how to pronounce that word. Usury or usury. Usury. Yay. Okay. I'll talk to Straight Edge. He's got his stuff, that's all. All right. Oh, okay, we're leaving. That was my whole wrap-up speech. Thank you all. I love you. Follow the backup, just in case, please. Thank you. Oh, and find me elsewhere. We're finding out this week what the appeals court is going to say about this app's future, ironically. So feel free to find me elsewhere if you like me here. I post the same shit. I post more shit on TikTok than I do elsewhere, but I post almost all the same stuff. I don't even want to talk about it, Cottage. I'm fucked. We're all fucked. Okay.